that I think all people who have psychedelic trips, that meditations and so on, are poking more or less into the same higher realm and receiving some information from there. If we can develop this could be absorbed into ordinary science that we could approach with the scientific method and so on, then our intelligence, our capability of survival on planet Earth would be increased. I mean, we're a dying species. We live on a dying planet. We're killing the planet. So our disease is extremely serious. And therefore, we're desperate to find new information, ideas, and so on that can transcend. We have to evolve. And I think our intellectual evolution may be predicated upon the psychedelic pioneers.
I'd like to try today an experiment in rapid induction. And then that might fail, and then we could fall back on, But I think that we haven't tried to push our format in any way. We're now feeling more confident in, like here at home base at the Esalen Institute. So this would be a quick 1, 2, 3, where I would try to suggest some actual questions that you could respond to as if somebody in the audience had asked questions. You see what I mean? Trying to a rocket boost rapidly into a designated point on a target, as it were. So the unconscious. Here's the 1, 2, 3 in summary. One is a theory, the bifurcation theory, that the unconscious was created one afternoon in a certain place. A curtain which then divided the conscious and the unconscious forever. An iron curtain in the species mind. And 2 is a question about the relationship between this bifurcation and other bifurcations. And then 3 is a theory which wouldn't have to be taken too seriously as to a particular relationship between this bifurcation and some other one that I'll propose for the sake of discussion. Well, all of this is very hypothetical. So, 1, the unconscious. Well, I gave a talk recently in the History of Consciousness program at the University of California, Santa Cruz. That's the most successful program at UCS, the internationally known graduate program. Thousands of applicants every year for a few places. So to begin with, I challenged them to change the name from the History of Consciousness to the History of Unconsciousness. So, as long as we restrict attention to a historical period, then there's not much to say, but all the interesting events I want to point out are prehistoric, so therefore we have to speculate. Among the possibilities are that the conscious mind developed from the unconscious mind. Another one is that the unconscious mind developed from the conscious mind, and another one is that consciousness existed always and that there was never any division. All these possibilities. So for the sake of discussion, I'll choose one, my favorite one, but only for today. And that is the consciousness is always and the unconscious is recently created. So that we can view it like this, where we have consciousness going on and then the unconscious begins one day, created by an accident, in a historical accident or a natural law of evolution. In this fantasy, however, because of peculiarities in in the evolution of conscious mind and culture and civilization and so on, more and more things were regarded as illegal in the current world view, and by the paradigm rejected from above the curtain to below, so that as we go along, unconscious begins growing from modest origins. Well, the conscious mind correspondingly shrinks. So eventually, it looks more like this, where you have conscious, unconscious, but this is growing. And in its growing, evolution, further bifurcations, morphogenesis, and emergence of form in the unconscious. So all what we identify today as fundamental deck furniture of the unconscious, the dreams, the archetypal symbols, and so on. All of that is evolving, has evolved from simpler origins and so on. And this history of the unconscious we seek to discuss. So I'll call that the bifurcation theory of the unconscious. Now, one virtue of this theory, before going on to number 2, is that allows us to see our conscious mind in evolution from a universal conscious mind the Gaian mind is then regarded as conscious. The animal mind is conscious. The mind of plants, all of it, we can speak of the consciousness of animals, the consciousness of plants, the consciousness of Mother Earth, the consciousness of Father Sky, the consciousness of their partnership in the nuclear family of the all and everything. And this is valuable if we could promote this somehow in terms of our future in relating with respect to the mind of all the other entities. Now, number two, this question is about the relationship of this bifurcation in the history of consciousness and other bifurcations in history of ideas, such as the fall of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, the fall of Archangel, Lucifer, other angels, and so on, the creation of the devil, the growth, the emergence, and importance of evil, the empowerment of the negative Mammon, and so on. We have a lot of other dichotomies which might have emerged from a unity by a process of mitosis, as it were, in the world of ideas. And we can try to relate these bifurcation events to each other in time, or in space, or as waves, or causal relationships, or whatever, your favorite ones. So third, just for example, I'm going to recommend an example which, for me, was the source of my thinking about the history of unconsciousness in this way. So this is a specific hypothesis on the creation of the unconscious by the rejection of something according to a dogmatic paradigm. And this has to do with Marduk and Tiamat, the first creation myth that I know about that has the subjugation of chaos by a law and order executive, a cosmic god, the war between chaos and cosmos, won by Cosmos, the king of law and order. The first one I know about is Marduk and Tiamat, and this is historical and is written on tablets. It was part of the Akitu festival that I always talk about. It was celebrated for 2,000 New Years in a row throughout Babylonia by the Akkadians, the Semitic successors to the Sumerian civilization. And in this horror story, repeated every year and actually acted out by the king playing the role of Marduk, Tiamat, a dragon, goddess of chaos, is actually divided in two, murdered with a sword and stretched. The two halves opened like an oyster shell, forming the sky and the earth as the beginning of the Babylonian creation myth. At this time, this ritual, in a time when rituals were performed well and successfully in stabilizing the evolution of culture, chaos, which is essential to life and happiness, was subjugated. But we experience it all the time, but that was not allowed by the paradigm. And in this myth was created, I claim, the unconscious, the negative charge on the serpent image, the snake in the Garden of Eden, the innocent, the essential symbol of Mother Earth itself, the consciousness of Gaia, that this symbol came to be associated with Hades, with evil, with terrorism, with Pluto, with the torture of Ereshkigal, and submitted the torture of Inanna by Ereshkigal, and so on in the underworld, somehow is associated. Chaos goes to the basement, and with this gesture created the bifurcation in consciousness, giving us the unconscious, which appears to be gaining ever since. And in this gain, also, our life, our history of the human species, going and more into the evil, the demonic, the evolutionarily unsuccessful forms of society. That's the 1, 2, 3 of it.
I see. So you're in favor of a kind of fall theory, the unconscious?
Yes. One from which, if we adopt it, we could seek also to escape. And we would have a mechanism to escape, because we have a historical map, as it were, of the creation itself.
How would this escape happen?
We would bring unconsciousness back into consciousness. We would take the deck furniture from the lower floors of the boat back up to the deck where it belongs. We would take back what's happening this is just an example of the chaos theory of the bifurcation or creation of the unconscious. In this case, we see that science, which is the main temple of law and order, is now having to eat humble pie and to accept chaos again. That's a good thing, I think, for our future. And this good thing is apparently happening more or less accidentally. But suppose that we had this talk in 1960, and we decided that we would try to do something something intentional to restore Tiamat to her throne, to bring up chaos from the unconscious and make it okay. Then we'd hunt around, these computer people, we'd locate Ed Lorenz, we'd popularize his model, we'd revolutionize the sciences on purpose in 1963, instead of waiting for it to happen spontaneously in 1973. And if we'd done that, we'd never know, but that it would never have happened without our intentional intervention. Now, I'm not recommending an intentional intervention. I'm just saying that if some of these things are brought into consciousness, that the little that we do in our lives for the future generations, it consists of this discussion alone, maybe all that takes, you see, to bring something back from the basement, to put it in consciousness, starting a new upward spiral somewhere in the evolution of the spirit. Well, could it be that the unconscious was created? Could it be that there was a time in history before which there was no unconscious, there was no split, there was only one, which you wouldn't know whether to call it conscious or unconscious? I mean, we don't know what consciousness means, except to say it's the other one from unconsciousness.
What do you imagine caused this bifurcation?
I don't know. I know that in historical time we have this horrific story, Babylonian myth, in the sense of myth as the lyric of the opera, which is a ritual, and that all the rest of this story had Sumerian precedents, and this part didn't. So I'm not able to speculate that this had a 2,000-year history before Marduk. Marduk was the city god of Babylon, and there was a time when Babylon didn't exist. Other towns existed. Eridu existed in 2000 BC. Ur existed in Sumerian time. And they had their city gods. Every city in that early urban revolution, every city coalesced around a god or goddess. And the form of the goddess was materialized in the form of the city. And this is the whole idea of the sacred city. The god concepts or goddess concepts which were successful, which were attractors, created cities, and the other ones didn't. And you had, therefore, a kind of a morphogenesis in the full complex of population movement, urban technology, city design, and religion, ritual, and so on. And the successful ones accreted with other ones. And syncretism was the way in which empires were created. So before 2000 BC, we didn't have Marduk. It just didn't exist. Bel Merodach, he was called, and this was a synchronism from previous elements. So there are books about the serpent, about dragon image in mythology, and many cultures have dragon images, and they're all associated with chaos, and basically they're okay. Suddenly, we have St. George killing the dragon. We have St. Michael with his foot on the dragon's throat. We have all this energy given to killing the dragons in the Celtic mythology in England, coming over into Christianity and so on. Now, I think it's important that that be undone. I think we want St. George and the dragon getting it on together in a May Day celebration where Dionysian elements are accepted. I think that it's possible that this particular bifurcation has to do with the patrilineal necessity of knowing who is the father of the children, and therefore the rejection of the ritual in which sexual license was an important part of the play, and that this patrilinear structure involved with the creation of the nuclear family brought about the rejection of the dragon and the killing of the dragon and so on. But this is a speculation. I don't know. Lately I've come to think it'd be nice to have a competing theory. I'm not sure we can blame everything on the patriarchal structure.
But now you're suggesting that it was the concern for male paternity that drove the breakdown of this whole...
That killed the goddess, yes. We couldn't have this goddess around who liked to seduce young men and so on.
Well, the suppression of psychedelics, it comes at that same phase, because the orgies driven by the psychedelic religion completely frustrated that desire to identify male paternity.
The rejection of psychedelics and shamanism and so on could be likewise associated. So now we're getting a certain collage of bifurcation events.
Mm-hmm.
And only so-called primitive societies have shamans. They have psychedelic rituals on a weekly basis, and they believe that spirits are alive in rocks and plants, and they believe this because they've seen them, and they believe in the reincarnation of the spirit, and that a human soul could reincarnate in an animal, and so on. So it's possible that a whole complex of things all disappeared at the same time because of some evolutionary selection, some unnatural selection, as it were. And it might be important to try to figure out the mechanism of this fall, because this is a really big fall, and now since these thousands of years we're suffering from the loss of this whole complex of ideas together, and I don't know if there's any one of them which is the cause. I'm not sure they were simultaneous, or if there was one place in the world where they were simultaneous. I can't accept blindly the theory of the Kurgan waves, the three Kurgan waves, and so on.
I think that over time, these mushroom-using people in the Sahara were transformed unwittingly into mead cults by a scarcity of mushrooms and the recognition that honey was a potential preserving medium for the mushroom. So as the mushrooms became rarer and rarer, the effort to preserve them in honey and to concentrate the use of them into large festivals intensified, and finally what you had were mead festivals where mushrooms were no more than a flavoring and ultimately no more than a memory. And that the shift from the psychology of a psilocybin mushroom cult to the psychology of a beer mead intoxicating cult is precisely the difference in emphasis of inner dynamics that would shift you from a partnership arrangement sensitive to social cueing to a patriarchal relationship insensitive to social cueing, which is precisely the effect produced by
first the mead, then the patriarchy?
The patriarchy and the mead and evolved together along with the concern for male paternity. It had to do with the suppression of orgies. This was a critical decision that had to be faced. Basically, the choice was between fun and full knowledge of the flow of your genes. And once it was decided that male paternity was an important issue, then the concept mine comes into existence. My women, in this case. My women, and then my children, and then my food, my weapons, my land. And this was the whole thing which this orgiastic, psychedelic, boundary-dissolving mushroom religion was holding at bay. It was literally a pharmacological intervention to keep that kind of a psychology from getting
Well, maybe
going.
it was an accident. You see, an accident in the kitchen. That mead took over just because, well, the climate warmed up and there was no other way to preserve it or something. And after the mead entered the kitchen by accident, and then all these other shifts followed. So this would be an alternative to the Kurgan wave theory.
This is an alternative to the Kurgan wave
Well, I
theory.
like that, Terence. I think we need an alternative.
Well, you see, it would happen quite naturally. You have this flourishing mushroom cult on the plains of Africa, and then the drying which created that situation continues, and you get, first of all, seasonality to the mushrooms. So that's all right. You just have these wonderful, huge seasonal celebrations and your psychology can be basically intact. But then as the drying continues and the water holes are further and further apart, the need to preserve the sacrament and to spread it ever more thinly. I mean, this is the only scenario I can imagine by which psychedelic mysteries are lost, is if they actually slowly fade from the zone of occupation of the culture using them, and a substitute slowly takes their place in a way that is at least satisfyingly... Booze. They went from an ecstatic goddess cult of orgy to a drunken revelry of warriors and whores.
A two-phase theory, the psychedelic partnership phase or the alcoholic dominator phase.
This is one
drug-driven phase transformation, repeating itself endlessly, flip-flop, seesaw in the history of consciousness. I like that. And there's historical evidence as well in Crete, where we see this phase reversal phenomenon went on into historical times, ending there because the Dionysian ceremonies were apparently debased into alcoholic revels. And Orpheus was a reformer, trying to get the Dionysian religion back on track, as it were, with psychedelics and away from the booze. And it happened again with Pythagoras and again with Buddha. And
it happened with Dionysius turning into Bacchus.
Then it was the vine. It was wine.
The early Bacchus is a frightening figure whose practitioners fell into such frenzies of ecstasy that it was charged against them that they devoured their own children. The late, hairy-footed, lascivious Bacchus is simply an image of the alcohol consciousness made concrete, you know.
So if we took this theory seriously for a moment, which we won't too seriously, with this two-phase theory, and then we favored one phase and we're in the other phase, and then we would seek the mechanism of a phase transition as you turn on heat under water and it boils or something. Then we would try to get psychedelic drugs back into the agenda and somehow get rid of alcohol. And this would then explain why alcohol is legal and marijuana is not in these societies and so on. There is some self-preservation function. There's a phase-maintaining mechanism within this phase, which has made it dominant this past 6,000 years.
It's because it reinforces male dominance.
Why?
Why? Because if you technically analyze what alcohol does pharmacologically, it actually does diminish sensitivity to social cueing. This is a technical way of saying you turn into a boor and an oaf.
Zombie.
No. A libidinally driven oaf is what you turn into. And because you now have a reduced sensitivity to social cueing, and your normal good sense is impaired, you're prepared to make a sexual conquest. And most of the sexual neurosis of the Western civilization can be traced to incidents of early sexual imprinting in the presence of alcohol. How many women lose their virginity in an ambiance of a drunken, groping encounter? I mean, this is how it is normally done in the West. So that alcohol is so spun into our simultaneous terror and attraction for the sexual experience that it's just become scripted in as part of our cultural neurosis. I'm willing to bet that for 1,000 years in the West, nobody got laid who wasn't smashed.
I did.
It ends. The period I'm talking about ends before you were born, Ralph. So it's just a matter of, there's a good, a point for the discussion. The way in which our relationships to the material world, specifically drugs, promote or retard the expression of what we're calling the unconscious. Because one of the things that I think repels us all about drug abuse is that it is unexamined, unconscious behavior. And it's worth thinking then about how the unconscious is, in a way, an out-of-Tao relationship to the exterior world, because we can call it forth. We can addict to heroin or television and turn 90% of our lives into an indwelling in the unconscious.
Yes, well, I do this in my own way. I feel that I'm unable to become unaddicted, totally unaddicted. But I could be addicted to this or that.
Right.
So after I figured that out, I decided not to be addicted to chocolate, ice cream, alcohol, and a whole bunch of other things. And it seems very easy to make these choices. You can replace something with something else. You just touch it, and it's attractive. So then you get pulled away from this one to that one. Could this then be inserted in our educational system, rites of passage and so on, so that people know that they have a choice, and they don't have to be addicted only to alcohol and not to anything else, and so on, that they could actually choose, reclaiming free will without rejecting addiction.
This is what it has to be, because this is the kind of creature we are. And the addiction of addictions, which spawned this itch originally, is no addiction at all, but rather our natural connection into the hierarchy of Gaian information that was accessible to us when these nature religions were freely practiced. A sacrament is not a symbol. And the day they were able to sell people on the notion that a sacrament is a symbol, they severed the umbilical connection to the logos and then ran off the track and screwed everything up.
Well, to get back to the conscious and the unconscious here, I think it's not necessary to destroy the unconscious or to make everything unconscious become conscious, but I do think some growth of consciousness could be associated with some shrinkage of unconsciousness. And if we can't undo this bifurcation in which the curtain was developed, at least we could rearrange the furniture a little bit. So we see one way that might be relevant for doing this is giving people a wider choice of addictions. And in this sense, a restrictive society which narrows the choice of addictions is somehow anti-evolutionary, in that promotes the growth of unconsciousness, insensitivity, and danger to life and limb of the biosphere and so on. But what could be done besides, somehow diminishing alcoholism in society? What could be done for the advance of consciousness, to develop kind of telescopes, little stellarators, where we can look into the unconscious and regain? Dream analysis just doesn't really do it for people.
Well, your idea, Rupert, about the age-related reestablishment of shamanic sacraments might come in here.
I think so, yes. This is this idea that came up at Hollyhock recently, legalizing psychedelics in an age-related manner. Already we have age-related legislation. Before 18 in Britain, it's illegal to buy and consume alcohol. After 18, it's okay. Before 16, it's illegal to buy and consume tobacco. After 16, it's okay. So now what about legislation? Before 30, it's illegal to buy and consume mushrooms. After 30, it's okay. Before 40, it's illegal to buy and consume, say, LSD. After 40, it's okay. 50, DMT, etc. There's a series of age-related, initiation-related legalizations, and your ability to purchase the substance legally after you've reached that age depends on being initiated into it. You have to go to be held at weekends, places like Ashland and Hollyhock, etc. Your friends for your 50th birthday know exactly what to do. They'd have a whip round to subscribe for the price of a free gift voucher for a DMT initiation, valid at either Omega, Ashland, Hollyhock, or the New York.
God, this is a vision, you understand.
Anyway, there's an initiation. So there's a series of openings into other realms of perception. But you see, I don't think that the problem is so much that the unconscious is a kind of conspiracy or fraud. It's the fact that the whole way that nature works in all aspects is through the whole formation of habits. And as we know from our own experience, that habit formation involves going into unconsciousness. the principal model of which is habituation, found among animals right down to the level of stentor, unicellular ciliates. Habituation, where, like when we go into a room and there's a funny smell, you notice it, then after a while you stop noticing it, the background noises. Habituation is the way we actually personally experience and share with the entire animal kingdom, going into unconsciousness of a large part of the environmental stimuli and what's acting upon us. And it seems that the focus of attention is always quite narrow. What sensory systems and unicellular organisms do right through the animal kingdom is perceive differences. Differences in smell, differences in temperature, differences in pressure when you move your finger over something. All sensory systems, differences in movement. Sensory systems work on differences, and what become conscious of differences. And they're on the surface. It's as if it's on the entire surface of a largely unconscious system. The shimmering surface, where you notice differences, there's a kind of awareness or consciousness of differences, but the heart of the whole thing is unconscious habit. And the heart of all living systems is unconscious habit. However conscious we become, we don't become fully conscious of the unconscious embryonic habits that formed us and the unfolding of human instinctive and cultural habits that have so conditioned our development and our culture. So there's these habits inbuilt in the whole of nature, and I don't think there's a kind of sinister conspiracy of unconsciousness. It may be that a sharper awareness of the interface developed at some time. I don't know. I mean, maybe perhaps through psychedelic visions themselves, the sense that in certain moments you're conscious of things that in other moments you're not conscious of. You become aware of beings and entities and dimensions, etc., which you're not normally aware of. So it's not that you're conscious all the time, you're conscious sometimes. The fact that when you start from habit, that habit is a natural process that occurs in all nature, shimmering on the surface of the habits of atoms, of molecules, of crystals, disruptions and chaotic perturbations and so on, like crystal faults and fractures that make each crystal different from the kind of perfect form. There's a kind of consciousness associated with these discontinuities and differences. So everywhere there's this kind of awareness of difference, which is the kind of consciousness level, but below that is a large underground thing of habit or unconsciousness. And there's a sense in which shamanic journeyings, ritual practices like an annual liturgical year, where, like still today, September the 29th, the festival of St. Michael and all angels, liturgies and masses for the angels said all throughout the Christian world. A day of invocation and hymns to the angels. It's a day on which you become particularly aware and open to and invoke and talk to and communicate with the angelic orders. There's a day for it, and it's there today, it's practiced. Then there are other days, like All Souls' Day, when you communicate through requiem masses and relate to the souls of all the departed. Then there are the various saints' days that relate you to the lives, the lights, the kind of, as you were saying this morning, each saint representing a kind of Christianization of a sort of spirit principle, or in some cases even nature spirit principle.
The green men.
The green men and so on. So you have all this going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that somehow there's the sense in which through liturgies, through rituals, through psychedelic visioning, it's possible to bring to awareness, with a whole liturgical calendar, all these different qualities celebrated on different days throughout the year. This is found in Bali today in the Catholic calendar, saints' days and observances throughout the liturgical calendar, and in the major festivals, solar and lunar festivals like Christmas and Easter. So there is this awareness through ritual of all these different dimensions. They're brought into awareness. They're normally unconscious, but there are particular days in the year when they're brought into consciousness. You can't be conscious of everything all the time. We have a limited focus and awareness or attention.
So you're saying the calendar can be an engine for illuminating the
calendar of rituals that actually achieve opening. Yeah, I think that the theory of habituation, like sensory inhibition, is it's a good model for the mind, in which the whole thing is viewed as essentially unconscious, and that consciousness is a little window which roves over and could be redirected at will by a ritual or something at a certain part of the unconscious, which would then become, by a voluntary choice, conscious for a day. It would have its day of days.
Yes.
The unconscious that I was speaking about before is a region of this whole thing in which the contents have somehow become unavailable. And it's the unavailability that I would identify that as the ultimate unconscious. Let's call that then the unavailable unconscious. The unavailable unconscious has been growing since a certain time in history, where it's not possible to rove the window over it anymore because it's been declared illegal.
Terra incognita.
I think perhaps because it doesn't have its day.
Yes.
The orgy principle had its day, and still does in Indian holy festivals, you know,
yes.
Sung and throw those around, have phallic processions and so on. So, and reversals of the social order, those kinds of things are very alive in India. There's all these different principles throughout the year, which we find mirrored in Carnival and Mardi Gras and so on, the same kinds of festivals, you see, suppressed in the Protestant countries through the Reformation. So no longer did the goddess have her day in the various Marian festivals. All these female saints and St. Francis and all the rest no longer had their days. The 8 days of the angels were not observed. Only the most important biblical festivals like Easter and, of course, Christmas. So there was a great shrinking of the number of observed days. And, you know, and so Mammon doesn't have an observed day, and the goddess doesn't have an observed day. And all these principles are entirely unconscious in our culture because they're not collectively and publicly observed. So I think that probably the traditional model for bringing to consciousness what is so largely unconscious, not necessarily through an evil conspiracy or names of ignorance or anything like that, but simply through the natural tendency to habituation observed in the operation of all sensory systems everywhere, but things that remain the same are not perceived, whereas differences are.
So unconsciousness proceeds by a lack of attention, as it were. Only by focusing attention and having days and special rituals and so on, we could maintain consciousness. We would have to work at the maintenance of consciousness as we work at the maintenance of the garden and keep weeding and watering and so on.
And these mythic festivals you talked about were obviously a way of doing that. You reenact every year the drama of the myths.
Yes.
So that you bring the myths to consciousness and make them seen by the senses, heard, enacted and real in the sense that kings consecrated as Marduk or whatever.
Yes, well.
So that it happens on particular days in the year. That's how it works. That our attention is selective, and this has always been based on seasonal and festivals, liturgical calendars and so forth.
So you're saying everything tends toward unconsciousness, and it's only by this act of awareness pushing against this universal principle that we illuminate phenomena in consciousness.
Yes, and I think this relates to Ralph's model of the spirit, where he told us that on the one hand you have the soul, and on the other hand what you have, the body, and the spirit's what mediates between them. Well, it's interesting in the late medieval or Renaissance theory, or certainly the 17th century theory, the animal spirits were what mediated between the psyche, the soul, or the of the person, and the body. They were in an intermediate position, the animal spirits. Nerve impulses were thought to be due to animal spirits by Descartes. So the spirit is, if it's the surface or the interface between them, then it's that part which picks up differences, and in which differences can only be named through an awareness of differences. The only way a difference can be perceived, or you have to have a larger space within which it's seen as a difference. And that means difference is defined relative to non-difference, or sameness, or steady habit, or whatever. It's measured against a background of unconscious habit, which isn't changing. Or by clock time as a model for that. So that it's differences, and it's therefore differences that would be observed throughout. Gaia would be very conscious during ice ages, because things would be changing at the beginnings and the ends of ice ages. There'd be a tremendous difference going on, and Gaia would come to a higher consciousness, as Gaia must be coming to a higher consciousness now through these large ecological changes.
So that's history is triggering this awareness.
Something like that. That it's to do with differences, and it's to do with rates of change, that consciousness or awareness are concerned. in sensory physiology, the whole thing is to do with all these laws, logarithmic laws, about sensory perception of rates of change. 10 times increase in stimulus strength usually represents a twofold increase in subjective stimulus, 100-fold, 3-fold. It's a logarithmic scale that the senses work on pretty universally.
Well, I think this is right. This is good. This is a theory of the importance of holidays. But there's still something wrong, because through the annual repetition of Christmas, which persists to this day, the consciousness is still gone because there's not enough difference, I guess. Every year Christmas is the same. I mean, people have they not completely forgotten the significance of Christmas? It's possible to experience Christmas with full regalia of angels on the trees and so on, and still to not have any awakening into consciousness of lost archetypes.
Well, that's precisely why Christmas is a child's festival, and why the delight of Christmas experienced by everyone, the ideal archetypal delight of it, is young children waking up on Christmas Day and seeing the stars and the angels and the sounds and the bells and the presents. And the magic of Christmas is considered to work for young children. Adults feel somewhat guilty about being jaded about it. And there's a great impulse to recapture it through the delight of young children. And since it's a young children festival, it's a nativity festival, it's a child festival, the sacred child festival. That's the pole that touches in us, the sacred child. So I think that's what that particular festival is about, and I think that it operates quite well in its way as a reminder and reactivating.
So it works a few times.
I think it has a particular, because of its ritual power, there are a lot of people who only go to church at Christmas, for example. It's very common in England. In the Church of England, you have lots of people go at Christmas and Easter who never normally go at all. And so there are some people whose connection with the Christian faith is confined to these major seasonal festivals. And it therefore sort of still has a kind of the pulse, the basic ritual pulse of the seasonal festival year, of the liturgical year, is still alive, however sluggishly, in a lot of people. So it's not that most people have forgotten it. But one thing, I think, that one of the troubles with Terence and his suggestions is that they're usually the ideal state that he usually portrays, like his idea of moving over to an entirely lunar calendar to bring about feminine virtues and partnership values. His ideal predictions usually turn out to have been realized and often refuted by the world of Islam. Like the lunar calendar.
That's true. They were big on that.
And the other thing is that they were big on banning alcohol. One of the most important of the Quranic prohibitions is on intoxicating drink. And the result, therefore, is that many Muslims, mainstream Muslim culture, and certainly on the surface of righteous Muslim life, alcohol is not consumed. But in most Muslim societies, cannabis has been considered all right. It's still an intoxicant and still falls under a kind of Quranic prohibition, but not one that's taken as seriously as the prohibition of alcohol.
That's right. No, that's a good point. You're right.
So Islamic culture is a culture that the drug of which is cannabis, the largest part of the Islamic world, rather than alcohol.
Yes, although whether Islam has a drug at all could be argued. I mean, perhaps the drug of the Islamic world is coffee. Caffeine is more typical of the state of mind we associate with most of the denizens of that part of the world, rather than the affable states induced by cannabis. It's the shrill, argumentative, and mercenary arguments of the marketplace, and coffee managed to take that basic foothold and write itself into every labor contract on earth. It's the only drug sanctioned by industrial capitalism in the form of the coffee break.
They don't have smoking breaks, you mean, at factories in the Muslim world?
That's right. They don't have cannabis breaks, but
do they have cannabis parties on the weekend?
I think cannabis is associated with a mystical strain in Islam that's definitely minority and doesn't really, when it has shaped Islamic culture, it's been episodic and far in the past. Although whether Islam has a drug at all could be argued. I mean, perhaps the drug of the Islamic world is coffee. Caffeine is more typical of the state of mind we associate with most of the denizens of that part of the world, rather than the affable states induced by cannabis. It's the shrill, argumentative, and mercenary arguments of the marketplace, and coffee managed to take that basic foothold and write itself into every labor contract on earth. It's the only drug sanctioned by industrial capitalism in the form of the coffee break.
They don't have smoking breaks, you mean, at factories?
No, they've never.
World.
That's right. They don't have cannabis breaks, but
do they have cannabis parties on the weekend?
I think cannabis is associated with the mystical strain in Islam that's definitely minority and doesn't really. When it has shaped Islamic culture, it's been episodic and far in the past.
Oh, I think in India today, there's a very strong cannabis element to Islamic culture. It's the drug that most young Muslims will smoke or take rather than alcohol. Many of them will have tried it and certainly know its use. And there are certain Sufi dargahs near Hyderabad where they dance into frenzies and so on the annual festivals and so on, where in that kind of Sufi shrine, smoking cannabis is quite normal. It's, fakirs smoke it like Hindu holy men. Mm-hmm. And although it's not exactly all right from the point of view of Islam, it's the drug of choice. And also, I went to a dargah in Srinagar in Kashmir, where it was a Sufi shrine, and in it was the cannabis room where they had legally on sale hashish, and people sitting around smoking. In the Sufi shrine, there's a special room, smoking room attached to the shrine. So I went with my friend I was staying with, and we sat down and we had to smoke there. And it was a fairly depressing place in the sense that most people there were the derelicts of society. Mm-hmm. And it was a little bit like a kind of wino atmosphere. And one could see why the prejudice against cannabis develops in Islamic countries as well. Mm-hmm. Because it's associated with the kind of wino, down-and-out derelict.
In the street.
Yes.
So what's missing is the ritual, the calendric ritual, the ritual use, the guided trip that maintains a culture.
Well, Cannabis Day, there'd have to be, like the Indians have the holy plant Tulsi. I'm sure there's a Tulsi Day, mm-hmm. and they pay honor to the Tulsi plant every day by walking around it. Women do, the basil. They did at the house where I lived in Hyderabad. Every morning they'd touch the plant, do a little puja and walk round it, circumambulate the plant and light an incense stick, just as part of their morning ritual. So here's a sacred plant associated with fertility and women's rights and powers. It's interesting, it means king, doesn't it, in English, basil. Mm-hmm. So if there were, for example, Cannabis Day, you'd have days in which these different principles were recognized, made clear.
There could be a booze day, that would be okay.
There could be a booze day, yes, indeed. There'd be a booze festival, like the Scottish
Bacchanalian festival.
Hogmanay, I mean, that's the traditional booze festival. It's Hogmanay, or New Year's Eve.
And addiction would be controlled by rotating it around the different crops, as we're told to avoid food allergies by changing our staple food every 5 days.
So you'd have a calendar round of intoxicants, each one associated with a particular asterism on the horizon or something like that.
Yes. Since the plants are already associated with celestial bodies in medieval herbals, there's already this association in herbalism. It's, in some cases, it would merely be a matter of looking it up. I mean, recovering the old perception, because they had perceptions of these relations.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we could have a practical step toward the resurrection of this cycle, just through the publication of a calendar in which the associations are mentioned and recommended.
Well, such things almost already exist, don't they? Sacred day calendars. I've seen several versions, none.
But with plants and addictions, is there a booze day and a
Oh, no, I don't think it's got to the stage of new dates being appropriately. The choice of dates and everything.
I think the Alexandrian Institute or the Deep Society or somebody could be induced to publish this project?
Well, I think
bumper stickers
as long as
t-shirts?
Cannabis Day occurs more frequently than once in the solar round, I'll
We
be
could
able
associate
to...
it with something fast, like Mercury.
Once a month. One day in the lunar cycle. Each lunar cycle would be Cannabis Day, I would think.
Yes, or
Well,
possibly.
there'll be lobbies, I suppose, for every plant.
I think weekly would probably be best, since it would become a foundational thing. You see, the Christian sacrament of Holy Communion, taken weekly by most people, involves the sacred sanctification of wine. The ritual element, the central sacrificial element, is wine, and there's no doubt that alcohol has this, and the fermentation and the corn and all those kinds of things are a central part of these mysteries, ancient mysteries, come in the Christian form.
Which is wine on Saturday, beginning maybe at Friday sundown.
Yes, well,
Cannabis on Sunday.
I think cannabis on Friday, actually, because cannabis is the day, the Islamic Sabbath. I mean, it's the Jewish Shekinah day. Friday is the day of prayers of Muslims, and is their most sacred day, and cannabis is their, if anything's their sacred plant, this is it. Then Friday evening is also the invocation of the Shekinah in the Jewish custom, the invocation of the feminine presence of God, or the Sabbath bride, by the woman lighting the candles at sunset on Friday evening. Well, Robin Sylvan, you know, has readopted this invocation of the Sabbath bride, and like other Jews who've been to these sort of Jewish revival weekends led by Lynn Gottlieb and people, it's all to do with reconnecting with the sacred festivals and observing the Sabbath as the first step, and actually sacralizing the flow of time. Well, he's done it by, they light the candles and then they smoke together and talk. Great. And that's Friday evening's their evening for meeting, and in a kind of sacramental spirit. And so Friday is the Cannabis Day, and I think that's probably a good day for it. It's also the Goddess Day, you see, Friday, Freya, Venus Day. So I'd advance Friday as my top choice for Cannabis Day.
Beginning Friday at sundown, you mean?
Yes.
And then Saturday at sundown, Alcohol Day.
Yes, Saturday at sundown, wine. Alcohol Day.
Yeah. Monday morning, one takes coffee.
Tuesday tea.
Yes, Tuesday tea. And Wednesday, presumably, DMT.
Well, we need rituals so that when consciousness is restored by difference through the change of the medium, as it were, then this consciousness would be focused on some submerged furniture through an actual ritual associated, as this Friday night ritual is associated with the Shekinah. And, Sunday is the sun, so here we could have the salutation to the sun.
Yes, Surya Namaskar.
Surya Namaskar.
Monday we could have...
Sunday sunrise. Monday...
Well, moon festivals. We could have a moon observance. I mean, actually, it'd be quite easy to reclaim the week, because the names are all still there.
Yes, the week is a good way to go, I think. Annual is like too slow for modern society.
Oh, I think annual's a really good one as well.
Yeah.
Well, you have these many cycles running, and then...
Well, seasons. For people to be unconscious of the seasons in modern cities, this is really...
Well, notice that what you end up suggesting is that the reclamation of the unconscious has to do with directing attention into time.
Using these mechanisms.
The time is the body of the unconscious, apparently.
Well, time is the mediator of the differences. Time is the enemy of habituation. Time is the strategy subverting sensory inhibition.
Time is the theater of habituation as well. So time and attention used creatively banish the unconscious.
Well, I don't know how they banish it on an annual basis. I mean, they still mean that a lot of these things go unconscious again for much of the year, but they keep each aspect of the collective consciousness, which is far larger than the everyday consciousness, because it includes all the mythic and ceremonial realms. By this annual connection, they keep the whole collective consciousness aware and in acknowledging on a systematic basis these different dimensions of...
So symbolically, the unconscious is death.
Symbolically, the unconscious is death.
Yes, because it's the absence of awareness.
Or is it sleep?
It's sleep and death, which are often equated.
Yeah.
And so then if sleep and death are the principal images of the unconscious, we then have the curious intermediate form of dreams, which are intermediate between unconscious and conscious life in some sense.
Mm-hmm.
They're conscious after a form, but not fully conscious, and they occur when we're unconscious and we rapidly forget them.
And a role for meditation in maintaining consciousness through a voluntary fluctuation, difference in awareness. Well, in the annual cycle, people should become, and we should become more aware of the zodiacal sign, not the fictitious zodiacal sign of Western modern astrology, but the actual asterism in the sky through which the sun is now passing.
And we'd become much more aware of the movements of the heavens. If for example, Thursday, Thor's Day, or Jupiter's Day, Jovadi, is associated with Jupiter, as it is, or Saturday with Saturn, that on those days you actually see those planets in the sky, you learn where they are, and you know on those days where to look to them, because you have to direct your consciousness towards them, to come under the beneficent influence of their principle.
And even if they're up in daytime, you can still be aware of what part of the sky they're in.
Exactly, and the rituals of these different days would involve actually connecting with the intelligences of the planets, which is what the names of the days are named after.
There could be sort of accelerators in public places, like a big tube which is aimed at the place in the sky where Jupiter is, and a little clock adjusts it, and you just go up when you're passing by, and through looking through it, you're aware of the fact that even if you can't see it because it's daytime, that's where Jupiter is.
That's right.
Thursday.
And then these things are set either by a technician or by some remote control program more easily, so that the next day you'd have Venus, Friday. And then Saturday you'd have Saturn, and each day there'd be a renewed awareness of the planetary bodies, and you might also have to include something for the more recently discovered ones, Pluto and Uranus and so on.
Well, several days would have two leaders.
But this then would be returning onto a modern version of those medieval cathedral clocks that show all the astrological, astronomical configurations.
They should be in towers, but of course these towers will be associated with shopping malls instead of with cathedrals and abbeys and so on, because shopping malls are actually the modern equivalent of the medieval abbey.
I see. They've always seemed to me the most desolate and desanctified of places.
Well, I was at Glastonbury Abbey recently, and they have, in little museum, and then there are drawings and reconstructions of the place, and there's this huge, outside the wall, there's this huge market which goes on, which is exactly like a shopping mall. People have their stalls selling things, and shopping malls are really like bazaars, you see, because you have one big building, and then you have little shops with no walls around.
They're souks.
Yes. And the only thing missing, of course, is the actual abbey.
Mere detail, because a bank sits
but
in
we'll
its
put
place.
that back. We'll know where to put it, you see, because we have to put it back in the middle of commerce where people like to go for shopping. And then between the jewelry store and the grocery store, one would pass by this tower, which if you felt like it, you could ascend, and then take the darshan of Jupiter and Pluto.
Yes, somehow I so hate shopping malls that I'd rather be able to go to it without having to go past all these shops.
Yes, I would too, but...
So we have to have the freestanding version, or the ancient sacred site version as well.
Yeah.
Because if these things are placed on sacred sites within each, like each town had its temple or sacred site, you could have a sacred center of each place where this is.
Well, in North America we don't have sacred sites. Only in Europe you have them. Here we have...
Well, these would be on Native American sacred
Disneyland,
sites.
And, well, there's Yellowstone, there's big mountains, geysers, and some natural features where people go, but we don't have this thousands of historical sites that people like to visit on the weekend.
All right, well, then we just have a few of these. They'd be made for a limited edition to start with, and they'd be installed at Esalen, Hollyhock, Omega, etc.
Yeah.
Places where a daily ability to be related to the reigning planet would actually intrigue a lot of people who came here to look through. And it would be a novel feature. Everyone would talk about it. It would be fairly easy to make, especially if it were manually operated.
It'd have to be a staff position, you see, where these work-study scholars, they call them here, rotate. They're quite happy at their work because they rotate the job, so they have this novelty factor. 5 days of dishes, and then suddenly you're doing the sheets. Then you're out cutting the lawn. Well, one of the jobs would have to be the maintenance of the tubes pointing at the heavens. And the person who did this would have a dunce cap and a long robe of linen, and go about setting, maybe there'd be a little truncated pyramid with a top, and you climb up the stairs like in the Yucatan, and then you have these tubes pointing and a little plaque that explains. So one person would come properly dressed every morning and adjust them for the day's planet.
Like those Arabic or Mogul observatories, like you see there. They're like parks, where there's one where you go up a long ramp, and that gives you a view on something.
Right.
And then there are all these different ramps and tubes and sort of semicircular, so you can get all different viewing angles. That's exactly it. It's a kind of astronomical theme park, in a way, where you've got all these apparatuses which actually enable it to become a reality for you in relation by walking into it and climbing upstairs and moving around in it.
Parks.
So I think Stonehenge and those places must have had something of this quality.
They still function in this way for a lot of people.
So the thing is, it's not difficult to construct henge-like structures or these astronomical tube setups. So we'd start with a few selected places, a kit that could probably be mounted on a sort of couple of yards square area.
Kit. We'll sell henge kits.
Well, this would first be the tube kit, the celestial observation kit with
mini henge. Would be the first product.
Yes, and then we'd have the complete henge kit, which for use at schools, institutions, etc., where people have got commanding views and or farmers or open-air entrepreneurs in the countryside. You'd have these henge kits established, where you've got the entire line of view of, if you sit in the center of the exact horizon position of midsummer sunrise, equinoxes, the rising points of the moon through its 18-year cycle of moving along the different points. All these marked out by the coordinates of henge with a booklet, maybe a computer program explaining exactly which ones to look for when. And then relation to the heavenly bodies through sitting in the center of a henge could become, again, a living experience for millions of people.
Yeah.
Public parks could have them.
People would go for it too, because they would find out through experience that something actually does happen to you when you look at that part of the sky, that the direct sight, personal observation of the sky has this effect on consciousness. It's cheap, it's easy to obtain, and it's fun. It's as popular as Disneyland.
Exactly. So if this kit were designed, first the tube kit and then the henge kit, based on a reliable study of ancient henge monuments, including wood henge, the materials used. It could be wood, you see, because wood henge, they weren't. Or it could be stone, in which case one would have to send out it would simply be an instruction manual for the kind of local stone to use.
A computer program could aim the tubes.
Yes, and also help with the alignment of the stones, although the best way, in fact, to do it would be to do it in reality, to go to the central point and observe the sunrise on the summer solstice.
Yes.
And mark the point, and actually do it by observation.
Sunrise observation is the easiest one to understand.
So
the heliacal rising of Venus, that's harder.
Somewhat trickier.
Yeah. You have to recognize Venus.
And you have to watch for several days.
And then so much would be reclaimed, which the remnants are still there in the names of the days and the months and all these saints' days and so on. The remnants are everywhere. They're reclaimable. It's probably not too late.
That's right. And the other thing is that the idea of equality of time, which is what this is about, the idea that time has its qualities, is something that already has a popular following, and millions who follow astrology in a vague or more professional way.
Well, the horoscopes in the newspapers.
Exactly. There's a vast... it's not as if this is a new or esoteric idea. It's, in fact, much more popular than among uneducated and among
magic or any other pagan element suppressed by modern science. This is the most popular one, is political astrology.
The popular faith that time does, in fact, have variable qualities.
Well, the
and
position
times
of the
birth, etc., moments of important events, etc.
Well, judicial astrology. Who is doing the horoscope of August 2nd and the invasion of Kuwait and so on?
Someone, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
But probably the United Nations is not consulting it.
Probably not, but maybe Saddam Hussein is.
Maybe he is.
But elective astrology which is the kind most commonly used in India, like picking the right date for a wedding or for starting a new business or something. I suppose it may be. I don't know whether Saddam Hussein is using that kind of astrology. Maybe not.
Well, if henge kits were about, and people then recovered their consciousness of the sky, then they'd be more interested in elective astrology because it would mean something in terms of their experience of watching the sky.
And present-day astrologers got detached from observation.
It's detached, totally detached from the sky.
My endless complaint to astrologers is that I've never found one who can actually point to me the positions of the planets if I ask, where's Jupiter tonight? Because astrologers don't know any more than anyone else. Hardly anyone knows.
No, because the official zodiac has got separated from the real zodiac by the precession of the equinox.
So this thing with these henge monuments they'd connect us with the sky, and in that sense through making us conscious of the quality of time and the relationship of the Earth to the larger celestial organism, would obviously create by direct experience some awareness of the heavens. I think people are probably even more they're more unconscious of the heavens than the Earth right now. I mean, most people literally don't know what the different constellations are, what phase of the moon it is. Modern city life leads to an almost unconsciousness of the heavenly realm. Whereas we're very conscious of the Earth realm in terms of we know about the cores of the Earth, we know about, everyone knows geology and tectonic plates and stuff. Our attention is Earth-directed, very much so. And so this heavenly connection is obviously an important step.
Yeah.
And then there's the only other question I can think of is the realm of psychedelics and the rediscovery of the realms of the unconscious. Presumably different drugs, different psychedelics and different other drugs tune one into different realms of the otherwise habituated or possible or areas of more morphic fields.
Spheres or rooms.
Different spheres of human experience. Yeah. There's the alcohol sphere, there's the LSD sphere, there's the heroin sphere. Incidentally, the heroin's legal too, if you think about it. It's legal for people who are dying.
Yes.
In our society, it's the officially recognized drug of death, and it's admissible to use it in hospices, heroin and morphine, to dying patients to ease them through the pains of death. So it is legal in our society, but it's the death drug.
Yes, you have to retain a certain, not only age, but a state.
Yes.
Of death, near death.
So it's interesting, it's another example of a legal drug that's illegal under certain conditions, but not others. It occurred to me that, heroin and opium, easing the pains of death, that death aspect of those drugs, has a kind of traditional lineage of, opium is a kind of painkiller, that's long been known. And as a visionary substance, it's a long...
dream drug.
A long lineage. It's a dream drug, dream and death drug. Whereas cocaine, because in its original form taken by Indians when climbing hills and so on, was a work drug. And indeed, that's what it still is for the yuppie cocaine takers that we read about in magazines.
That's right.
So they have qualities. Drugs have qualities, and they open up different realms of experience. And so there'd be different drug days and different thresholds, initiations through life and that kind of thing. But still, we'd have to ask the question, how do these visions, which are the most intense that certainly I've experienced, how do these visions relate to the actual unconscious or consciousness of the natural world? Or how much are they mansions created by the human imagination? That the astral plane, as it were, has a cumulative memory of all previous journeys on it. And so, in certain recurrent kinds of dream, fantasy, adventure, dream, archetypal progress, are kind of morphic fields in that realm. So there's all these things that have ever happened in that realm, and including adventures, constructions, creations, experiences, surprises, interpretations that have occurred to previous psychedelic voyagers. So there's this cumulative geography.
A kind of Akashic record.
Yes. And the unconsciousness contains all this, and different drugs give different accesses to different parts of it. And so the question is, how much of it would be a kind of cumulative record of this creative edge of the human imagination, or how much of it is a communication through that openness from the spirit of the plant or of the earth or
Or the spirit of a star.
Or the spirit of a star. Or whatever is invoked. You see, I suppose that given the laws of ceremonial magic and indeed of prayer in all traditions are that whatever power or presence or being you want to speak to, you first invoke. Our Father who art in heaven, Hail Mary, full of grace, Om Shivaya. You start by invoking the being or entity to whom you're addressing yourself by name. And so what would happen if, for example, one took a powerful psychoactive that opened one to the astral realm in the starry sense, and then invoked a particular star by name, and tried to journey or connect with or become open to influences from that star? This would be one way of doing it. I'd be rather frightened to try it myself.
These are the questions only the future will answer. That kind of thing, because
you mean this kind of research project?
Yes, this kind of research has to lie in the future.
Well, I think we should maybe come back to your starting point about this bifurcation theory. Because you started with a bifurcation theory model of consciousness and the unconscious. And I think this bifurcation is happening the entire time. It's the basis, it's the habituation process, which is the kind of opposite of bifurcation. What you have in habituation is like we have an awareness of that machine. If it were going on all day, we wouldn't notice it. So there's a kind of movement from an awareness of duality, a separation of oneself from what's heard, a kind of consciousness of subject and object that reverse bifurcates, unifies into an unawareness of the difference between subject and object, which is the habituated state. So it may be that consciousness, by its very nature, involves a kind of selective awareness.
That we've missed my initial idea without replacing it, because I agree that the history of consciousness, I just sort of adopted for the sake of discussion this idea of the consciousness of the planet and so on. I agree that the history of consciousness is more properly called the history of unconsciousness, and it's the nature of the mind to be unconscious most of the time, because consciousness is a crowded little window. However, this other idea of experience being denied on basis of authority and dogma and ritual and so on, that which should be ours, our heritage of perception and experience, vanished from us by denial. The idea that chaos is bad, for example, that this is another kind of unconsciousness. This is the unavailable part of the unconscious, over which is illegal, difficult, and perhaps even impossible to fly your plane and look out the window of consciousness and observe it. It becomes unavailable. This is the dark part of unconsciousness, and this kind of unconsciousness, I think, is created at a certain time in history, and there is a bifurcation for it. And previously, certainly in microbial life, we do not have an idea of prohibited experience, of a denial of valid experience and so on. All it can be smelled, eaten, excluded, and so on. Exhaled. All of this is okay. Denial, I think, is a recent phenomenon, and here there's serious danger for our evolution, because once the experience is denied, then evolution is shunted off its track.
What point in time do you think it was when this happened?
Well, this patriarchal business, I don't know if the whole complex has a particular element which is the dominant, leading, or causative one. But there's the patriarchy, the patrilineal, the nuclear family, the identification of order with good and disorder with bad, the idea that order is only homeostasis or periodic phenomenon, that which has been associated with by Hamlet's mill, with the precession of the equinox, that the order of the heaven was broken by the equinoctial sunrise moving from one constellation to another, destroying all possibility, apparently, of understanding the heavens. Something around there, that is 6,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, that there was a special new mode of thought. Prohibition of valid experience was begun, and I think that's a real fall from grace. And on basis of that, we have real evil now, which is the problem of life. There is this growing evil. There is the destruction of integrity. There is the death of nature, and so on. These are real problems, and I think that they're new problems, and that they have a history, and that it has to do with denial. It's not only the Christianity that made certain experiences illegal. The spiritual, for example, deciding that the spirit is illegal in 879 in a synodic council and a political meeting of bishops. This kind of thing, where the prohibitions of Islam, of Christianity, of Judaism, and so on, of political gatherings, and the repression of psychedelic drugs, of religious the destruction of the goddess, replacement of the goddess by gods, the destruction, the end of the magical invocation of the plentiful produce in the garden. And I mean, there's so many things that became illegal. There's a dogmatic rejection of actual experience, and that it creates a situation where we cannot fly our plane over this part of unconscious. We cannot reclaim a view of it. It's not legal to have a spiritual experience, to have men in this culture can't have an emotional experience. So finally, our consciousness is limited in a way which can't be restored simply by a willingness to devote one day to attention, variation, observation of the difference, or amplification of. It just becomes unavailable. And I think that we have touched on some means that can be used to restore, when it became legal, to try to heal ourselves from the effect of this denial. And the means are there, and we've discussed them, but there's a political step which is necessary that we haven't touched upon, which would legislate into existence these henges and so on, which would make it legal to henge, would make it okay to henge. We don't know how to produce the station to regain what is lost. After something has become not okay, it's very hard to reclaim it. And the fact that chaos is considered so bad, it's very hard to undo this damage.
Except through observing chaos's day, which is the Saturnalias, where they had the reversal of the social order and so on. Yeah. Holi's like that in India. Mm-hmm. All these Saturnalias, like May Day and May Eve in Europe.
They're true goddess festivals.
Yes.
With serpents alive and well, dragons on the run, at play in the fields of the Lord. But these days still exist?
Well, they do, yes. I mean, Halloween is one example.
Morris dancing.
Halloween's one example.
Yes, Halloween is on the comeback.
And Halloween is in England, All Hallows, the effect of All Hallows Eve, the reversal of the social order, is celebrated, and sometimes in many places, the night before Guy Fawkes, November the 4th, called Mischief Night, which is when people can carry out mischief that normally otherwise would be extremely prohibited. In Cambridge, when I was an undergraduate, there were regular fights every November the 4th on Mischief Night between undergraduates and town boys. We'd gather in the market square, and there would be pitched battles, which culminated in my second year in the burning down of the police shed in the centre of the marketplace, and in something that went too far and involved large-scale police intervention, and the proctors of the university had to act to restore order. And from the following years, all undergraduates were prohibited to leave their colleges on Mischief Night, or at least had to return by 9 p.m, and had to be wearing at all times their academic dress and gowns so that they could be identified, which of course fanned up town attacks, because undergraduates
were easy marks.
Anyway, this was all a relic of one of these reverses. So one is the Halloween or November the 4th, Mischief Night one. The other is the Mardi Gras Carnival, Shrove Tuesday, beginning of Lent festival. That's the other big one. These exist in places like Brazil. They exist as highly effective dissolvers of the social order into this kind of primal chaos, the carnival.
I'd like to see a resurrection of magic as well, and that magic should become white magic. There'd be some modern analog of voodoo in which one would seek to do well to a person. But I think it's possible to raise the frequency, to lighten the dark and so on of many places that had fallen into disuse, and that the garden maintenance had not been done, is overrun with weeds and so on, as it were, on the magical level, that these places could be sweetened with banishment ceremonies and so on. that we need to learn a technology that would sort of connect the star magic of the henges and so on with the progress of daily life and the political events. Because we may have great powers that aren't being used, but since we don't believe in them, that this kind of reclaiming the denied, the illegal, the rejected, the dogmatically destroyed, the unavailable unconscious, which contains enormous powers for doing good, as it were, which have been somehow, they've been denied by the forces of evil acting through governments, churches, and so on, through councils of bishops, ecumenical councils, putting evil thoughts in the mind of somebody at a certain moment that they begin to lobby for a vote to deny, to reject, make illegal something which is actually an enormous power for good. I think that England is the place where these reversals seem to be going on at the maximum possible rate, involving a lot of people, supported by henges still exist everywhere. And
I'm surprised you should think this. This is based on your recent visit to Glastonbury.
Yes.
And what happened?
Well, there's a lot of traffic going up and down Glastonbury Tor. There are people all over Glastonbury Abbey looking at it, loving it, studying the pictures of it restored, getting the feeling of the thing, understanding what it would be like to live in a society that had fantastic spiritual integrity. And particularly the studies of the ley lines and the St. Michael and St. Mary's lines that go up and down in the country there, where places like Avebury and Glastonbury belong to this line. And so many people are now marching this line. They're flying over it. They're photographing it from airplanes. They're walking along it. They're dousing it. They're having the personal experience of the pagan legacy, and they're re-evoking these things through discussions and publication of books and reading books and having meetings about and actually going to the sites. It's thousands of people. It's a holiday destination resort. Glastonbury Abbey, Dorchester Abbey, Dartmoor. It's incredible.
Yes, it's true. And there are a lot of Earth Mystery Circles, and I mean, the Lay Hunters. I mean, these are mostly quite small societies, but they do exist. But I'd always assumed there must be something comparable here in the recovery of Native American traditions and sacred places.
Not yet. There are teachers, and there are centers like Ojai and so on, where they have these people who seem still to be in quite good command of the old traditions, and they have workshops and people do come and so on, but it's just nothing like the scale of individual popular archaeology going on in England. It's decades away from that.
Really? Well, maybe there's some hope then. I didn't see England as being particularly a centre for this kind of thing, although I think the Corn Circle mystery it's perhaps no coincidence that it's happened principally in England, because it's a perfect country to intrigue people. I think that whether the Corn Circles or the world soul, or the Gaian soul rather, working through and training vortices of wind, or working by direct kind of psychic kinesis, or however they're created, they're obviously a kind of message, because they've started quite recently. You know, people would have noticed them before if they'd been going on for years. That in itself is intriguing, that they should start, and they happen near places like Silbury Hill and these ancient power, mostly in the west of England where most of these power spots are. And everybody in Britain, in every pub up and down the country, television program, and from the Queen downwards, there was a report in the papers that she'd taken 2 books on corn circles with her for Christmas reading last year because she was so intrigued by the phenomenon and often discussed it at the palace. You know, from the Queen downwards, everybody's intrigued by them, and there's no clear hypothesis at all. It's kind of a koan that's being posed for the collective consciousness.
Well, there's a Journal of Seriology. I'm a subscriber. John Michel is the editor. The interesting thing is that all of this stuff has been connected up, and the whole Earth Mysteries movement, their motto is a kind of a general systems approach to all these different things. Try to synthesize the learnings about the ley lines, the henges, the corn circles into super understanding of the Gaian physiology and the relationship with our evolution and the history of consciousness. So it's the only place I know. Maybe in Brittany there's a French equivalent that we don't know much about because not knowing French well enough. But that's possible. I think the ley line idea actually occurred first in Brittany.
It seems to me that we've obviously been talking about the unconscious in a much wider sense. We've been talking about the Gaian unconscious or the natural unconscious in a much wider sense than Jung's still humanistic idea of the collective unconscious, which, although being unconscious, it's hard to assign it boundaries, is generally assumed by Jung and his followers to be confined to humanity.
Yes, a very limiting hypothesis, a dangerous hypothesis. The first one that we want to transcend is the separation of the human unconscious from the other unconscious. Yes, so that's
a curtain. That's one of the curtains you're talking about consciousness, because as soon as you say that the human unconscious is separate, or the human consciousness was the first thing Descartes said, separate from the entire realm of matter, then you get the idea of the unconscious, an extension of mind, and that separate from the unconsciousness of the rest of nature. You cut off human consciousness into a human sphere or balloon with no windows, no true windows or openings to the world of nature.
I think one of the important correlates that I'm always hesitate to mention last is eating meat, domesticated animals and eating them. I mean, they're like the Maasai, for example. You have dairy, and then you have eating the older animals when they die. That's one thing. But then, like, breeding them and killing them only to eat them is another. And I think it's impossible to do that at the same time that you imagine a continuity between your own spirit and the spirit of the animal. So associated with this animal domestication and eating habit, addiction, is the denial of consciousness in the animals, which is one of those veils, which then excludes microbes, plants, and the whole of Gaia. It's a human-centered veil-generating device is eating these things, or drinking the blood instead of the milk.
Yes, it seems quite... it is associated with the dominator mode, presumably. This idea, since the dominators came out of herders and hunters, rather than the agricultural people. By conquering the fixed agricultural set, the dominators were agricultural pastoralists, and presumably the model there is that just as you break horses and you dominate flocks of sheep and cows by riding around on horseback or by whatever means you use to dominate or frighten, you get the sheep into sheepfolds and shepherds control the flocks and so on. Then it's a short step from doing that to people, where people become the herds. And
human sacrifices were common in the rituals, and probably the sacrifice meat was eaten. They used to have meat shop outside the temple, because after the sacrifice, of course, they'd sell the meat. And that was considered bad for the temple to raise money by selling the meat of the sacrificed animal. So in the case of the human sacrifices, with the Mayans, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if eating the victim was part of the practice. And this certainly must involve a lot of denial. And these denials are kind of one-way transactions. It's very hard to recover. I suppose it takes generations of being vegetarian before you could relate to a food animal like a cow. I had a friend, Danielle. He'd see a cow, and then the cow would say to Danielle, "moo," and Danielle would say, "hamburger." I think we should quit here. I don't know if I have shared with you the story of my religious training and upbringing. Maybe that will be appropriate for this discussion, as I've heard a little bit about yours. My parents, of course, were derived of some Jewish background, but after some remove of generations, particularly my father. My mother had been a regular temple visitor in her town until she married my father. And since his parents had relocated from New York to the backwoods of Vermont in their youth, they had no connection with any Jewish tradition. So my father was brought up in somewhat of a vacuum. Nevertheless, I think he developed an aversion to organized religion of any sort, and particularly Jewish. I thought he might have forbade the mention or presence of any Jewish religious stuff in the house, but my mother denies this. Anyway, there wasn't any. And in the meanwhile, he developed a kind of religion of his own, which was centered on the family and on a concept of love, which was fairly abstract. So he used to say that love was everything. Occasionally, some circumstance would cause me to be in a church while a service was going on, and then I would look around at the other people with heads bowed when told to bow their heads, thinking, I am the only one who's not casting my eyes down. I am the only one that doesn't believe this stuff. So I don't know if there's a name for this kind of religious upbringing, I guess, a total vacuum. Explicitly, my father's idea was, it's better to start when you're an adult, and then you can acquire whatever religious training you want, sort of considering all with an open mind. Now, I never considered all with an open mind and decided whether to have one or none. I just didn't bother to think about it, and then and then I studied, psychoanalysis and music and physics and eventually mathematics that has no relationship to any religious tradition. So eventually the 60s happened, and probably my first experience that I would now identify as a real religious experience was the experience of LSD and whatever intrinsic meaning it carried to me without too much suggestion from the setting, the popular books, and so on. And I immediately thought, as many people did in those days, but not so many today, I think, that this was a religious experience in the true sense of religion, as was probably lost from organized religion, which I knew on the basis of no knowledge or anything, just a guess. Because, of course, I knew people. In fact, practically everybody I did know went to some kind of church, or at least had been brought up with one and formally rejected it. And through them, I got the idea that there was no evidence of any sacred knowledge outstanding in any of these churches. Through, eventually, in the study of art, architecture, music, and so on, I could see in the recent past that there had been a sacred knowledge in the churches of Europe that was embodied in the architecture, the music, and so on. It occurred to me that there might be what I had recently discovered in the form of religion had become extinct only in the recent past in the Western world. Well, these were just idle thoughts, as in these days, in the 60s, we were very preoccupied with politics. Then, when I got to India, I found that this lapse, the extinction of the sacred in organized religion, was sort of reduced to zero there, that at least with the jungle babas and so on, you had a live tradition of identification with sacred, what I recognized as sacred at that time, and an easy sharing of the idea of it with the students, the chelas, and so on. And then, when I returned from India to California, about the time I met you, Terence, I began to think that there might be some way to revitalize the Western tradition. Of course, other people were speaking about this also, particularly those concerned with Western yoga, the remnants of the adepts of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance and so on. And of course, we had our great influence from the Theosophists and the studies of alchemy and so on. But there was still, at this time in 1972, a tremendous separation between political activity, which we were still involved with, particularly around issues of chemical pollution and things like that, on the one hand, and the loss of the sacred in religion on the other hand. I mean, it was more like, it's a shame this pretty thing is gone. Then in the course of time, these came together. And in the suggestion, which now I see many people have made in their books about it, that what's gone wrong in the world now is actually, I mean, a root cause is
the loss of the connection to the sacred within and without organized religion. After this connection is made, then political activity has to address this. I mean, if people have different theories of evil, I would call them, whether the loss of the partnership society in 1400 BC or the loss of the sacred in church ritual after the scientific revolution, or the population explosion and the advance of modern medicine in reducing infant mortality and so on. The different theories of evil, because of the strength of the direct experience I had with the sacred, this became and remains my favorite theory of evil. So if I was going to direct myself to some activity to not exactly save the world, but at least to hope in that direction, then I would try to create for some larger portion of humanity the lost thread of connection to the sacred. So this is the program that we have all thought about under the name the resacralization of the world. So as far as I know, there are just a few proposals for any kind of direct action that go in this direction. One is the resumption of rituals not native to us, but native to other people that still exist in some kind of live form, such as the shamanism of native tribes. And another idea is the revitalization of existing religion by finding means to re-attract people to the wonderful churches of the Western world, having not only the shape, the architectural shape, most appropriate for communication with this sacred thread, but also the tradition, the morphic field, the runnel, the creode of this connection, by figuring out through some sort of archaeology of knowledge the missing link. When was it that this went out? For what reason? Was it that the organ replaced singing in the church, or what was it? And whatever it was, to do experiments on bringing it back. And another idea is to remain within the context of Western society, but outside the organized churches, and replace churches with an equivalent institution, perhaps based in the sacred arts, music, architecture, painting, and so on. And another one that we have all given great attention to, and I'm beginning to think too much attention, is the revitalization of science, acknowledging that science has replaced the traditional Christian mythology with its own substitute mythology, and the weaknesses of this mythology are at the root of evil. So those are four things I put on my list as top candidates already discussed. And in this connection, we probably should keep in mind the partnership society, because there's a connection. I mean, it's suggested, I think, in these works like Leon Eisler's on the partnership society, that the disintegration, the devitalization, the decline of the church, of organized religion, of the significance of organized religion, is associated with the patriarchal transformation of society and the embodiment of the patriarchal values within the organized church in the papal hierarchy of the Roman Church and so on, had contributed to the roots of its decline. So my favorite idea at the moment from this list has to do with rituals, these New Year's rituals and so on. I would take the Eleusinian mysteries as a model. And I don't think that everybody should take psychedelics, for example, or have a shamanistic experience in the Amazon jungle in order to reawaken, to rebuild their connection to the divine. But it could be that the churches and their rituals and so on could be reinvigorated by having a certain class of priesthood as Jesuits and so on, that maybe a new class that specialized in maintaining this connection with the purity of this connection being devoid of any intrinsic cultural overlay, and that could be one component among many. The weaknesses of the scientific mythology could be somehow fixed by incorporating scientific worldview into the church view and so on. So some sort of syncretism between the Christian tradition, the Judeo-Christian model, including its patriarchal weakness for the moment, trying to repair that in the ways that people are doing in the new church movement, and in the inclusion of the sacrament, at least for a holy elite. The resacralization of music, I think, is very important. If I had to point to a single factor that I thought was destroying society faster than other, it would be evil music. It's my personal bias. Well, that's my view for a start on the resacralization of society. In short, I'm looking for something beyond the understanding of the virtues of the past that could be the basis of some kind of program in the present, even if it wasn't something that we could do, but something that we could foresee that might happen that would create a successful society here.
Very interesting, Ralph.
Very interesting.
Why don't you just say a tiny bit more about what constitutes evil music?
Well, since Orpheus, Pythagoras, and so on, there has been a permanent tradition of sacred music. And we have sacred music is still played various places, and we have recordings of Gregorian chants and Gurdjieff playing and so on. But the best analysis of the relationship between style in music and style in society that I've come across is Cyril Scott. Cyril Scott is somebody that Janis Rosé pointed out to me. This was a moderately famous composer and pianist in England. And his pieces aren't well known, but he's in a process of rediscovery now. And some people have said, who are serious musical scholars, that he will one day rank with Beethoven. That might be an overvaluation. Anyway, he's an interesting composer. I've heard his music played. And he wrote a book called, I forget, The Harmony of the Spheres or something, in which he analyzed the particular contribution and the evolution of Western society of the various composers. For example, Debussy and Buxtehude and Bach and so on. I don't remember the details. He said, for example, that I think the women's movement, when it began in England, was enabled by Handel. That there's something about Handel which is supportive for political revolution and not for other things. And Beethoven developed the romantic and the emotional in German culture. So this is spelled out in a book. Now, if Cyril Scott were alive today and watched MTV, I'm sure that he would say that this worldview embodied in this music was leading rather than following the decline of the biosphere. And he would see a causal connection. And I think we can take that as a hypothesis that maybe can't be proved. I have no faith in experiments that have been done with music played to plants and so on, although it might be worth a serious review of that literature at some point.
I see what you're saying.
I think that this music is very harmful to the ears. It's much too loud if you go to a concert. It's harmful. It's physically harmful. It's mentally, it's emotionally harmful. And people flock to this. And I think it takes a long time of listening before you get really tired of it. And that has something to do with the starvation of the soul for beauty. The disconnection. This is the aesthetical side of the disconnection of the human species from some sort of divine guidance, which might go under the name of harmony or the world soul or whatever. If you're not in resonance with this world soul, then you can't have a future.
So the aesthetics of the world. So, well, a lot of what you're saying is you're talking about an archaic revival. These various things that you listed: the resumption of ritual, the revitalization of existing religion. I agree completely with all of this. The only thing that I would add, and I know you agree, is feminism comes in here somewhere in the form of the revitalization of partnership. I'm not entirely clear. Sometimes you seem to be talking about a revitalization of the forms of the 15th and 16th century, and sometimes much further back, like all this business about organs and churches. That's relatively recent.
Well, there's been loss has been going on for 10,000
for
years.
a long, long time.
And in different ages past, it's something that it couldn't be revived in its original form. We may have to use video and film technology.
But so you're saying incremental recovery of the Gaelic perspective.
Well, the value of getting the true partnership into the church would mean that we then didn't have to replace the church just because it had been on the wrong track for 5,000 years.
True.
It has to be
true.
Maybe it's possible to correct without rebuilding the Gothic cathedrals.
But isn't this a little like trying to reform the Soviet Union and keeping the Communist Party around? I think the momentum of these institutions makes them hard to reform.
Well, the organization that collects the money and buys the land and so on might be totally replaced. But I think the architecture is good, as I think that the current music is evil.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Even though an analyst more expert than myself could maybe see dominator forms are built into the actual architecture of many of the cathedrals, I still think it's possible to revive them, that their form would take new meaning because of the life going on inside. If we have to start from scratch, figuring out architecture for a partnership society, then that's going to be very difficult. And I don't know if we'll have time to succeed.
Well, I think beginning with a revival of Gothic cathedral building in the high matriological style of Chartres sounds just fine. I certainly think that the Romanesque style is a dominator style and a ponderous and uncomfortable way to do it. But I love the Gothic and Gothic revival. I mean, this is a celebration of vegetation and lightness and air. And
well, my own sentiments exactly. I mean, I'm very interested to hear this proposal of Ralph's, because it's something that I've formulated starting from a different point of view and try to follow. Because as a practicing member of the Church of England, I obviously think that there's a value in the traditional continuity of the institution. I also believe that the way forward is, since it's obvious that organized religion is at one of its lowest ebbs ever, this in a sense creates an extraordinary openness and possibility for change. And I think that one of the ways in which modern Christianity could reconnect with the same sort of sources of inspiration that gave rise to the Gothic cathedrals is partly through the Gothic cathedrals themselves, which, at least in England and throughout the whole of Europe, are all still there. I mean, practically all of them are still functioning, and they still have sacred chants going on in them every day, prayers offered up on a regular cycle, just as great temples should have. They're continuously active sacral places that have been sacral for centuries and lead us to a position would at least connect us with the kind of ancestral psyche, because they're still functioning. They put us into that particular model of the cosmos that they had. The cathedrals, like temples, are models of the cosmos, and they have all the things that interest us in them in a way. I mean, there's the vegetation principle. There are gargoyles and protector spirits. There are green men, these mysterious vegetation gods that burst out everywhere in this mysterious way. They're usually dedicated, the greatest ones are dedicated to Our Lady, who was seen in various forms, particularly the form of Our Lady of Wisdom and Sophia in the Middle Ages. And they have in their windows geometrical designs. They have 3-fold mandalas, 4-fold mandalas, 5-fold mandalas, and then there are rose windows with these extremely complex psychedelic mandala things with all these stained glass windows. They have all these qualities. So they're one way, I think, of reconnecting us with the sacred places of Europe, and they connect us to the places and also to the traditional cycle of festivals. So I think that's one important route. I think another important route is through the practice of festivals in general, the sacralization of time, which some Jewish people are doing through revitalizing the tradition of the Sabbath, and the Friday evening lighting the candles with the invocation of the Sabbath bride or the Shekinah, the feminine principles involved in the home and in space and time and in the world and in embodied existence. And anyway, the sacralization of time is another way that can reconnect us with these traditions. And I think the most important aspect of this process, really, because I agree with Terence about the archaic revival, is to find behind the existing forms and existing festivals the pre-Christian roots, which in all cases are the ones that feed the particular timing of the festivals and the particular locations of the sacred places, and which ground the new religion in the old, and connect it through the present tradition as it still goes on. There's a continuous living strand in the tradition that goes right back to the pre-Christian shamanic societies of Europe. So I think that this is a connection that can still work. It works for me. I find it actually works, this connection. I find it does make me feel that I do have an affinity with the cathedrals in the high Middle Ages, and also with the particular places. But then obviously the whole thing has to be tied in with, if this continued sacralization of space and time involves recognizing the importance of sacred places everywhere, of every kind, including the hills and the high places and the sacred groves and the national parks and so on. So it would involve a much more animistic version of Christianity or Judaism, and it would involve the process that I've come to think of as the greening of God, this new greening of God process that's going on. It's theologians who've revived the whole tradition of Hildegard von Bingen and the greening process, and this whole hidden strand of the Judeo-Christian tradition, which may never have been a majority strand, but even as a minority strand can be used to authenticate, feed, and give life to a burgeoning of that aspect of the thing now, when that's what's needed.
Yes, well, it seems, Ralph, you're sort of advocating this. I find it...
I'm asking, is it possible? I'm not sure.
Well, what I was going to say was, McLuhan said it was inevitable in the sense that he had this notion that he called electronic feudalism, and he felt that the consequence of the shift from illiterate phonetic alphabet cultures, which existed for us as recently as the 1940s, that the replacing of it with electronic forms of media would have an effect on the ratio of the senses, and that the new ratio created by electronic media would be most similar to the ratio of the senses that existed in medieval Europe before the invention of printing. He based this on the idea that before the linear uniformity of print, you had to actually look at manuscript, because every manuscript was different, because it reflected the hand of its author. And that after print was invented, people no longer looked, they read. And this was a very different function where you don't actually study each E and L, you generalize. With television and electronic media, you're again returned to the situation where you must look, you must assemble out of a gestalt an image. You cannot read it. And he felt that the consequences of this shift in the sense ratio would be global and immense, that it would cause the fragmentation and dissolution of the nation state, which we certainly seem to be seeing in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and that it would return people to a kind of pietistic fundamentalism, homebound, because electronic media brings information to you, and that all of these factors would conspire to create an era in which the Gothic model would be very strongly expressed. I, from my own point of view, with the theory of the time wave, see this coming in the mid-90s and expect it to be very strong, and it will have many aspects in the same way that the Middle Ages are certainly an ambiguous period of time. I mean, the glory of the Gothic cathedrals is one side of it, but it was a time of wandering flagellance, pestilence, bigotry, suppression of women, hatred of outsiders, insularity, provincialism, barbarism, so forth and so on. But I think we're in an excellent position from McLuhan's point of view and from my own reasoning from entirely different premises to experience something very much like what you're advocating. And I, for one, look forward to it.
Well, I think the conditions under which this transformation could somehow take place would require, first of all, the decentralization, that one of the most patriarchal aspects of the church is the monolithic, centralized government of it. And just as there's the local movements, the little national movements for the resumption of languages such as Welsh and so on, and the return of the Slavic, the Baltic states to local control and so on, I think also the churches would have to be returned to local languages in order that their festivals could relate to the local hills, wells and trees and so on. And then on this local basis, the partnership of men and women emerging as a parallel movement within the society would, in the context of this emerging partnership, the locally controlled churches would then be transfigured so that their festivals had a new meaning and took place on the locally appropriate days and so on. I mean, that's just one level that people would have to value their local church. Maybe they would have dances in it and actually have their marriages in it and so on. And a lot of rituals would have to be rewritten, and then there would have to be scholarship as to the proper relationship of the ritual and the place. And then there would have to be journals where the scholarship was published or something, and then there would have to be an educational system, something like Sunday school, where this new stuff or old stuff was taught. And it could be that the society is much too rigid for any of these necessary conditions to be created.
What you just described sounded much more like a model of the Anglican Church than the Roman Catholic. I mean, the Anglican Church is autonomous. Each country has its own. The Church of England is the English Church. There's the Church in Wales. There's the Church of Ireland. There's the Episcopalian Church of the US, the Episcopalian Church of Canada. And then in all these African countries, they have their own. There with black bishops. And in each case, each church is autonomous. And some have decided to ordain women and have done so, like the Episcopalian Church in the United States and Canada and in New Zealand. Some have not decided to do so yet, like in England. And so there's a kind of pluralism of each finds its own way. Now, it's not the thing is, it's quite a flexible model. Anglicanism doesn't have the same problems with the Pope and the strong tradition of authority. It's a much more autonomous church, and in its organisation, each bishop has a high degree of autonomy, and each parish priest does too. So it's in his own parish. So that's one model, and it's not the only one. It's not a perfect one, but it's one.
But you've also said that religion, organized religion, is at its lowest ebb, and I think you told me that attendance in churches and Anglican churches in England is at at its lowest ebb.
It's now running at slightly under 2% of the population.
2%.
2%.
So somehow the flexibility of this system, which does indeed sound ideal for the purpose I'm describing in this fantasy, is actually of no use, has no attraction to people. And so what would be necessary in order to reverse this trend, to make it really of obvious benefit to go there?
Well, you might first ask, is it worth doing? In America, attendance at church is much higher, and it convulses the body politic because, unable to fulfill its sacral function, the church has become simply a ruthless lobbying force for fundamentalist social policy. So, I think new institutions, in your first statement, you suggested replacement. I think we should
build some new
level to the ground and start over, at least in America. The Anglican Church, I think its great virtue, as I understand it, is that it's fairly harmless. But in America, religion leads to hangings, in my experience.
Well, the Episcopal Church in America in particular, since Rupert said they're ordaining women, that seems to be a really major change. And maybe if this were the case in England, which I gather it is not
yet, but it
then
may
it
well
might be gradually increasing rather than decreasing attendance in church.
Well, I think the reason why, I think the main reasons for people attending churches would have to do with an appreciation of collective participation in ritual, appreciation of the benefit of established forms and a continuous tradition, and appreciation of sacred place. Now, I think that these are three strong arguments for going to services. You're taking place in a traditional ritual at a sacred place which has a validity and a tradition behind it. Now, I think any replacement of the Church of England or of churches as institutions, if it were to be effective, and if it were to sacralize political life, would have to be more than just vast numbers of proliferating tiny cults. It would have to be more than more. It wouldn't really work if it were like the religious landscape of Southern California, with its sort of divisive cultism. There would have to be a certain validity to it where it could authenticate.
It would have to have a valid mission. The
power of the ruler and the power of the political system, and validate the entire workings of the body politic. For that, you need something like an established church. And one of the problems of the United States is it doesn't have one, and it can't have one for constitutional reasons. So there's very little way in which the political life in America could be sacralized, since by definition it's secular. Now, so there's a different problem here in America, but say in Britain, consider this possibility. There is in fact already an established church which fulfills many of the traditional sacralizing roles. It's the custodian of the great sacred places of England, the great cathedrals and many other, Glastonbury Abbey, all these places, under the custody of the established church, which on the whole fulfills this role extremely well, maintains their sacrality and so on. Now, say that this is abolished, or simply allowed to wither and disappear, and say one wants to replace it with another institution which would be able to exert a widespread claim to validity through all classes of society. How would one go about doing it? I mean, the one reason I don't think that's a feasible route to follow is that I think you'd simply have a proliferation of endless small cults or sects, and that you'd be left with a secular authority and a whole secular official life which was thoroughly desacralized.
Well, one answer might be you have to find a religious mission of sufficient consequence to command that kind of loyalty.
In mythology, you need a unifying principle and attractor.
This fellow that I mentioned, Dave Brower of the Sierra Club, he actually said, to save the earth, we need an outbreak of religious mania that would dwarf Islam. This is an idea which can send millions on the move. This is the new idea. It counts above everything, and it will sweep across national borders and topple dynasties and melt away empires. And this is what got him tossed out of the Sierra Club. I mean, he called for a jihad to save the earth. And I think, this kind of thing is worth considering. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm a very big fan of the archaic revival, but as we talk about a new feudalism and look around the earth, we might ask ourselves, where is it that an archaic revival is actually underway, and how is it going? And the obvious example is Iran, where, people took archaic revival seriously, took old religious forms seriously, the importance of resuming old rituals, the importance of returning to tried and true ways. And it's, I don't think, not what we had in mind.
Well, they returned to a time when the sacred thread was already broken.
You mean the 14th century or something like that?
I mean, the essence here is the actual connection to the sacred. And I think now we can't have an archaic revival by going backwards exactly. We have to do our archaeology of knowledge to the point where we understand what the essence of it was, and to revive that would mean to bring it into modern forms. It would have to acknowledge, for example, that the total population of the planet is larger now than then. That means that recycling is mandatory. That means that green consciousness, Gaia hypothesis consciousness, would have to actually play a leading role in the actual rituals performed on the various days, and so on. Mm-hmm. So the mandate, I think, to create a new mythology that could organize different styles of churches on a path of convergent evolution would be one that was intrinsically attractive, because it actually offered a reversal of the present trend that was somehow obvious to people.
What about resacralization through religion as a slogan? I mean, it would come to many people as being a new idea.
Well, the churches would have to be taken over. I mean, where you have still a church government, a government that's excommunicating preachers for acknowledging the equality of women or something, is just too far removed from the current state of what the average person in our society knows to be attractive.
I think the thing is that religious reform has to come through a movement actually getting going and being practiced, and through example. And, it could spread. Either one could have the growth of a new religion, like, say, an ayahuasca church or something like that, spreading spontaneously, an entirely new thing. But sooner or later, I think to gain any authority, it would have to undergo a kind of syncretism with the existing structures of religion. And it could be reinvigorated in that way. That's one way it could happen.
So localization of control of the church would aid this process?
It would aid the process, yes. But I mean, the only other way it could happen, as far as I could see, would be through neo-pagan religious movements starting up in various ways. They'd then have to go back further than the sacred Christian sites. They'd have to connect with Aboriginal sites.
Well, that would be this jihad to save the earth, an outbreak of paganism.
But the thing is that paganism emerging in a post-Christian context would be so heavily flavoured with Christianity that one could say that it was a kind of neo-Christian paganism.
Well, then shamanism, the yet further back recension.
Well, jihads are not present in shamanism in the same way, I shouldn't think. The thing is, a jihad is a particular model with Jewish roots, perfected most by Islam, whose colour, incidentally, is green. If one says that the green movement should have a jihad, one has to remember that all the shrines of the saints and the colour of the prophet is green. But jihads had come out of the whole sort of Judaic crusade, jihad, the Jewish holy wars and so on. That's for the particular field from which the concept comes. Mm-hmm. And a green mass movement, you see, the most natural thing in a place like California would have decentralized movements of small cults, each with their following, a kind of entrepreneurial cult economy with no dominating giants and probably some secular antitrust laws to stop any of them getting too big. But that wouldn't cause a mass movement. A mass movement, a crusade or a jihad, requires a much more unified movement.
I think convergent evolution is a gentler way to go. I think that there's a real gap, a conflict between these two different strategies of starting a new system based on the archaic revival or pagan revival on the one hand, and revolution of the churches, resacralization by religion on the other hand. And that has to do with traditional church practice of denying the validity of previous forms, archaic pagan forms, and particularly carried to the point of revising history. I mean, pulverizing goddess figurines and statues and so on. What would be necessary besides partnership of the genders, local control, a green politic, and so on within the ritual of the church would be an acknowledgement of the validity of the essential religiosity of the pagan forms, including the goddess, the worship of idols, and so on.
And the psychedelic.
And that means that the Bible might have to be, here it is, abandoned. The Bible might have to be abandoned as sacred document of the church.
No, reinterpreted.
Reinterpreted. Okay.
That's a process that goes on continually, and the whole development of the Christian religion, like any other, depends on a series of reinterpretations of traditional texts. So the reinterpretation that's going on right now is through the process theologians, an attempt to develop the idea of an evolutionary God, of an evolutionary universe. That's one major strand of theological reinterpretation. And they have a very strong case, because the God of the Old Testament is not a Platonic, transcendent God outside history. He's a thoroughly hands-on, interactive God who's present within history, even arranging details like the passage through the Red Sea. You know, this is an interactive process. It's an ongoing providence that's guiding the historical process. That's the Jewish conception of God, a kind of process God, they would say, and I think they're right, that this is in fact the true Judeo-Christian conception. So a process evolutionary model is one revolution going on in theology. Another is the recovery of the feminine and a recovery of the tradition of the Shekinah, the feminine presence of God. Sophia, the holy wisdom, is the feminine wisdom principle, which is it could fulfill many of the roles of the world soul, which is feminine. And a revival of that whole tradition. These revolutions are actually occurring in theology right now.
I think convergent evolution is a gentler way to go. I think that there's a real gap, a conflict between these two different strategies of starting a new system based on the archaic revival or pagan revival on the one hand, and revolution of the churches, resacralization by religion on the other hand. And that has to do with traditional church practice of denying the validity of previous forms, archaic pagan forms, and particularly carried to the point of revising history. I mean, pulverizing goddess figurines and statues and so on. What would be necessary besides partnership of the genders, local control, a green politic, and so on within the ritual of the church would be an acknowledgement of the validity of the essential religiosity of the pagan forms, including the goddess, the worship of idols, and so on.
And the psychedelic.
And that means that the Bible might have to be, here it is, abandoned. The Bible might have to be abandoned as sacred document of the church.
No, reinterpreted.
Reinterpreted. Okay.
That's a process that goes on continually, and the whole development of the Christian religion, like any other, depends on a series of reinterpretations of traditional texts. So the reinterpretation that's going on right now is through the process theologians an attempt to develop the idea of an evolutionary God, of an evolutionary universe. That's one major strand of theological reinterpretation. And they have a very strong case, because the God of the Old Testament is not a Platonic, transcendent God outside history. He's a thoroughly hands-on, interactive God who's present within history, even arranging details like the passage through the Red Sea. This is an interactive process. It's an ongoing providence that's guiding the historical process. That's the Jewish conception of God, a kind of process God. They would say, and I think they're right, that this is in fact the true Judeo-Christian conception. So a process evolutionary model is one revolution going on in theology. Another is the recovery of the feminine and a recovery of the tradition of the Shekinah, the feminine presence of God. Sophia, the holy wisdom, is the feminine wisdom principle, which is it could fulfill many of the roles of the world soul, which is feminine. A revival of that whole tradition. These revolutions are actually occurring in theology right now.
Well, is there a tradition of Old Testament scholarship that can reinterpret stories about David and Melchizedek or Jericho? I mean, all these...
Oh, well, they're all being reinterpreted all the time. Melchizedek is, according to Father Bede's reinterpretation of it, the figure of the cosmic priest, who represents the priesthood of the cosmic religion, which is the root of all religion. And that's the religion which links us to the feature of the cosmos, to the earth and to the heavens, and to the cosmic revelation. And this is also implicit in the Old Testament, you see, because Noah, who is saved by God after this catastrophe, is given the promise, the rainbow. The rainbow is the sign of the cosmic covenant between God and Noah. But Noah isn't a Jew. He's the only man and woman. His family's the only family that survives the flood, and he's like the new Adam. He's the father of all humanity, of all races. It's only much later that you get to Abraham and the founding father of the Jews. So Noah is a generic father of humanity, and so there's a cosmic covenant of Noah, which is the basis of all cosmic religion, and one can trace that in the Bible. So it's not impossible, and in fact it's already being done, to reinterpret the Bible. It's always being reinterpreted. So one place would be getting rid of it, the other would be reinterpreting it, but the route that will be followed within the organic development of religion is reinterpretation.
So what's going on then? Is that basis of optimism about the future of our civilization?
Well, I think it's going on. I think it's going on to some extent. I think it needs to go on a great deal more. And you see, I think that if one's going to have a syncretism, one has to have things that can grow together. And there's no way in which a more priestess-based feminist element could grow together with this tradition than if it came into being. I mean, it has to come into being. And if the thing that can raise people to the barricades of this jihad, this green crusade, is the flag of Gaia, I mean, that seems to be the unifying banner of the present movement. It's the goddess, Gaia. It's the Great Mother. And as soon as you mention that it's the Great Mother, a lot of people start going off the idea, which is why the Gaia hypothesis is preferred by many of its proponents to be veiled in the obscurity of an antique tongue as Gaia rather than Mother Earth, because Mother Earth reminds people of mothers and then of their own mother, and tends to press buttons which many people would rather not have pressed when thinking about such abstract issues as the future of humanity on the globe. But that's the trouble with these metaphors, or the strength of them, that they do connect you with these concrete realities of experience. Anyway, if there were to be a true Mother Earth religion developed, it would obviously have priestesses rather than priests, because its central figure is a goddess. It would be relating human life to the earth, first and foremost, and it would tend to, then, our bodies return to the earth. It would get into the whole material cycles. It wouldn't have much emphasis on the stars or the heavens. And I think it would be very claustrophobic for a lot of people before very long, and people who'd want a religion that also brought in the aspiration for the stars, the heavens, the greatness of the cosmos, the space of the heavens. Then you'd have the choice of religious things. Is there a God of the heavens, Or is there a goddess of the heavens?
Well, in ancient Egypt there was a goddess of the heavens who arched over the body of the earth.
And Christianity, in response to that particular question, offers one a choice of either. Because God the Father is the Father in heaven, was traditionally the sky god. He's the sky god figure. But also, Our Lady is Queen of Heaven, having taken on the connotations of Astarte and the sky goddesses of the Near East. And her robe, of course, is blue in colour, coloured with stars. So she's, in a sense, the soul, the womb
The
of the
Anima
world.
Mundi.
She's the Anima Mundi, or the soul of the world. So these are different models. There are different models on the market, as it were, already within the tradition.
But if this Anima Mundi thing got going, this is not a fine-tuning of Christianity. This is, at last, the overthrow of it. It's hard to paint.
Let's call it a revolution.
Yes, a revolution, an absolute, no more this patriarchal, masculine dominator thing that has descended down through monotheism. I mean, it would be the pluralities.
Well, I think it would, in the Middle Ages, in fact, the Anima Mundi was a widely known concept.
It almost broke out, but then it was
But it
suppressed.
was compatible with the form of the Christian church they had at that time. The Aristotelian view of nature was entirely animistic. The Middle Ages had a form of animistic Christianity.
But they exterminated all this.
No, they did. Their church didn't exterminate it. The Protestant Reformation tried to exterminate it, and the scientific revolution carried that process further. But here's where you have to distinguish very sharply between the Protestant tradition and the Catholic tradition.
True.
Well, we've done a good work here. We've dreamed a dream. We've visioned a revolution of religion in which there would be priests and priestesses and the acceptance of psychedelics as a sacrament among some, and local control and renewal of meaning in rites and rituals and so on. Unfortunately, we've still got the continual decrease of attendance in these churches, and the fact that the revival might already be underway with the reinterpretation of the Bible and so on is going to be of no great use unless, as a matter of fact, it becomes attractive, which I think it's not. There's somehow a pretty strong habit of revulsion at churches, of hatred for churches and all the sins of the church over these past centuries. Plus, there's the competition of scientism as a new mythology, which is totally disjoint from the church and which has so many errors built into it as far as sensitivity to planet and all the Gaia and green concerns, that a syncretism of the revived church with science would not be possible without destroying the revived church. So somehow this competitor, so attractive because of the strength of his weapons and so on, the mythology of scientism, this would have to be dealt with, or other factors, whatever they are, which disincline people to be attracted to church, which makes church repeller for them, whether revised or not. What could be done in the way of education, media, what could be done to reverse this?
So you see the reason for the lack of attraction of the church is the presence of an alternative attractor, as it were, namely the worldview of scientism.
Well, we read
which is rather like the person, one of the big pluses of scientism emotionally for people is, which I had, since I was a convert to scientism at about age 14, I know very well, is that a bit like you, I mean, one can look around and everybody else is praying or appearing to pray, but one can somehow see from a higher point of view, because from the point of view of scientism, all this is just superstition. Man has risen beyond it through the advance of science and technology, and we're superior to the whole of religion, which is infantile and part of the past. I mean, this is part of the worldview of scientism, and I agree that, religious revival depends on a collapse of faith in scientism. But I think that collapse of faith is happening all around us. Old-style humanists, secular humanists, the campaigning atheist types, are a thing of the past. I mean, there's still a few of the older ones around, and in America you still find them. But you don't find them much in England, because there's no longer much to fight against. It's not as if society is totally strangled by the power of the church. That's very far from being the case. It's dominated far more by banks, financial institutions, military complexes. In marginal areas it may be affected by the church, but for all intents and purposes it's free of its control. So scientism is, I think, losing its impetus. There's a widespread public disillusionment with science, which is reflected in cuts in funding for scientific research and closing of science institutions, which is actually happening.
But this just leaves people stranded, having rejected the church in favor of science and having rejected science in favor of nothing. It leaves us with the dilemma of today.
Well, that leaves the void into which...
Why not psychedelicize and sacralize green politics, which otherwise is in the hands of a very boring bunch of materialist, breast-beating, neo-Marxist...
A clever conspiracy between green politics and a revived church.
Well, I would say that science and green politics can be sacralized through the psychedelic experience. Rupert's example of seeing everyone bowed with their head in prayer, and from the point of view of scientism, knowing that this is all superstition. But the next level up is the psychedelic person who knows that the scientist dismissing the people bowed in prayer is a poor fool. And so it's... I think that green politics, that what makes it so wishy-washy is its lack of a forthright metaphysic, and that they insist that they're rationalists, reformed socialists, saw-the-light Marxists, and all this other stuff. And none of that is good enough to inspire anybody. But a green party that used a mystical language, a psychedelic language, a language of integration and control and emotion and all this, would have, I think, a tremendous appeal. That's why Rupert is so keen for this ayahuasca cult coming out of Brazil, because on one level it's simply preserve the rainforest, help out little people, your typical bleeding heart rap. But on another level, it's a psychedelic religion that makes claims on the imagination, the heart, the soul.
So here's an attractive partnership, green plus psychedelic. How about the Eleusinian mysteries celebrated in the Cathedral of St. John the Divine?
Yes, plant psychedelic. It has to be understood that that this is the way to the guy in mind, that these things are sacraments, not metaphors for sacraments, real sacraments, and that their efficaciousness can have political consequences if the two forces are brought together. Everybody's going to try and out-green everybody else. The trick will be to tell the weasels from everybody else.
No, but they very well might out-green each other within the current context of desacralization, resulting in only a slight extension of time. You see that it's a huge system, and green is not enough, to recycle the plastic bottles. It's not enough to stop cutting down the Amazon jungle. It only earns a slight extension in the time available to evolve a better strategy for all the rest, the root, the population explosion, for example, the exhaustion of the energy resources.
This is what will give force to the call for fanatical vigilance. It really is a thing that is ready-made for fanaticism, because, people used to say, if God is on your side, what fears do you need to do? Well, if what your mission is to save the earth, it's very hard to see how you're going to negotiate compromises with people who don't want to save the earth.
Well, the answer is you have a range of people like you have in the environmental movement. You have Earth Firsters who are prepared to go furthest. They're the kind of radical terrorists.
The commandos.
Yes. And then you have other groups like Friends of the Earth and Greenpeace, which has now become more moderate, prepared to negotiate with the powers that be. But it's the extremists who set the agenda, and then the others can only moderate.
It's in the wake.
Yes, the others can only moderate in the wake. And I think that's the right-wing think tanks in Britain and America have shown us in the last 10 years, how a few people thinking out extreme policy options, or as they call them, future scenarios. Just 20, 30 people think out these sort of programs like privatizing things and so on. And then they set the agenda. Then there's sort of more moderate institutes that when the debates have been stirred up and the whole attention of the debaters shifted over in that direction through creating that as an option, the debate, then a more moderate institute works out the details and they get it achieved.
Well, this is classical revolutionary theory. If 30 people were willing to wage unconditional warfare against anyone who opposed saving the earth, headlines would follow, huge debate in the media, the immediate softened position directly behind them, the further softened position. Everybody would have to be heard from, like these people who blow up lumber trucks and dynamite railroads that are used to bring the wood out of the forest. I mean, this is all theater.
Well, basically, this sounds splendidly optimistic. The bad news is good news. The magnitude of the problem guarantees a response. The response will probably succeed. The successful Green Party will automatically negotiate a new partnership with the reinterpreted church. But frankly, I just can't imagine a holy war resulting in a peaceful partnership society.
Well, I think that this is a very desperate situation. The hope would be that faced with the possibility of a holy war, they would just abdicate. And the existing institutions would say, all right, we'll save the earth already. Rather than being hung, we'll save the earth. Sorry we didn't move faster, didn't quite understand what you were signaling. Now we've got it. Now we'll save the earth. By threatening them with chaos, absolute turmoil.
But anyway, this green movement, if it's to be effective as a political movement, must have a spiritual and a mystical dimension. And I think that's where the question comes in of how would it acquire one without either allying itself to a greened form of Christianity or Judaism, or without inventing its own kind of priestess or priesthood and carrying out its own rituals. Now, frankly, I don't see the latter happening. I can't imagine the green politicians in Germany and Britain.
Psychedelics is the obvious alternative.
Well, I think there's a
because it's an
time-scale problem, because the crisis is coming upon us with the speed of a tidal wave. I think that in the long run it'll be compared to the deluge. It's the flood, and the abdication of the great institutions of society from their present position and the rate at which they can jump onto the green bandwagon is quite fast compared to the time it will take to revitalize the church, to reinterpret the Bible, to obtain new sacred music, to institutionalize a priest and priestesshood of psychedelic exploration, and so on. And that people had really better get moving, I think, in the revitalized church movement if they want to be on the bandwagon at all.
Well, there are probably, if it's to be a psychedelicized green movement, the people who could lead it have been training themselves for years. They just didn't understand that's what they were training themselves for. But called upon to do so, they could step forward and operate in those positions.
But I think your idea of an order within, you had this model of the Franciscans and so on. What it would be, the best model would be one of like the Franciscan order.
Yes,
which would be a kind of autonomous local chapters loosely affiliated with the church, not in opposition to it, working loosely within it, and therefore being able to affect the whole network of it. And
so a priesthood of greens, especially the psychedelic committee, would keep track.
The psychedelic order.
The psychedelic order, or a green order. It would be a green order. And I think it would be very interesting to see what happened. I think it would have to have an ecumenical quality. In other words, I think it would have to be linked up to a green order of Judaism, because I think they'd have to work closely together. If this movement's to work, it's to be one where the Judaic tradition, and the Christian ones develop together, I think, in this process in the West. Because I don't think that it would work otherwise. Because so many influential people in Western society are Jewish. And if they're always going to be pulled towards the sort of old-style Zionist view of Israel and stuff as the sort of ultimate in world politics, it's not going to be very helpful. And so to come into this broader vision, I think there'd have to be green, Christian, and Jewish movements, different orders.
Yes, different orders, but there need to be green mystical orders associated with every religion that among themselves would have no discrepancy as to their view, based as it is upon this pure channel.
Right.
And therefore that would serve as a kind of neural network connecting up into a new unity, all of these presently very diverse systems.
That's right. The big green orders of Islam, green orders of Hinduism. And the green orders...
Neo-Sufi and Neo-Kabbalah.
That's right. And the green order in America would have as one of its roles the reconnection with the sacred places of America and their re-honoring and appropriate ceremonies. And the green order in England would have its role of connecting with the sacred places, and it would obviously...
So rather than a green party, a green order party is too much of
the party has already happened.
Well, the party is already there, but there should be a green order.
Is missing, and now I think we're summarizing our discussion into an actual proposal for a way that some of these goals could be obtained in a reasonable time. And that is through the establishment of a neural network, intercommunicating orders associated to the same sacrament all over the planet. The entire promise of the intellect has failed us. If it's necessary for the catastrophe to actually be upon us before people will act. And yet that seems to be the case. About nuclear power, for example, there's a small number of people who will stand up at the barricades and so on, but the majority of people will still continue to buy nuclear power. And it's really too late to wait until the tidal wave crashes on the shore. There will be no response.
No, we have
to mobilize. For a lot of things, it's already too late. The death of species, or 30% of the species, and so on. I mean, the numbers, the state of advance of the death of the biosphere is already so great that the jihad would be upon us if people were able to understand what they read and to project what that means and to respond with their heart.
So what they need are people and organizations which give permission to do that, and then their anger will rise. They won't have to be told what to do. They will know what to do if you just connect it up for them. They'll be furious.
Well, I think that part of the problem is the denial of the problem. And part of the denial is the corruption of the news media in not reporting the news.
Well, and the corruption of science on one level. I mean, for instance, this whole greenhouse thing, they've been hemming and hawing for 15 years, saying, yes, we now do detect, and it is true. It's no longer about colder, warmer. It's happening. We're aboard. We're taking this out of the hands of the mystics and the chicken littles and saying, yes, we, hard-headed university scientists, we agree.
Well, just as the organized religion needs revolution and reinterpretation, science also needs revolution and reinterpretation. And the Gaia hypothesis and its accompanying revolution in the sciences has forced scientists of different specialties to speak with each other who had never spoken with each other before. And that is a major restructuring of science, giving it the capacity for the first time to actually appreciate that there was a greenhouse effect.
Well, science for the first time has the capacity to measure its own impact on the world. I mean, the nuclear winter studies plus the CFC problem plus the CO2 problem. It's science that created these problems, yes, and that now reveals their magnitude as they bear down upon us.
So the accommodation of scientific view of history, archaeology, and so on in the church has to be matched by an equal resacralization of science, or I could say sacralization of science.
Yes, right.
Never had this connection in the past. That might be an essential connection in order for us to have a future.
Yes, the purpose of science should be the Greek purpose, to understand nature, not for techne. That all came later. We need to hold back from applications. That's the problem. I mean, let's just assimilate what we know at this level, try and save the earth, but not push deeper into application, because that is rape. That is this violation thing where, Taoists don't do it that way. They just are content to know how it works.
Well, all right, the catastrophe is coming. The revitalization of the church and the revision of science are already underway, and maybe in order to actually nucleate the social transformation that's implied, and which will inevitably result if we're lucky, it requires a certain nucleation site, a model first exemplar of this coalition. And that might take place somewhere, maybe in England, in Holland or someone, I would guess, probably not in the United States. And then from this model to spread outward in the rapid diffusion amplified by the media and so on.
Yes, a green party, a psychedelic.
Maybe we should be working on this model system in some particular time and place.
Well, I think one local way in which it could be in which it might happen or could happen is in the northwest of the United States, where there are in place quite large numbers of people who've already ritualized mushroom cults. And there's an ongoing ritualized mushroom cult there, which is a psychedelically motivated, influenced by American Indian chants and American Indian practices, involves an awareness of, in some cases, at least the American Indian versions of the four directions and the basic principles of localization in sacred space, yet which is disconnected from churches, as far as I know, and which is not integrated into the green political movement. But there's a sense in which ingredients exist, just to take where we are now, I mean, the American West. Ingredients exist, I think, for such a syncretic movement to happen. I think influences direct experience of these ayahuasca churches from the Amazon could help to nucleate this synthesis. The syncretism that hasn't really happened is the formation, the integration of these orders with the Christian world, partly because of a deep suspicion on both sides, and a kind of stereotyped anti-Christian view that people have developed in some kind of reaction against their Christian or Jewish background many, many years before, and have very rarely ever re-examined. And it's an impenetrable barrier they erect against their ancestors and the entire tradition they've come from, and try to function somehow keeping it all out. But it doesn't, because it comes around, the archetypes work unconsciously. And so one gets, I've met members of the mushroom cult who come across to me very much like Southern Baptist evangelists for it, and on inquiry I find their backgrounds are Southern Baptist. Anyway, this is one area where some of the ingredients, namely green politics, the existence of such cults, and an attempt to reintegrate them with the Judaic and Christian traditions is going on. So there's a sense in which this is one area where such a syncretism could emerge. Now, in England, one would first have to establish the mushroom cults, and there are lots of people who take the native psilocybin mushrooms, and the people who gather them, but I don't know whether they've developed into sort of circles, because the mushroom thing here developed, I suppose, under the influence of peyote circles and living traditions of sacramental use of plants. And these living traditions are living in America, but I don't think there are any continuous living ones in Europe.
Well, the inner order of the proposed church could grow mushrooms. It's very easily done.
But they'd have to import the ritual from America or something.
I think they have to develop their own. I think the way to do it, at least the way that the ayahuasca church person that we met suggested, as the way this ayahuasca cult happened in the Amazon was, first somebody took it, and Our Lady appeared to him in the form of Our Lady of the Forest, and told him to go into the jungle for 7 days, living only on roots and berries and so forth, alone, and at the end to take a large amount of this substance, the ayahuasca. Then she appeared to him again as Our Lady of the Forest and revealed the outlines of this ritual and its essential forms. These things have to be channeled. They have to grow through a channeling type experience. They have to be revealed rather than invented. And so I think that, say, a mushroom cult were to grow up in England, it would have to happen spontaneously under the guidance of after a suitable prayer. I don't know who would be the great patron of it. I mean, Glastonbury would probably be one of its sacred centres. But it would have to be revealed, the details of it, I think.
Well, there is a tradition, I guess, only not continuous, because it became extinct. Is that right? So the rediscovery of the Druidic rites or something could provide the model.
I think that it would have to be... The thing is, the Druidic rites are too far lost to be revived. And there was this 19th century-based attempt to revive the Druidic rites, and there are Druidic orders in England. There are quite a lot of them. They all quarrel with each other, and there's a plethora of these Druids. But mostly they've taken their doctrines from theosophists and reading esoteric books and so on. It's a kind of melange of Western esoteric knowledge that doesn't really have, to me at any rate, any convincing continuity with the mysteries of the Druidic past. So in a sense the tradition is lost, and it's hard to see how it could be recovered without it being a rather theatrical reinvention.
Well, except if you look how the Mexican mushroom religion does it, it's very logical. I mean, that's the way to do it. You do it in small circles at night with intentionality. There's song, there's prayer, there's silence. It's not a leap of imaginative vision to conceive of one of these ceremonies.
No, it's very easy to conceive of them, but for them to have a kind of authenticity in the eyes of those who participate in them, they have to have been revealed rather than invented.
Well, they are psychedelic experiences. The authenticity is going to come from the thing itself. We're not talking here about reciting mantras. This is the real thing, you know.
I know, but the thing is that the ceremony, I think, would need to be rooted in the spirit of the place and that sort of thing. There would have to be certain ritual elements for it to function, rather than to be rooted in the spirit of the place and to be part of a larger movement such as we're talking of, namely a green order, which would be the kind of mystical branch of a larger green movement.
Well, you see, what I'm trying to do in my book is argue that the mushroom was the symbiote of humanity, and that thus all human beings in all times and places can actually claim it as their...
So there's a gigantic creode.
Yes.
It should be possible to excavate it from any time at any place in the future.
That was the religion of human beings for the first 1,000,000 years. And it underwent a diminishing 10,000 years ago. And so the creode is vast.
Glacial.
Yes. With the desertification of Africa, it was broken up as recently as 7,000 or 8,000 years ago. There were probably still intermittent mushroom ceremonies when it climatically was favored to appear. But I really see it as a restoration of this lost symbiotic partner. So it isn't even ultimately a matter of the psychedelic experience per se. It's that psilocybin has some unique relationship to the evolution of the human nervous system. It in fact turns the human nervous system into an antenna to the Gaian mind, and then people behave appropriately in the same way that termites behave appropriately within the morphogenetic field of the termite nest. But if this antenna is not present in the human being, then the human being has to think up their own program, and it's usually power-crazed, lethal, short-sighted, and grabby.
But if that's the case, do we know that the mushroom cults that have sprung up, for example, in the northwest of the United States, have these led to, is your impression of the people who belong to them that these are people of an entirely different quality from those who don't belong to such groups, and that they're appropriate and in tune with the Gaian mind?
Oh yes, they tend to be rural, they tend to be communal, they tend to be non-motivated in the economic realm. In other words, they are living simply. Voluntary simplicity is a concept they're well familiar with. They have and value their children. They're exemplifying the values that peasantry has always exemplified because they live near the land. They want for nothing, but they have very little. That's my impression.
They haven't a plan to take over the Christian churches.
No, they are beyond it. They are in the thrall of their religious relationship to the mushroom. The save the earth part is sort of the political agenda.
But they're going to be absorbed by this political program sooner or later as the acid rain destroys their mushrooms.
Yes, well, I think they're more and more alarmed. My audiences, until very recently, preferred me to dwell on the mystical, the transhistorical. They loved that. And about a year and a half ago, people started questioning why there was no political content. Now they demand political content. There is definitely a shift on to make whatever your position is relevant to the encroaching crisis which everyone feels. We may imagine because we're intellectuals and because we deal with this data that it's more on our minds, but the housewife doing her ironing, the school child on the bus, people worry about the fate of the earth because the collective information field has now shifted its attention to this. The only competition for that focus on the need to save the earth is this stupid anti-drug thing, which is, the need to preserve the purity of your precious bodily essences or something like that. And in a way, the two are opposed. It's an issue of how we relate to the vegetable matrix.
Yes, well, there we see the forces in opposition to the resacralization program gathering and arming themselves.
Yes, in their usual fashion.
But you see, I think the psychedelic order is only one aspect of the resacralization program. The other one, as I suggested the other day, is a revival of pilgrimage and sense of sacred time. And this can be done in many contexts, and it can be easily incorporated into people's lives. And moreover, I find that it immediately makes sense to most people. Most people, you say, that the quality of time, at certain times are better, and to be conscious of these, and to the kind of historical fields attached to them, is better than to be unconscious of them. Most people can see that, and they say, of course. And the same with sacred places. Most people can see that the reason why pilgrims and tourists go to these places is because of some quality of the place, which is special. And so do you relate to the quality of the space consciously, and ask the spirit of the place to inform and illuminate you on your visit there and give you its blessing? Or do you treat it unconsciously and say, well, people thought that way in the past, but now we are scientific, we've risen above all that, that's just superstition, but we're interested in coming to this place anyway for historical or archaeological reasons and taking photographs of it and going home, but without opening oneself to the spirit of the place. One's relation to it being one of attraction to it, and yet an unconscious barrier between one. Now, if one puts it like that, I think most people can see that, because most people really are going to sacred places and really are going to the wilderness and so on because of a desire to make some such connection. It's part of the romantic, private, subjective tradition of our culture. But I think that making it explicit and pointing it out and showing how, in simple ways, how pilgrimage can be revived. I mean, simple principles like going with an intention, taking some offering, if possible, circumambulating the place to make it the cosmic center before entering it, and simple principles of that kind. It's fairly easy to resacralize tourism, and that's something which is immediately available as a mass movement, and through the impetus of the green movement, I think could be spread very rapidly.
Well, I think we've arrived at a certain vision characterized by, to me, surprising optimism about the possible outcome of this program involving the green, the sacralization, the psychedelic orders, and the successful escape of the downward spiral up the down staircase. We're talking about up the down staircase. And the way it's emerged in our trialogue, I think it sounds fairly plausible that it's possible and it's underway.
You've got a summary.
I haven't the energy to summarize this, because every time I try to summarize it, you've added something further.
I think it's in good shape unless you feel a summary coming on and I'll just shut up.
Well, a diagram. Ralph has this great ability to turn everything into diagrams.
Yes, well, we have a diagram in mind, definitely. We have, through poking around, rediscovered the basic institutions of civilization, the religious, the political, or the state, and the relationship to the earth. And then we've proposed revitalization of each of these areas and found them already underway. And then we've seen that the connection of these root revolutionary movements needs to be provided as a kind of a matrix between them, which would then integrate them into kind of a new social form with a chance of having a future. And this intracellular matrix between the roots could grow by evolution from a kind of a nucleation event. And so we've pinpointed something that actually we could do to provide this nucleation, and that would be a pilgrimage involving some small number of people from the green political movement and others from the new religious movements, for example, the councils of ayahuasca and peyote cults in the Americas, to give them a joint experience, sharing the spirit of the field of a traditional sacred place, particularly of the oldest roots of Western civilization. I don't know if we will actually do this, but we have at least dreamed up something we could do that has the potential of have a lot of bang for the buck in terms of giving people our idea for a new society.
Thank you.
Thank you. Education in the New World Order. Everybody agrees there's something wrong with the educational system that we have today. I mean, even mainstream official educationists are worried about it. There's something about it which doesn't seem to be working. And obviously, in the New World Order, there'll be an educational system of some kind. Every society or civilization has one. So one has to think, what kind do we actually want? And we know that the present kind needs replacing in some way. So what kind do we actually want? And what, if we take a walk through it, what would it look like, the educational system in the New World Order? Well, I think that the first thing about it would be that education would recognize that it is in fact a form of initiation, that its entire archetypal role is that of an initiation process. The education, in fact, the present educational system mimics the initiatory process, indeed is a kind of initiatory process, where you go through the different exams. Like every initiatory, you have a training, you pass through a time of testing or trial. and some fail, others pass, and the pass ones are the initiates. And so at every level you have 11-year-olds, sort of 15 high school graduations, college exams, Bachelor of Arts, Master of Arts, Doctor of Philosophy, and these higher and higher degrees and qualifications, each of which involves its test of initiation, each of which, once initiated into that hierarchy in the academic grade within the academic hierarchy, people have a kind of official certification of higher and higher levels of education, recognized throughout our whole modern society, which pays great respect to things like academic qualifications. You'll get better jobs, better employment opportunities, more respect. And that's, of course, why everyone wants these degrees, and why, to the despair of educators throughout the world, most college students passing through the universities seem to have so little real interest in the subjects they're studying. They want to, in the third world, it's very clear, they just want the degree, because with a BA or an MA, your entire social status has changed in India. And your marriage prospects, the size of dowry you can command, and so on. It's a quantifiable sliding scale of status. Anyway, this is the present educational system we have, and the present educational system is based on an initiatory model. And in fact, I think it is an initiation into a model. It's an initiation into what one could think of as the rationalist or humanist worldview, or mind set, frame of mind, way of thinking. And so one of the things that it does all along is to mean that the mind or the intellect is the predominant, godlike point of view from which everything is seen. So when you teach school children literature within this framework of this system that we've got now, this mechanistic, humanist, rationalist model, you don't just read them the great poems by sort of beating a drum and bringing the magic of the poem and going into the myth. You say this poem was written in 1635 by so-and-so, who was born in so-and-so, and you then learn all these facts about the poets, which you have dates of when they were born and died, and that kind of thing, which you have to be able to know for exams. And then certain stock ways of analysing Shakespeare's plays, for example, for school exams, where such and such a character does this role, and here Shakespeare was borrowing from this tradition and putting this, and taking the whole thing to pieces by this kind of detached analytical mind. The same in the fine arts. As soon as this mind gets onto the arts, you've got the same thing. You know, this was painted by so-and-so in the school of so-and-so, bought by so-and-so in such and such a collection, and so on. So I think that all these ways of distancing and the self and bringing the rational academic trained mind as being the supreme point of view is the initiation into which this educational system works. It makes that the supreme arbiter, a kind of human reason. And so it's this kind of rationalistic humanism. So it is an initiation right now. The present educational system is an initiatory system. One has to recognize that, and each of its levels, like commencement, graduation day from high school and so on, are attended by impressive public ceremonies which, in the classic tradition of public initiation and recognition to a higher grade or status, like a medieval guild or craft, it's one of the few realms in which that kind of world lives on, with these hierarchical gradations. With robes and all the apparatus in the realm of science, of a scientific priesthood, in fact. And indeed it is the scientific priesthood envisaged by Bacon in the scientific world, the academic model, and the priestly role of the higher initiates in running and ordering society, the more educated. So we do have that kind of system, but in order to replace it, we obviously have to have not only just tinkering with the present system, which is entirely dedicated to that view of the world, and when it extends its baleful influence over the third world countries, as I've seen it do in Indian villages, as soon as the school comes in, and the secondary school, these kids that go through that, they become alienated from tradition. They want to wear pants instead of dhotis. They want to work in cities instead of stay in the village. They want to have an office job, sort of with sitting behind a desk and being a kind of bureaucrat rather than getting their hands dirty. All these classical archetypes of a kind of Indian bourgeois aspiration. take over, and they're alienated from the village culture in which they were educated. Most of them drop off and go to the cities, and the villages they distill off, fortunately, for village life. But you can see this whole new frame of mind being introduced in the entire third world through UNESCO and through educational things. The first step is literacy. You've got to have them reading and writing, because then you can get across that what's in books is more important than what you actually feel or experience. Because the world of books, huge libraries and stuff, scientific journals, is vastly larger than anything any one of us could ever read, comprehend, or experience. So there's this overwhelming weight of fact which one can't but be in awe of and respect. And as soon as the more one's initiated into that world and the priesthood of the world of books and of the written word, then the more one's mind is bound up in that whole realm, and the more one's being's assimilated to it. And the less the realm of ordinary experience counts for anything. In fact, it still counts, but it counts behind the diaphragm that separates from the educated public persona from the private domestic or romantic solitude or hiking in the wilderness weekend persona or holiday in Bali persona. These other wilder, freer aspects of the personality are relegated to free time, not in the educated part. So the alternative educational model would still be based on initiations, but it would be based on going with the grain of initiation, which is throughout the world what most people want to be initiated into a lot of things. And they realize that being initiated into them means taking on a new social role, a new social pattern. And usually these roles are in some sense sacralized, guilds of craftsmen, etc., with their patron saints. And Indian castes, each with their own traditions, the potter caste, the weaver caste, and so on, with traditions and skills which are passed on with them. And the children with them want to be initiated into being a potter or a weaver, if you're in that. There's a respect and accord given to the initiates, which the young aspire to. And you get exactly the same thing in our own society with driving. I mean, most adult people don't want to be the kind of people who either can't drive or haven't qualified for a driving license. And they have to go through a learning period, and they have to pass the test. And once they've passed it, they join the club of qualified drivers. Most kids actually want to be initiated into that. There's a real power, a kind of magnetic pull about being along. There's a glamour to it which they want. And a whole new freedom and a true initiation takes place. And these are very deep, and people want to be initiated into swimming, into sex, into drugs of various kinds, into games, into skills and professions. These are basic desires for initiation. So the model of education would be this initiation-based education, of which the present educational system has many of the elements, but in a kind of parody version, because these tests only operate in the written mode, they only operate in the language mode. All examinations involve sitting at a desk with a pen and writing, that they entirely work through this written mode, and they're initiations into the written world, as it were. So there are other kinds of initiations, and if you think about it, a lot of the present educational system could be transformed by recognizing its initiatory quality. Like medical students, to become doctors, have to dissect a complete human corpse. This is an absolute requirement. And every medical student, when they first come into the dissecting room, undergoes an instinctive, deep-down revulsion from this room full of partially dismembered corpses, something against which all societies have had taboos, on the respect for the corpse and that sort of thing, the power of a corpse. And to overcome all these traditional taboos, they have to adopt a highly detached and usually jocular attitude, with dissecting rooms full of people playing hockey with, as they did in the Cambridge ones, with severed legs, using testicles as the hockey balls, this kind of thing. A typical medical student hijinks in the dissecting room, where this kind of jocularity is forced as a response. Say, instead of that, to become a doctor, you have to dissect a dead human body. And to do that, you have to have a meditation on death first. You maybe have to, like in a Tibetan meditation, spend a night in a graveyard and, really confront what one's doing, that the initiatory quality of being in it, confronting death in some kind of way. This is a solemn moment. And in most other trades, professions, skills, etc., there would be this initiatory way of doing it, which exists to some extent in voluntary organizations and clubs and hobbyists of every kind, who want to have their people pursue things because they're really interested. There'd also be adolescent initiation rites somewhere in this. We mentioned that at Hollyhock, Jill and I were talking about vision camps, summer camps, where kids go and where there's a truly initiatory program now, involving a vision quest, for example, at least 24 hours away, alone in the wilderness. These camps already exist in northern Vancouver Island in the summer, mostly for Indian youths. And so there'd be this initiatory quality introduced throughout the educational system, and computer modeling, for example, would be a very important part of the initiatory thing into mathematics, which would be an initiation into the mathematical landscape, which is the hidden mystery of mathematics, into which most students of it never get an inkling. They don't even know it's there, because mathematicians don't talk about it. They pretend that it's this rational system of numbers and symbols. But actually, the really good ones have these vivid visual imaginations, which is where it all happens, where the magic goes on. Well, now, one of your great points is this can now be rendered visible through computer models. You can enter into it as you can through fractal programs and that kind of thing, and actually explore the mathematical landscape in the privacy of your home from moderately priced diskette available from Ariel Press. And so this obviously is part of it too. So, and also within each branch of learning, there would be, through ceremony, you'd learn about how to mend cars, you'd learn from plumbers about the elements of plumbing, you'd learn useful things in schools, and be initiated by members of recognized trades or professions, like a plumber would teach you plumbing, a real plumber, who's really part of the kind of plumbers union, the really initiated plumber world. And so you'd see that you'd have an entry into these different worlds through these initiations, which could take place within the framework of ordinary schools. And through acknowledging the tradition, which is in each of these cases a way of life, a whole cultural tradition, not just a piece of book learning or things written on paper, you come into the larger group dynamics, the social psyche, the education would be integrated into the larger emotional and intuitive and social bonding aspects of one's life. Anyway, one kind of educational system that has this initiatory quality to some extent is the workshop system, and this is the principal alternative educational system that has developed outside the orthodox one. And it's obviously the best model for actually replacing the present one. A vast extension of the workshop system of education, because workshop-type education involves people interacting as a group, and it's impossible to forget the group dynamics. It's not just a teacher in a classroom who are meant to be quiet, although in fact what's going on is group dynamics of often turbulent kind. The workshop makes the group dynamics explicit, and is the model of people who actually want to learn something together, to make some new insight, to make some new step or experience or transition, which, at the end of which, Friday noon, they'll have actually been through a kind of group initiatory experience, which has involved a group bonding, a new shared way of seeing the world, a new consensus reality emerging, a new insight into self-transformation, etc. Initiatory hopes, anyway. The other thing is that, the other final point is that for the educational system to be transformed, each branch of it, each profession of it that already exists as a kind of guild, like mathematicians have their own kind of guild, and biochemists, and these are guilds with their founding fathers, their honoured traditions, etc. They're like guilds. Each one of them has to, from within itself, within the group, have a new vision of what it could be, like revisioning psychology, like Hillman's book. There's the revisioning model, revisioning medicine. What would happen if a group of doctors got together, led in a workshop-type format at somewhere like Esalen, and did things like shamanic chanting in a workshop format, and then also discussed what was their original vision in becoming a doctor, what was going right back to contact the original inspiration for each of them, and then tell it to other people. What did you see medicine could be? What's your experience of it as you've actually come into it? Limitations and so on. And what could a new vision of medicine be? A new kind of healing profession. This kind of revisioning could occur within each of the, what could a real botany be within the botanical? A real botany would be a science really related to the spirits of the plant world, as well with an understanding of their forms, names, colours, embryologies and so on, but essentially knowing in the greatest detail that, and relating to the spirits of the vegetative kingdom. So this would be what the new professions would be like, and they could be transformed, I think, by a whole transformation of consciousness that could come about in a group format within members of the profession, a whole new vision of what it could be. So, in summary, I think that in the New World Order, the educational model would be an education through initiation. The initiations will be things that people on the whole want to do and involve far more than just writing things down, but actually a real mental, physical and social competence to do whatever it is that needs to be done, which is what involved in real guild initiations, apprenticeships and so on. And that the workshop mode is probably the best model for what the new educational models would be like. And the professional groups that already exist to transform these traditions from within, which has to be done to maintain their organic integrity as a profession, and hence the source of ancient traditions, which can actually have a mythic power and therefore help to transform. All this might happen in a new millennium and lead us into a new psychedelic world order.
Well, it's very interesting. I agree. I think you put your finger on it, that this initiatory thing is the continuing thread from the archaic that could lead into the future, and that means there's reason for hope. The only thing I would really add to that is that when I imagine the educational system of the future, I think that part of our problem and how we reached this historical impasse was through accepting a kind of historical amnesia, and that the education of the future should have a tremendous focus on history. The educational system currently in place I take to have as its sort of paradigm the teaching of physics. In other words, the conveying of an extremely abstract, mathematically based description of nature that ushers into high engineering competence. And I would imagine in an ideal educational milieu in the future that perhaps the science of archaeology might replace the science of physics as the place where focus was to go. Most people are not aware of the revolution in information recovery ability that has occurred in archaeology in the last even 10 years. So that in a sense, a kind of telescope into the past is being erected by the world archaeological community. And teaching this is a way of re-anchoring ourselves from the post-industrial notion of history as a kind of trendless fluctuation or a class struggle or some of these other very disensouled models of what the human journey through time is. So I think we have fallen into a kind of historical amnesia. This has blunted the acuity of our political decision making, and that part of reforming education has to be to teach people that history is a system of interlocking resonances in which they are embedded, and they are going to be called upon to make decisions which will affect the state of life on this planet millennia in the future.
So without a complete knowledge of history that is seamless from the birth of the universe down to yesterday's headline, we're not in a position to act toward our best interests. And I take education broadly to be the inculcation of attitudes that cause us to act generally in the interest of all. That's about it. I think your other very strong point is the power of the feudal guild model, and that this goes hand in hand with the McLuhanist expectation of what he called an electronic feudalizing of society, that this hierarchy of academic cant that has been built up is in fact a sham, a thing of squeaking gears and creaking pulleys that is left over from another age, and that we should just understand that education is a kind of value-neutral medium, and that whether you learn the Tao of waste disposal or the Tao of 16th century Spanish literature, you are essentially tilling the same field, and that people have lost the sense of the howness of their professionalism, and the educational system has been contaminated by concepts of class struggle, class difference, this sort of thing. Ralph, what's your take on that?
Well, I like these revisions, as far as they go. I think the initiation mode is a good one in that it has a traditional track record, successful track record. It engages the motivation of children to try to proceed from the green belt to the brown belt and so on. And it also is, as you correctly pointed out, Rupert, is the system that we have in today's educational factory. So I think that this is excellent as far as it goes, and I like the workshop mode, and I think I agree, Terence, it would be valuable to infuse the curriculum with new dimensions of history, archaeology, and the revision of the past. And the revision of the past must be revised annually. And this mode would make that possible, because I presume in the workshop model you have in mind asking a different plumber every year, asking a different archaeologist. It would not be a professor with tenure.
Oh no, the ones that remain actually professional plumbers that would come in there.
Yes, but still I think that this somehow doesn't go far enough. I feel uneasy in that maybe the main problems in the current system haven't really been engaged yet. And the trouble is we don't know exactly what they are. And no, I think this view is kind of focusing on higher education, and maybe that's good, because lower education will always be on the way to higher education, and when higher education is transformed, it will somehow change the whole system. And myself, I took a shortcut in school and left in the 9th grade and never returned. And then I entered early in university, and I'm now starting my 40th year, so I can not really suggest a revision of the elementary school system.
Well, the inculcation of feminism and feminine values, or some kind of way of feminizing the whole system in those early grades,
yes,
that's probably the most important.
Infusing the current system with a new spirit, I think somehow won't do it. And among the rash of books criticizing the higher educational system this year, there's one, Page Smith's The Death of the Spirit, which he's a historian, America's premier historian, and he spent half his book complaining about the current system and the other half discussing how it got that way. And I was pleased to discover that the higher educational system of Europe and America is not getting worse and worse. It was always this bad. We can take fault even if we go to the first one, which is when Ptolemy gave this huge endowment to the Alexandrian Museum. Here we had professors with lifetime tenure, and his responsibility was to give one lecture per week, or to contribute a poem or amusement for public display.
Sounds like a good job.
So Page Smith takes issue, first of all, with the tenure system. Now, I like the tenure system. I would be out on my ear years ago if I didn't have this very, very strong job security. But somehow it's part of the problem, I think. And you have to ask, in your vision of the new educational system in the new world order, where the workshops, who is organizing this? Where is the Department of Administration, the administration building? Who's deciding which workshops will be offered, which plumber will be, and so on? Will there be new emphasis on feminist revision of history? Will there be new results from archaeology or not? Somebody, after all, is deciding, whether it's the PTA or whatever. How many people are going to school? All, a few, those who wish? Rewards will be offered, yes or no? I mean, these things have to do with nitty-gritty, the nuts and bolts of running a school system. And as the system evolves, or devolves would be more honest, since we don't expect it to get better and better in the course of time, somehow the paths of its devolution the seeds would be contained in this administrative system put in place in the beginning. Who is in charge? The students participate in decisions and so on. Then, even with the initiation model, I find some anxiety in thinking about this, because we have in the current initiation system, there are two different roles in the initiation that in the beginning of your introduction you alluded. One is initiation, as with the corpse. And the other is valuation, the accreditation, a guarantee to the world that this doctor has reached a certain level of skill and is therefore accredited, authorized to dispense antibiotic medicines by prescription. That means that in the initiation there has to be a test. And in the test, usually verbal, as you said, although when I was an engineering student, we had to pass the welding course. The test was given by a tensile test machine.
Oh, in the sciences, practical as well, of course.
Yes. So I, as a teacher, always hated this testing aspect and claimed other people should do it. I'm only willing to teach people who want to learn from me. That is my only role that I accept. But nevertheless, I must write letters of recommendation. Students who have been friends, who have respected me, who now beg me to assist them by writing a letter of recommendation. I must say that this student reached a certain level. I don't even know what level the student reached. And whatever I thought it was, I'm not sure. And even if I was sure, I wouldn't know how to say it in a sentence. I hate this role. And I hate grading tests and trying to figure out where to place the lines between the grades A, B, C, or whatever. So the testing aspect and the initiatory aspect must not necessarily to be combined into a single tool, function, or whatever.
No.
And so I like the initiation, I don't like the testing, and yet if you don't have the testing, then the educational system is somehow failing its mission to society in doing one of the things that society asks it to do, which is to produce tradesmen. You see, I don't accept plumbing in the educational curriculum. Everybody should learn computer programming and other kinds of plumbing, of course. But I think the heart of the curriculum, the school system, should somehow transcend the trades and the apprenticeship for a profession and the learning of basic skills, walk, run, jump, eat a complete diet, and so on. Where is spiritual value? Where is moral and ethical value? Where is the fabric of society, as it were? Where is that taught? If not in the school, then embedded in soap operas or where? Somehow the curriculum has to have a spiritual, moral, social values, which could fit in the workshop mode, which could be consistent with the initiatory, but have nothing to do with the trade school and the trade union. More, there would be maybe some spiritual elite, some professors of moral philosophy. We would have Plato and Socrates would be leading a workshop, something like that. Then I could see that it fits in this mode. but somehow whoever is arranging the workshop in plumbing and who's arranging the workshop in spiritual value, these must be, I guess, differently qualified people. Finally, I think this, another thing that has crippled the modern university is the isolation of the specialties. And I don't see in this new vision a way of dealing with that. I think that besides the workshop with one leader, we must have workshops with trialogue leaders so that the interplay of the different specialties could be given due time, in fact, equal time with specialties. I don't propose, as many people do, to replace courses in specialties completely with interdisciplinary courses. I think it's kind of a partnership. Mother Earth, Father Sky, that there will be specialties and equal time for syncretists to put it together and obtain some meaning from 3 or 4 specialties, and to free associate upon all of this, relating whatever is the subject matter of a workshop, of the entire educational experience, to the progress, the future of society, and the evolutionary challenges presented to each generation. Well, these are just some other problems I think not addressed by your suggestions so far, and that somehow these have to be not addressed individually, but taken into account somehow in the overall design of the educational system for a new world order. It needs the participation of the community in the selection of the curriculum. It needs a certain rigidity that resists evolution that's too fast. It needs the partnership of the special and the general. It needs the relationship to life not only in terms of fixing the faucets, but also in making moral decisions in every day about how to relate to altruism and selfishness and synergy. And I have no idea how to do this, how to change the system. I just think that what you've suggested is the beginning of an evolutionary track, very similar to the one that we're now on, and in the course of just a few years or generations would result in the same mess that we now have. We need a new idea.
Well, I mean, what's obviously the element lacking from what I talked about and which you draw attention to is largely the kind of spiritual dimension, because I was talking about a reformed secular educational system, taking for granted the fact that the present educational system is secular. Now, if one can think of a spiritually based educational system, then it's in a completely different realm of possibilities. The problem, however, is that if it were Christian-based, then all the Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and atheists would object. If it were Jewish, all the rest, and if it were Hindu, then fundamentalist Christian parents would object. What's stymied, one of the terrible impasses of the modern educational system is because of secular pluralism, and because the importance secular pluralism has for the modern political ideology, which is this kind of humanist, capitalist, free market idea. I mean, it's a very important feature. It means that no one spiritual traditional practice can be used in schools. I mean, except in explicitly Roman Catholic schools or Jewish schools or Muslim schools, which is why a lot of people want separate Roman Catholic, Jewish, Muslim schools, exactly because they do think this is important. But in the secular system, you can't do it. So there's a terrible blockage there. And the only way to overcome this problem would be to have a new official world order, which could empower, accredit, etc., which is not the secular state, because the secular state, by its very nature, is desacralized. It's a humanist concept. Mm-hmm. So the thing is that this revolution would have to go a long way if you want the entire package deal.
A long way. We want to go a long way. It would require
some kind of new religious consensus into which people could be initiated. Now, I think that's perhaps hoping for too much. And my more moderate suggestion would be, firstly, that each initiation has to involve a real experience at different levels of reality. So like archaeology, you wouldn't just study in books and see slides and videos of these things. You'd have to go to certain sacred places and maybe spend the night there alone. if it was that kind, or the day there, or whatever, so that you actually came to know the spirits of these places that you've been talking about, the kinds of places. You knew it directly from real experience. And you'd also do this kind of thing. If it had this vision quest element, you'd have a group initiation quality to it as well. And there'd be the sense of initiation into social groups and the honor of groups and so on, which would be a series of self-regulating societies, which would be models. Then, if for the entire society to have a system of regulation, you need to have official state rights, like they do in Japan through the Shinto religion and the emperor, and as we do in Britain through the monarchy, and still acknowledged official state rights, like the royal opening of Parliament, praying for the Queen, and that kind of thing. But most countries don't have the possibility of transforming that system. In Britain we do, and I think the problem is quite different here in America, because there isn't. American politics is based on a different model, a desacralized model.
Yes.
So the alternative is the American way would be to have a free-for-all. And how it would work is this. Each student at age 17 would be given a book of 55 workshop vouchers, and they'd be told that to become an initiated adult, they'd have to take 55 workshops over the next 3 years, or maybe 40 workshops or whatever, and there'd have to be 5 in the kind of group dynamics, social myths, history, understanding our society, and the kind of social ethic as well as direct group experience. Some would be in philosophy, others in natural history and knowing about the natural world, etc. So you'd have some stipulation on the minimum number in each. And then there's a computerized, centralized Esselin, Hollyhock, etc. catalogue. Far many more workshop centres would spring up all over, based on modified summer camps, etc. And or modified schools, existing schools. And you'd have local patterns of workshops, and you'd have also ones to which people travel and stay. And
I mean that the student's credential on finishing the use of the 55 vouchers would be the list of workshops that had been completed to the point of initiation.
Then it would be, the whole process would be started by some initiatory thing into this pathway. Each workshop would itself have an initiatory pattern. And the whole thing would culminate in some final test, which would be the borderline from the student having passed a test not only involving intellectual skills, but also skills in groups, also some kind of social sense or responsibility, as actually done through groups and workshop learning, making group dynamics conscious and so on. And then there'd be some final test that involved all these, and it would be like one of these, and I think it could probably also involve, like the Eleusinian mysteries, a psychedelic revelation. I think this would be probably the best way to have the graduation thing. You'd have to have this psychedelic initiation thing. Now, maybe mushrooms would be the best thing.
Oh, absolutely. The archaic return, the culmination of the educational process in the archaic mystery, which is where it always ended.
Well, besides the fact that you address my complaint about the lack of the sacred with actually an interesting covert plan for the introduction of a new world religion through these religious aspect of the initiations and the visits to the sacred sites. There's also the possibility, since there's no school in this plan, there are workshop centers all over the place, that ordinary courses of religion, ethics, and so on, according to different traditions, would also be offering workshops, and students, according to their choice of ancient tradition, could take a Neo-pagan, Neo-Platonic, and Neo-Pythagorean, and
Roman
so on.
Catholic, Methodist,
Yes.
Islamic, Hindu. There'd be workshops in these and Tibetan Buddhist, led by people in those traditions. If you want to know about Judaism, you don't go to a religious education instructor who tells you about it from a book. You go to do a workshop with a rabbi.
Yes. And then the relationship between education and the job market would be imagined then through some classified ads. If a person wanted, must have 3 W courses, 2 E courses, and 1 S, or something like that.
Right.
And then as these requirements of different industries became known, people seeking a certain profession would see to it that they learned how to read, for example. Or How to run a computer.
Well, that would be one way it would work, yes, and I think that this educational system probably would fulfill the needs of industry, although I hadn't thought of it that way, better than the present one, because it would actually give a much better sense of the industry. They're not interested in taking graduates who just think from books. They complain all the time in Britain about how they don't want university graduates in a lot of British industry, because their heads are too big, and they're too big for their boots, and they don't respect practical experience, so they'd rather take people straight from school. Common pattern.
Well, English universities were started by the church, but American universities, as Page Smith points out in his book, were started by tycoons of business. And each successful tycoon had to have among his credentials a university he'd started with an endowment. So, besides, I think the vision, this is a good one, is becoming for me personally more and more satisfactory and also plausible. I think that some people have suggested, actually, that the public school system be replaced with a voucher system.
This is
an active proposal at the moment.
This is a Thatcherite idea, too. The point is, this voucher system is part of the current political orthodoxy, so it's very easy to see how it might be realized in a new form.
Yeah, well, that's, I think, a question we have to face is besides the envision of the final product, also some idea as to the path that goes from here, point A, to their point B. And it's hard to see how to get rid of this entrenched public school system. It would have to be, as we're talking about politics here, there would have to be a plebiscite, where the voters insist on the opportunity to control the school system, and that they want a voucher system.
You simply privatize it. And you privatize the education, you have a voucher system valid at any school, a well-known approved list, which is constituted by a new kind of educational board, not the old one. And the approved list includes Waldorf schools, Montessori schools, it would include Catholic schools, Islamic schools. I mean, there'd be a whole range of accredited schools, including former public schools, which would now become sort of autonomous town schools or something. They'd compete in the open market. And this system would be it'd be pluralistic, it would be extremely responsive to what people actually want and what parents and students are really interested in. And it would have the advantage of being very decentralized and self-regulating.
I think that some people have suggested, actually, that the public school system be replaced with a voucher system.
This is
an active proposal at the moment.
This is a Thatcherite idea, too. The point is, this voucher system is part of the current political orthodoxy, so it's very easy to see how it might be realized in a new form.
Yeah, well, that's, I think, a question we have to face is besides the envision of the final product, also some idea as to the path that goes from here, point A, to their point B. And it's hard to see how to get rid of this entrenched public school system. It would have to be, as we're talking about politics here, there would have to be a plebiscite, where the voters insist on the opportunity to control the school system, and that they want a voucher system.
You simply privatize it. And you privatize the education, you have a voucher system valid at any school, a well-known approved list, which is constituted by a new kind of educational board, not the old one. And the approved list includes Waldorf schools, Montessori schools, it would include Catholic schools, Islamic schools. I mean, there'd be a whole range of accredited schools, including former public schools, which would now become sort of autonomous town schools or something. They'd compete in the open market. And this system would be it'd be pluralistic, it would be extremely responsive to what people actually want and what parents and students are really interested in. And it would have the advantage of being very decentralized and self-regulating.
School as a business.
Yes.
What you're proposing.
Well, right now, school is a business. It's a professional career. The only thing is that it's administered by money taken from us through taxes and administered through a centralized bureaucracy for a bureaucratic organization. Now, school is a business. Both ways we're paying for it. I mean, it's not coming free either way.
Right.
But the way that you can deal with this is the voucher system are issued by the government to each student by the Ministry of Education. When you're 18, you get a book of vouchers.
Probably medical schools and attorneys and so on would continue more or less as at present. And they would have entrance requirements that there's so many B courses for biology or S courses for science or something like that.
But I think that you see, the voucher system, the workshop mode, like, you see, the other side of this is the reform of the existing professions. Because if you have a group of astronomers, for example, revisioning astronomy, a workshop weekend led by some astronomer plus maybe Terence or you or somebody or me, or an outside person also to be part of the workshop group, maybe Jill to lead in some chanting. And then you go into what's their original vision in astronomy, what is it that interests them most, what could astronomy be again today? Well, one thing it could be is helping to reconnect people with the heavens, designing these henges that we were talking about, setting these things where you know where Jupiter and things, so that this goes into every school, and so that children actually learn about the heavens. This would be, then there'd be things where people who are learning astronomy go out at night, have classes at night under the stars and learn the constellations and have tests in how well they know them. And so astronomy related once more to the actual heavens. That would be the new vision in astronomy, which with the direct experience, including maybe communicating with stars and the subject of star spirit, together with all the stuff on radio pulsing nebulae and quasars and stuff.
Yes.
So, and in each science, Gaia, geology, the new geology, would not only involve studying rocks and knowing about them, but studying them in the context of a sense of the life of Gaia, a Gaian geology that would be in a Gaian perspective, and which would begin and end with rituals that connect the geological profession to its patroness, Mother Earth.
Well, as the bond issue and the plebiscite are put on the ballot and passed, the students are issued their booklets of 55 vouchers, and the new structure is put in place and simply begins. There still may remain a terrific lack of teachers who would wish to or be able to offer such courses. That the ignorance of the meaning of the ancient sites and the significance of the stars and so on can't be overcome in a day. So chances are in the new form, people would continue teaching exactly what they teach today, and that the workshop of astronomers to revision astronomy and so on would not have a very quick feedback, or maybe any feedback, into the curriculum or the actual conduct of the school, so that while they envisioned a new astronomical profession, that the workshops at all the workshop centers kept on teaching the old one. And somehow there would have to be a miracle to get the whole system onto a new track. And this
wouldn't happen overnight.
The resacralization aspect that we are mostly longing for could never happen, might never happen.
Well, I think
we need to trigger it.
Well, I think that it would have to happen in this new model. You wouldn't just get a booklet of vouchers through the post. To start your path, you'd now be entering the stage of a kind of apprenticeship or learning. There'd be an initiation ceremony, and you could be initiated in any one of a number of ways, through a Christian, Jewish, Muslim. Each religion could run, or if you didn't want to have any of the ones offered by the various religions,
the New World religion would always be a possibility.
There'd be a new world, there'd be a chance for free enterprise in this area, sort of New Age initiations with vague stuff about crystals and
green feminists.
Yes, that kind of thing. There'd be all sorts of... But you'd have to go through one of these initiations, which would be based on initiating you on the path you're going on and calling in blessings on your journey and that kind of thing. Then you get your book of vouchers as part of this ceremony. And this happens at a sacred place of your choice. I mean, you're not forced to go through any one tradition.
So setting up that particular system of initiation rites would be the key step for switching the whole system onto a new path.
Yes.
You'd have to sort of engineer that.
That would be fairly easy, though, because you'd say the importance of initiation for the psychology of children is of vast importance, is now universally recognized. I mean, you can make a strong case that therefore our educational system needs to have a more initiatory quality.
We're talking about the 27 million young Americans who are of the age for this first initiation this coming fall, and how exactly are we going to accommodate this number of people in a new system with the production of 3,000 to 5,000 new teachers?
Well, I'm not thinking, you're thinking about a model of overnight change of the entire American system. I'm thinking of a pioneering experiment in a limited area.
That slowly grows if it deserves to.
The thing is, the way that things happen organically in society, you never convert a system without some prior model of it working. I mean, whenever you try and get any money, persuade anyone, if you can say, look, this is, I've got it going, here it is, you can come and see it. You know, it's vastly more persuasive. And Short-Terence does a lot better by being able to say, look, here are the plants, this is the botanic garden, that's it.
Yeah.
Rather than with a bit of paper saying there's this project and, you know, I think there ought to be
something concrete.
Yes.
And so if the workshop system is already up and running as a concrete alternative to the present education, that's its great advantage. It exists. It exists in a pluralistic free market form, which is self-sustaining so far without state subsidy.
Yes.
That people do because they want to do them. And they want to do them because they know that in the workshop they'll, on balance, come out feeling better than when they went in.
So it's not much growing now, but perhaps if people did have vouchers, then it would suddenly start a rapid expansion.
I think it would be a completely new format, because at present no one aged 18 goes to a workshop. It's a system of education entirely for the middle-aged. It's
what an oversight.
Yes, no, he's on to something.
It's made no contact
how
with the world of people under about 30.
Attract an 18-year-old to a workshop? What would be necessary?
He used to talk about psychedelic drugs. I get him. Not quite 18, but 20 to 25.
I think if we did dialogues on morphic resonance and chaos and psychedelics, the trialogues, I think there are a lot of
younger crowd.
Yes, if right now they have to pay $385 or
they don't have
the money. They don't have the money. They don't have the vouchers.
The problem with the workshop system is because it's self-financing, it's expensive to do.
What about Esalen giving, what do you call them, scholarships for young people?
Oh, that
would be yes. Well, that would be all right. But I think it would be a kind of token thing at Esalen. I think that they maybe have to have some young people's workshops here. That would be it, 2 or 3 a year, where they're offered at a much reduced price.
Yeah.
And that the people who come on them have to be recommended by somebody who's been to Esalen, something like that. So it would create the sense of the Esalen community.
Oh, we have to recommend this to Steve, because we're really lacking that generation now. It's a serious problem. You know, the Lindisfarne Fellowship, which is just one of these many invisible colleges existing around the globe, that I think they're valuable. It's now proposing to dissolve itself on its 20th birthday because there is no coming generation. People are dying of old age, and nobody knows a young person to introduce into the circle. So this is a tremendous hole in our bucket.
Exactly. Well, this is exactly where there's a tremendous scope for the initiatory model. You see, coming to Esalen is a kind of initiation for most people. Whenever you come here for the first time, it has an initiatory quality, and most people are the initiates who have an easy familiarity with things like hot tubs and getting food in the lodge, and that kind of thing. So, if you create, there's one group of initiates, the teenage workshops, the 18 to 20-year-old workshops that happen at Esalen, which are initiations into kind of Gestalt and the kind of things that happen here, and you talking about EMT and me, and so on, which, to get there, you have to be recommended by someone who's been here, and therefore there's a much greater sense of initiation into this world. The fact is, a lot of teenagers may not know that this world exists, or if they do, have a totally distorted view, but it is an independent, autonomous adult world, and that's exactly what people want to be initiated into. So the sense of a kind of somewhat more mysterious realm of possibility they didn't know about. And this is a real thing. There is a whole world that most people don't know about.
I think that's a great idea.
We should end this trialogue and run out immediately and grab Steve and Nancy and tell them on the Esalen Youth Program.
But you see, things like in schools, like the initiatory things you could do here, like I did on my Rebirth of Nature weekend, one of the things everyone did was the tree ceremony, where you go out to the tree and you ask a tree 4 questions on the north, south, east, west side, the tree oracle.
Yeah.
Well, Jill does this in her workshops, and I found that within 3 hours of talking about, in this kind of context, the reasons for thinking the old worldview was inadequate, the problems of the mechanistic worldview, its temporary nature in relation to resurgent animism, the rising tide of new attitudes, etc., the temporary nature of the mechanistic predominance and so on, then everybody is happy to go and hold a tree and ask it questions and sit down by it. This tree oracle is very effective, it really works. Now that can be done and is being done with kids, because the Ojai Foundation has now started workshops for school teachers to teach them about the kinds of things you can do, chants, fire circles, vision quests, tree ceremonies. And they're now doing this with various schools, and including bringing them onto the land and doing ceremonies with them there. There's 15 schools now involved. So they've actually already got something going along these lines. And so you see this initiatory quality, so that if you're doing botany, then you learn about tree oracles. That's part of it. You have at the beginning of your course a tree oracle quest at the beginning of each term. And you have vision quests of various kinds built through the system. So I think that the Esalen and places which could be centres for these quests, these initiatory journeys, could fulfill an immediately, and I think the age range they should be doing the initiation is not the key one from 12 to 13. I think that's best done through modified summer camps, specially designed. But this could be the initiation into adulthood at 18 or 21.
So these 55 workshops, they would begin with adulthood. Is that your idea? That the entire elementary and junior and what we call high school, that all that would remain as it is?
Well, I think that the model of trying it out with the initiation at 18 into adulthood, all applicants must be 18 or over. This would be a pioneering thing that we could talk to Steve about. It could happen in 6 months' time right here.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that we're talking about is to change the initiations through summer camps, since none of us are in elementary or primary or middle school education. But if you are in that, it's quite easy to do. The people who we were staying with, Master Andreas, their sons at a very open school, and I said, why not get... He did the tree ceremony here, he really liked it. Why not? She used to teach there. Why not do it there in the school? They do a vision quest of these, tree ceremony. They'll do it.
Now, the 55 vouchers and the workshops, how long are they? Are these weekend workshops, week-long workshop, or
this depends.
Week-long mini courses, or?
Well, I mean, these are all details that one would work out. But obviously, there'd need to be a whole new breed of workshop-type leaders. So another thing is that Esalen, Hollyhock, Omega, and so on would take on a new role. As you'd have workshops for workshop leaders, where you'd actually train people how to do workshops. You'd initiate them into being workshop leaders, and where better to initiate them than in a workshop here. So you'd have these, and then instead of these so many thousand people come to Esalen, if a few hundred of those that came to Esalen every year were initiated into being workshop leaders, and they were each doing workshops, this system could very rapidly propagate.
Yes, very rapidly.
In a self-initiating, self-propagating mode. And there'd have to be some attention given to the initiatory structure of each type of workshop. To start with a dedication or an acknowledgement of the spirit of the place and the powers that in the light of which the workshop is being done. If it's being done in the light of spirit or of reason or of emotion or of holism or integration or whatever. I mean, what's the guiding principle? An initial ceremony and a closing ceremony and some kind of opening dedication chant or... I mean, this is a pattern of most workshops anyway. And so initiating people into workshop leading would very easily, very naturally be modified, I think. And I don't think even one would have to write the program for it. I think that people would work it out themselves in the workshop format.
Somehow standards would be maintained for workshops, at least at the most famous workshop centers,
Yes,
there would
and
be
then there'd
some
be a kind
monitoring.
of-
It wouldn't be only the popularity of a certain workshop which guaranteed its continued existence. It would have to, for example, we wouldn't want to continue some workshop that only taught that the body is the body.
Well, presumably the feedback, the automatic free market feedback mechanisms would regulate this, because if somebody...
No, because corruption is a known mechanism for the downward spiral of society. And that worse and worse workshops can become more and more popular because they give the valuation, the value, the accreditation, the coupon, the initiation, without your actually doing anything other than sitting in the hot bath and repeating 3 times the event is the event, or the body is the body.
Well, what you're implying is what you sought to avoid, which is that there has to be a second entity which tests the workshop graduate to see whether...
I want to avoid that. Well, it could be intrinsic in that industries would not employ somebody just from having graduated, that is to say, spent 55 vouchers. They would insist on the courses from some of their favorite teachers or institutions, as obviously a bachelor's degree from Stanford is worth more than a bachelor's degree from Great Western.
Well, a corporation could post a list of courses that would enhance your likelihood of being hired by them. And then you could choose for yourself whether or not to include those in your, as you formed your curriculum.
So this is the self-organizational model.
It's highly self-organizational. I think it's quite good.
I think it sounds doable also.
Airy-fairy quality of most of these schemes.
Well, we'd have to persuade, industries would have to suddenly start opening their doors to graduates of the new system. And this, of course, was a great inhibition for students choosing UC Santa Cruz, although they did, because it was considered a great experiment in its early days, 20 years ago.
Well, you would have to go to people like Lawrence Rockefeller and Andrew Mellon and people like that to get a group of corporations to commit to accepting and hiring on the alternative.
Yes, who are the great railroad magnates of today who have not yet endowed a university.
Well, you could go to Apple Computer and propose to them, or you
IBM,
could go to some of these hip haberdashers, Esprit and so forth. Well, listen, these are big corporations.
Yes.
Well, you could start it actually with just a system, a voluntary system right now. You could offer these scholarships where you have to be recommended by an alumnus of one of the existing, Omega or Esalen or something. And you get these scholarships for, say, 5 workshop vouchers, valid over a 6-month period or something. And with a beginning ceremony and an ending ceremony for the whole thing, as this kind of initiation into adult. This could be started right away. And, they could do them in their vacations or in their summer vacation. It could fit in even with a standard student life pattern. But there'd be then this category of people who'd had a different kind of initiation, and each of them, when they went back to their college or university, people would be curious about what they'd done, and whatever it is they'd done, whatever they said they did, would be quite intriguing to a lot of people.
So the New World System would actually begin with its educational program, and the New World System educational program would have to have a pilot project, which I guess would be the New Village school system.
The Hawaiian Islands.
And then we would have to seek a way to actually begin this pilot project with, I guess it would take one leader, one workshop leader, one ritualist who would make the arrangements for this first initiation, the class of 92, I guess. And then there would be a few people coming of age, maybe children of people we know or something, who would enthusiastically volunteer to be the first, entrance of the class of 92. And then if successful in design, this attractor would then grow. Where we have to begin, probably it would be here at Esalen, because we're here dreaming this up for some reason.
Yes, I think it would be called what would it be called? The personal, the growth, no, something like, there'd have to be some kind of certificate you get from this 5 workshop course and beginning and end thing through places like Esalen.
Initiative education.
Initiative education, or initiative educational. Initiate. You'd be an initiative initiate, and an II for short. And this, when you're applying for a job with the New York Times or with, a bank or something like that, you'd have your degrees, and you'd say, I'm also initiative initiate and they'd get to know that people who'd done this kind of thing, if indeed it did do them any good, were much cooler, much better, much more together. Much more aware of group dynamics,
sort of like more Kelly girls.
And so this would then become something that would be highly attractive to a lot of employers. It would be detractive to others of the more conventional kind, but the kind of people who've been through this course wouldn't want those jobs anyway.
Maybe possible. All the corporate people who pass through a place like Esalen would feel a subtle pressure to convert their hiring practices to recognize.
And to send their children.
And to send their children and to hire these kinds of people into their organization.
And there'd be the feeling of a real kind of group, or because there is this initiatory quality, a feeling far actually more effective than the usual bonds from college alumnus graduation festivals. I mean, it's much more true.
Some colleges could be persuaded to offer transfer credit for a set of 5 workshops in this program.
Yes.
So 5 workshops would count as one course. It adds up about right. And it'd be like an extension course, or transfer of credit from a course taken in another university.
That's right, and that would mean that students from the more from the more liberal-minded, experimental liberal arts colleges and that kind of thing could give students these vouchers, and they could actually have the freedom of the
course of 5 weeks
Canadian.
of the summer.
Yes,
they could take workshops in 5 different workshop
Omega,
centers or just
Hollyhock,
one,
Esalen,
and get a college credit for it.
Yes.
I think you should be made Minister of Education.
Of the New World Order.
The New World Order.
The NWO. Yes, well, it's a devious way of achieving the resacralization of the world, assuming always, of course, that corruption doesn't somehow annihilate the system as soon as it started. But I think centering it in a place like this, which has inertia, a track record, a good habit, as it were, would give a good chance for success.
I think so. I think if I had the chance of spending a weekend hanging around with my pimply teenage friends at home, or coming to Esalen and doing something that was a threshold of an entirely new world.
Meeting some pimply teenagers from far away.
Right.
Well, I went to a summer camp when I was...
of both sexes.
Yeah, from age 9 to 13 or something, I went to a summer camp for musical prodigies. And no one went there unless they were interested in music. And anybody who was really interested in music went to this particular camp. It was a great escape from a small town in Vermont, because I went there were a lot of kids from Philadelphia and New York and Miami and so on. And they were very exciting. And mostly we played music together. But such things, specialized camps to learn ballet, sports and so on, they exist. And some of them have track record. They have terrific reputation compared to other ones for the quality of the faculty, also the quality of the students. And such summer, particularly the summer youth program at Esalen, would give it a huge additional scope. And training workshop leaders would give them a bigger choice of workshop leaders in the future, so then they would be creating expansion of their own system, as they don't do now. They have to depend on serendipity to find new workshop leaders.
And as the popularity of workshop-type education grew in schools, as people in 16, 17, 18 got into an age group where some of their friends had been on workshops and had come back, obviously changed in some way, and talking about this thing, a kind of secret to which they were not yet privy. The only way they could have this experience of go on one of these workshops and be part of such a group, they'd really want to do it, and a huge new market would open up in the sort of high school age.
Yes.
We have to get this tape to Steve immediately. With our bill.
Well, they may not want to expand Esalen, but if Esalen wanted to expand as a business and take on a whole
well, they're very
national
interested
dimension
in all these strategies, and because it's a revolutionary educational concept, it's not simply a strategy for expanding revenue. It's actually a seminal kind of thing. If it took hold, and it seems very sound, because the old method is breaking down. I mean, there is either some substitute off in the future, or we're just looking at a generation in anarchy, largely, in American education.
Well, this does seem immediately feasible. This really could swing into action next year, next summer.
And it could attract capital, endowments from people who see the value of extending our successful adult educational system downward. But nobody seems to have thought of this. There aren't any summer camps along these lines. There are traditional summer camps which are excellent for everything, for tennis, for organists, and so on, but not for the New World Order.
But most of what goes on here could be extended down. I mean, shamanic rattling, chants before sessions in groups, vision quest, shamanic type, all this stuff is instantly adaptable. In fact, probably chanting, chilled out.
So the Ojai Foundation has apparently had a similar fantasy, as they declared 2 or 3 years ago that they were going into general education.
I think that this is something that they're doing, and I heard about this when we were at Hollyhock, but I'd never seen it in action. Somebody talked about it. John Bloomfield talked about it.
About a voucher system?
No, about Ojai training school teachers. Who then the teachers can bring some of the groups to the land, and they do vision quests, they do tree ceremonies, they do medicine wheel circles, sweat lodges, all this kind of thing. And I suppose they're private schools that are participating, but the kids love it. It's an incredibly successful program.
Formerly, they had to go to Berlin to be able to do this. But now, they can do this right here in the Native American heartland.
So I think that there's plenty of scope for starting straight away. And
yes, and for competing in systems and different versions, varieties, different flavors of the idea could be instituted in different locations, because there's an infinite market, essentially.
And right now, people under 25 are totally insulated from this. When I give talks in Germany, in England, here in America, in the kinds of places I'm usually invited to give them, or conferences, the age range is from 35 to 50.
Exactly.
When I'm invited to give talks in universities, which in many ways I prefer, not because I like the structure, there's the kind of hierarchical structure of the professor, the lecture theatre, and all that kind of thing. But the face is full of bright, eager eyes, 18, 17, 19, 20.
Very nice.
It's a totally different experience. And when I gave my lecture at the University of Bern, on my German Swiss tour, the only university one I did on the trip, it was much the best. There were 250 people in the Botany Institute. I was introduced by the man who invited me, who's a visionary, holistic botanist who really likes the idea of morphic resonance in understanding the evolution of plant form. Quite enthusiastic. But all the professors from different faculties, students and so on, the whole thing in English, no translation. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric. I mean, these kids had never heard this kind of view. I mean, it was totally new. They're normally insulated completely from ideas we take for granted. And they were extremely interested, very excited. Everyone was excited, positive, enthusiastic. It was a really wonderful event.
Well, my courses in history of mathematics in Santa Cruz have a very enthusiastic audience. And my feeling is that this is sort of the radical fringe of the student population in Santa Cruz. So there's 10,000 students. I get 50, 60, or 70 of them once a year. But these people are very responsive, and they love the Hermetic arts, magic, astrology, alchemy, and so on. They're seriously excited. They're really turned on by it, and they do great research and study, and they know a lot already because they've been studying in the closet. And this is their first opportunity to come out and see that other people are also interested in this and connect up and have fun and be able to do it together.
So what we do is introduce this parallel system which operates alongside the existing system, but it becomes so powerful an attractor as it impacts on schools as 6, 17, 18-year-olds go to the Esalen and other summer programs, and they go back and tell their friends, school was nothing like this. And
it's really fun. Well, I think this is really our best and most revolutionary
Everyone wants to
idea.
do it.
I think it's a good idea.
And it'll spread enormously fast, I think, if it becomes something that slightly older people do. That
see the possibility of the CIA instituting some negative publicity action on us, such as older teacher, younger student taking drugs, communing with tree, or some kind of thing. Such as they're very paranoid about this kind of negative publicity here ruining, and then for this reason they may not want anybody age 16 or less hanging around because of the danger of scandal.
Make it 18 to 23.
For a start.
I think make it 18 to 23 for a start. And then the parallel for the sort of 11 to 13, this kind of puberty initiation, the parallel, which is often associated with transferring to a different grade of school, or being in a middle school or whatever, that whole thing is ceremonialized, or at least puberty rites through vision camps. But the people who best handle that are the people who run kids' summer camps, with many of which do have another dimension and get back to nature, that kind of thing.
And they have their watchdog mechanisms in place.
And they have campfires and so on. I mean, people from that world come to a workshop at Esalen where there's an exploration of new revisioning education.
Yeah.
And the two are discussed together, and they go back and work out models that work there. Meanwhile, this new one works out here. We can handle, the people at Esalen can handle in general this age group, I think.
Yes.
18 to
I think so.
Yes. So we'll start by the revision of higher education, as they call it, 18 to 23. That's the university age bracket.
And this would create such a powerful competing attractor, because the more people know that it's more fun than that system, and the more the possibility of doing it through or within the traditional system by vouchers or going out or getting credits, the more and more people will want to do it.
Yes.
And I think that it would then, the traditional system's faults have become more and more apparent, because more and more people within it would have had another take on what education could be like.
Yeah.
And I think that morale would rapidly crumble and be faced with it, since they'd already got it, by reform they could introduce more of this kind of thing.
Teachers would be rushing to take courses in the new methods.
Yes, the new methods.
So that they could compete successfully with their neighboring teachers for students. Who wants to have an empty home room?
That's right. No, this is free market economics working in yet another area.
Yes.
Because right now, education is one of the areas that's been insulated from free-market economics by being a state monopoly run by a bureaucratic institution and operated by an old-style hierarchical priesthood with higher universities at the top and higher degrees at the top, and all teachers in regular schools in awe of all these people with higher degrees, because they're lower officially, they're like deacons, and there are bishops out there, and archbishops and cardinals and so on. So it would dismantle, it's one of the last bastions of the old hierarchical order.
Well, we've reached the last of our trialogues, and so it's fitting that we should cast our minds toward last things, since this both seems to be the theme of the crisis of the present moment, and also the unique unifying thread throughout the Western religion that most insistently of all religious systems on earth, it is the Western systems that have insisted in appointing an end to their world. The cyclical worlds of Hinduism are cycles of time so vast that they lose all force on the popular imagination. But what uniquely distinguishes Judaism, Christianity, and Islam is this insistence that God will come tangential to history in a way that will create a scenario of last days, of a great uptaking of souls into the mystery of God. This idea, which is called apocalyptic in its more catastrophic version, and millenarian in its more pastoral version, is the idea that is the necessary correlative to the concept of Eden
and the unique moment of man's creation by God. If man's creation occurred at a unique moment in the history of the universe, then presumably after the expiation of the sin of Eden, God will gather man once again into the mystery. So this idea, which when encountered outside the religious framework in individuals, in a secular or desacralized vocabulary, is labeled pathology. The expectation of imminent transformation of the environment with the individual somehow playing a central role. This recognized pathological symptom in the individual is nevertheless the driving force behind much of our own civilization. We, as educated rationalists, the most rational 5% of society, in spite of our pretensions to intellectual revolution, we are far, I believe, from feeling the real force of what this is. But at the folkloric level, the attractor of the end of the world is very strong. And you may recall some 5 years ago, the Secretary of the Interior was asked why he wasn't saving more of America's forests. And he replied that since Jesus was coming, he saw no reason to save the forest because the end of the world was imminent. So I find this thinking very interesting, and I have personally certainly experienced its power. What is this intuition of the end of the world? And now that we're beginning to gather more data, that science is actually beginning to pay back on the promises made in the 18th century and give us a complete and deep description of at least the physical and astronomical universe, what we're seeing is a highly chaotic domain. There isn't a stable body in the solar system that isn't deeply pockmarked with asteroidal impact, from the inner planets to the moons of the gas giants. There is tremendous visual evidence of catastrophic episodes throughout the history of the solar system. So we discussed in another meeting inconsistencies in nuclear theory with the output of neutrinos from the sun. Is there a problem there? Human history itself, to my mind, can be seen as a kind of shock wave attendant upon the eschatology. That if we were to imagine for a moment that God or a super transmundane mind were to enter into the ordinary biological and evolutionary life of a planet, then I think we would have to agree that there would be some kind of shockwave of anticipation, some kind of sense of the imminence of the disruption of ordinary events before it was, in fact, imminent. And this very brief period which we have experienced over the past 20,000 years is this thing, I believe. And these religions, which have anticipated this thing in this rather crude end of the world scenario, are somehow on to something that is, I think, a message coming from the biological level, if you will, about the inherent instability of the world. Ralph's models and Prigoghine's models and all this has established the role of the unexpected perturbation in the creation of the cosmos, but I don't think we've quite factored it into our day-to-day model of what's going on. One of the startling things that I find when I look back on my own life of slightly more than 40 years is the number of things that have happened in my life that we were told would never happen.
I mean, I have seen presidents assassinated, human beings landed on the moon, robots to Mars, all of these high improbabilities in a single lifespan, which we all share. So I think that we're sort of on automatic pilot with our assumptions that in spite of all our theory making, we are living in basically a probabilistic, synchronistically flattened universal plane. What if the urgency and the uniqueness of the human historical moment actually signaled yet more urgent and even more exotic moments to come, and that we are somehow witness to a major phase transition in the career of self-reflecting bios in the universe, and that for us it's the end of the world. But, this is a meaningless phrase. It's simply a complete systemic reorganization on the scale of metamorphosis in Lepidoptera. It's just a complete meltdown of the previous world system, and then a recasting at the behest of higher mind, Gaian mind, the world soul. It isn't clear, but if we could strip the provincialism from the message of these apocalyptic religions, I think they explain what history is. They have a deep intuition of instability, and in the same way that I described the reluctance of plants in a botanical garden to venture out on an unstable tree limb, I think these apocalyptic religions are they are all prophetistic religions. They are trying to extract something out of the human future that is of no casual interest. It may, in fact, involve the survival, yes or no, of the planet. So I'm interested in ideas like that the transcendental object is somehow leaking information back into the past at a 3% rate or something like that, that shamans and mystics and psychedelic travelers are in fact getting a very incomplete low-grade signal about this event that is, I think, based on what we talked about last night, somehow built into the structure of space and time, that the presence of our minds indicates that we are very near this enormous concressing singularity. Minds cannot exist except within, 25,000 years of complete concrescence of one of these things. They do not arise in parts of the universe where concrescence is not approaching its climax. So, I don't really know the relevance of all this for theory making. If in fact the concrescence is upon us, then really all we can do is chat about it as it comes down around our ears over the next 25 years. And we are in such a tidal grip of the field that it really doesn't matter. We can only observe it, having the meager satisfaction that we made a amusing model of it. If longer periods of time are available, then, it might be worthwhile to undertake to study this phenomenon and its role in human history and so forth and so on. But it's more than simply the calendrical pressure from the approach of the second millennium. It's also all these graphs drawn by very straight people of resources and population density and demand for hydroelectric energy and levels of strontium in milk and all of this stuff. I mean, who can look at all this stuff and not say it's either the yawning grave or there's going to be the lake is going to turn over. There's going to be a complete system reversal because this cannot go on. It's abiotic.
And I think life has a terrifying tenaciousness. I mean, life seized hold of this planet 1 billion years ago, 1.5 billion, 2 billion years ago, and managed it through hellfire again and again, managed it back towards stable equilibria that were supportive of biota. And, you know, there were asteroid infalls and continents ground to dust, and we don't even know what went on. And life kept hold of this chunk of ground. So I think the advent of intelligence must signal a crisis of a greater magnitude. That's why I suggest that the stellar dynamics should be looked at very carefully, or something like that. It's a different order of magnitude, and it's seeping into our religions and into our politics and into our psychedelic experiences and into the general imagination. I think we're standing on the lip of a hyperdimensional volcano of some sort, toward which all history is being poured at a great rate. We have the peculiar good fortune of fulfilling the wish conveyed in the Irish toast, "May you be alive at the end of the world." So that's it, gentlemen. Now we can just kick this around.
Some questions come up.
Yes.
There seem to be two stages to this apocalyptic vision, this particular one. The first stage is the confidence in an apocalypse coming sometime. And the other component is the location of the date, 20 years or so hence.
Mm-hmm. You mean in my personal belief?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So, in about the first one, it does seem sort of logical somehow that if there's a Big Bang at the beginning and there would be a Big Bang at the end, and the creation story in Genesis and the precedent myths might somehow be seen to imply that, but I don't know. I wouldn't think that's enough to go on, you know. But then you said that in these traditions, Hebrew, Christian, Islam, that there's a definite tradition of an end, in the mild form, the millenarian, in the strong form, the apocalyptic.
Correct.
Well, what is it exactly? What is the Secretary of the Interior referring to?
He's referring to
in the Gospels or somewhere.
But no, in the Revelation of St. John, this thing is laid out. It's very complex. Angels come and pour down diseases. Oceans boil. It takes a long time. There are plagues of scorpion-like creatures that come from the interior of the earth. Certain people are marked with a sign, and they are the elect. And it's just this completely bizarre production that is one of the most puzzling pieces of literature in the Christian canon.
And the textual basis for this fantasy is entirely this revelation of St. John the Divine.
That's right. And
is that the apocalyptic, the millenarian, or both?
Both.
Yes, because at the end you see the 12-gated city, the New Jerusalem, a flying saucer comes. I mean, you can tell. I mean, the description is, it's covered with jewels. It has 12 gates. It's God's kingdom come to earth, and it comes to receive the elect. And as the oceans boil away and the damned are dragged into hell for eternity, these people with these special things shining in their heads go into this thing to be with God in eternity. And the whole thing is flushed.
We'll have the sunglasses specially ready to sell them. In this textual basis for this fantasy,
yes.
Is there any idea about the date?
Well, yeah. At the time of Christ, the people who immediately followed Christ expected it within their lifetime. Amen, amen, I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away.
until these things are accomplished.
It was expected immediately.
Immediately, and there was this like weird...
There's been disappointment after disappointment.
Well, yes, there was this weird 120-year period where they didn't get the serious job of getting organized together because everybody was standing around waiting for the end of the world. And then after about 120 years, people like Origen and Eusebius and these people came forward and said, listen, enough of this waiting for the end of the world. We have to get the scene
It's
organized.
seriously overdue.
Yes, let's get organized and get our hands on some real estate.
Now that it's so seriously overdue and people have been disappointed time after time,
yes,
I would think that the force of the prophecy has declined. In any case, I just want to ask you this. Have you any way of guessing why the Secretary of the Interior thought that the end was coming imminently? I know why you think so.
Oh, yes, because there are all these fundamentalist cults in the United States, some whose adherents number in the tens of millions, who believe that, that it's happening, that it's underway. I mean, within the spectrum of Christian belief, you can go with the Seventh-day Adventists who hold the most extreme position, which is that it occurred in 1847. I love that position. And that we are now living in the millennium. This is the millennium.
Yeah, can't you tell?
So that's the most right-wing view. And then there are those who undergo the formality of at least locating the date decently in the near future. And the year 2000, and it's the end, the turning of the aeon. Everybody has a way of decoding. This is one of the weird things about millenarian speculation. The person who discovers the key to the millenarian date, it always is just a few years ahead of where
It's you.
to be.
Now, I just have a couple more questions for the direct examination, then we'll turn the witness over for the cross-examination.
Okay.
How many, what percentage more or less of the human population of planet Earth at the moment is involved in this Hebrew, Christian, and Islam religion?
A third, I'd say.
I should say maybe.
However, if you're trying to count the adherents to the apocalypse theory, you have to count all the adherents of scientism as well, because they too, with their greenhouse effects and CFCs and acid rain, I mean, they're the most...
That's another story. I do think that might be even a bigger danger, but that's another story. Right now, I'm after the revelation of St. John the Divine.
No, this is the end of the world scenario of scientism.
And then we've had the end of the world scenario of nuclear holocaust hanging over us for decades.
That's right.
That's a ready-to-hand scenario.
Oh, yeah, the oceans.
But it's coming from the same culture. But I just wonder how much credibility to give to the Christian apocalyptic vision when less than half the human population is involved. It doesn't mean that just that half of the planet would be vaporized while the other half kept on going because
I don't think it's a vaporizing. What it is all these scenarios are metaphors for something really weird, of which we are in a much better position to anticipate it than John the Divine of Patmos was.
Well, you sort of started on the scientific end with the mention of the astronomical chaos and the craters on all the other bodies and the fall of neutrinos from the sun and so on.
Catastrophic scenarios, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Well, the positive scenarios are simply more far-fetched. I mean, one of the ones I've been playing with recently that I really like is that it ain't no big deal. It's just that time travel is discovered. It's a technological artifact. It's done in laboratories.
The door is open on this little tunnel, and you just walk through.
And history ends. History ends. Just bang, it ends. And that's the end of history. And people look back at it the way you look back at the Pueblos or something and say, people used to live like that in linear time. Weird. All waiting for stuff to happen and all in this weird jelly of stiffened dimensionality. boy, aren't we glad we've got that behind us. And to the people who were born in it, the previous mode of existence would be mere rumor. And it would be simply a technological artifact. I think that this actually, after reading Nick Herbert's book, did I talk to you about the idea about the kind of time machine where he hypothesized this notion of a principle which works like this. Time travel is possible. Once it's discovered, you'll be able to travel into the future. When you're in the future, you'll be able to travel back into the past, but no further than the moment of the discovery of the first time machine. Because before that moment, there were no time machines, and how can you take a time machine into a universe where time machines don't exist?
With nobody knowing it.
Yes. So there is this physical barrier to time travel past the moment of discovery of it, backward before that moment. Well, I thought this was very interesting because I wanted to imagine, this is a practical apocalypse. This is I wanted to imagine what would it be like if this kind of time machine were discovered. And so I imagined that it's December 22nd, 2012 AD at the La Chorrera World Temporal Mechanics Institute, and they're counting down, and the Lady Temponaut has been strapped into the time machine, and they count down and they push the button and she sails off into the future. Now the interesting question is, what happens right there in the next moment?
Millions of people arrive from a more populated part of the universe.
Millions of time machines arrive from all possible
little
parts
capsules,
of the future.
Sneaking through the bushes, pretending they were there all the time, asking for groceries.
Exactly, to see the moment, this historic moment, the first time travel, which defines the barrier as far as you can go in your time machine. And people say to each other, have you been to the edge? It's 35,000 years from here. Have you been back and seen the Abraham machine take off? Well, so I loved this idea, and I held it for about 48 hours as a great gimmick. And then I realized that there was a peculiar problem with it, which has to do with the grandfather paradox, that one of these people from the far future could stop off on their way back to see Ralph's machine take off. They could stop off and kill their grandfather and set this paradox in motion, which has been the defeat of all time travel schemes. So then I had what I believe is a serious delusional breakthrough, which was, I said, aha, there's something, here's the model that you have to understand the next stage of this argument about the apocalypse. You know how the Bernoulli gas laws work. So imagine a vacuum-filled elliptical tank. We introduce a burst of oxygen at one end of this tank. Now, according to Bernoulli's laws, what happens? It diffuses evenly throughout and comes to a state of equilibrium, correct? Well, let's think for a moment of the planet. Now we'll make a geometric model, one dimension down. Think of how today, 1989, on this planet, we have all kinds of different levels of cultural achievement, like we have central Tokyo and Beverly Hills, but we also have Amazon rainforest people and pygmies and Berbers and all these people. Well, now if you think of cultural values and technological prowess and scientific acumen as particles in this gaseous environment, then which way do you think values are moving in order to establish equilibrium? Well, the answer is obvious. More people in the Amazon are interested in what the Japanese are thinking than Japanese are interested in what Amazonian Indians are thinking. In other words, the higher state of cultural accomplishment is slowly swamping all
less advanced states of cultural accomplishment, without arguing about what these terms mean in terms of advanced. But one culture is swamping another. Okay, to return to the time travel problem then, a weird effect would ensue upon the invention of this forward-going kind of time travel that I'm hypothesizing. It can be described with several different linguistic models. One way of saying it is, when the Lady Temponaut goes off into the future, all of the rest of the future, unto, as Wordsworth says, as long as date shall give a name to time, all of that future undergoes some kind of collapse and happens instantly.
Yes.
It happens instantly, so that the most advanced state of human accomplishment, even if it be billions of years in the future and absolutely beyond our ability to imagine in any way, will appear 1 millisecond later on the other side of this barrier. So then I thought, my God, we're not inventing time travel here. What we're inventing is
time death.
A God whistle. That's what it is. It's a God whistle. You create this technology, and it just takes the entire future history of the universe up until its conclusion and compresses it down into the next few milliseconds as the thing spins down, and then you are face to face with the end purpose of all evolution and all process and all pattern and all energy, space, time, and matter. I mean, you come out next to the big girl, and this would work, I think.
This is not the edge of the West, it's the edge of the rest.
The edge of the rest, yes. It's so, there you have it. A complete fulfillment of the monotheistic intuition of apocalypse. And what it is, it's wonderful. It's that we figured it out. It's like the universe is this huge conundrum, and you're in there and you're suffering, and it's just this weird trip. And then there's science and religion and magic, and you're fumbling, and then you slowly go toward this thing, and it turns out the stone is real. There is alchemical gold, and when you grasp this to yourself, then time ends, space ends, matter ends, everything ends, and you go into the conclusion, the payoff, the jackpot. It's you go over the cusp and you meet the management.
Probably this hasn't happened yet.
No, 2012, I think.
That brings us to the second question. As to this 2012, as already discussed, there were different alternatives in the interpretation of this date as based on the time wave by itself, such as a reflection point of zero novelty and so on. So I think that this particular apocalyptic fantasy of yours is actually a syncretism between the apocalyptic paranoia on the one hand and the time wave on the other hand. Because even if one is convinced of apocalypse but not knowing when, it's not necessary to associate it to the year 2012.
No, it certainly isn't. It isn't necessary to associate it with that. That's you enter into the slippery realm of human judgment and data fields and this and that. The fact that it fits it so well, and that without the time wave, there is all this millenarian and apocalyptic pressure because of the turn of the millennium, seems pretty suggestive to me. The Mayan thing is another coincidence. I mean, really,
yes,
the Mayans and the Christians were within 12 years of each other in a way, if you take the year 2000.
We have the coincidence of several sacred documents.
Yes.
The revelation of St. John the Divine.
Yes.
The time wave, another sacred document in software form. And
the Mayan
software.
And the Judeo-Christian calendar, or the Gregorian calendar.
No, I don't think a round number like 2000 has got anything to do. I mean, it didn't happen in the year 1000.
No, but there was millenarian hysteria like you wouldn't believe. I mean, they didn't get any work done for 2 years.
Ruth Benedict had studied 60 different cultures, and she charted them out by all different parameters, and finally she sorted them into 3 bins: the Apollonian, the Dionysian, and the paranoid. Now, it just happens that a paranoid culture, having this paranoid religion, or at least with a paranoid element in it, contributed by St. John the Divine, happened to get these extraordinary technical powers which are great generators of toxicity and so on.
Well, the term paranoid is designed to make you not like it. The implicit point of view in calling it paranoid is one of scientism. Having been called paranoid, I know that this is what they do. If you're labeled this, nobody's going to look into it. It makes the implicit assumption that there's nothing to be paranoid about. Yet, in fact, we live in a very peculiar and dynamic and unsteady universe, and it's very important to us as creatures to have stability, equilibrium, and evenness of conditions. So to argue it isn't paranoia, it may well, in fact, be a sensitivity to the...
They always say that. Yes, that's fine, but the fact is, from my point of view, I mean, I'm just a person hanging around here. I've never read the Revelation of St. John the Divine. Maybe I will, or maybe I won't. If I do read it, I certainly don't believe that it's any kind of document with any credibility. You see, I know that there are some fundamentalist Christians around who take every word of the Bible very seriously, and they believe it. But here's like somebody, as far as I'm concerned, somebody's paranoid fantasy was put down in a book.
Well, no, I don't
take seriously, so now they're paranoid.
I don't
too.
think Revelations is the interesting thing to discuss.
What's the interesting thing? Where
possible scenarios of sudden catastrophic phase transition in the natural
nuclear
world.
Winter, I believe in that.
Well, but these are mundane. I mean, I outlined one for you that had a little teeth in it. There are others. Collision, this thing we talked about where the matter and antimatter universes collide and leave a photonic shell under the aegis of a new physics.
Well, that's like scheduled for 5 billion years hence. Hard to get
or
excited
tomorrow.
about.
There is no way to predict when such a thing would happen, and the notion that it's far away. You see, the presence of minds is the signifier of nearby singularity.
But it's totally hypothetical anyway. It's just a model.
That idea that minds signify the nearby approach of a singularity.
And the anti-universe in the synchroclash.
Oh, yeah, I know, but you can put 20 or 30 of these things. There are all kinds of...
I think the asteroid collision, a comet, that's likely. There was a near pass recently. I think it was last month.
Oh, yes, and did you see when it's coming back? 2012. And it's going to come closer.
That's the last one. Now I believe it myself.
I clipped it out of Astronomy magazine. I knew people would doubt. They said, exact computation is impossible, but late in 2012.
No, but the author was some fan of yours.
No, it was Astronomy magazine. It was a Lick Observatory or something.
All right. I'm ready to admit that there are a number of coincidences about the year 2012, and some of them are ominous.
Well, I'm very hopeful, and I lead the movement.
Any credibility to St. John the Divine? No,
I don't give St. John the Divine any credibility, except that...
The only thing is that from the morphogenetic field point of view, there's quite a number of people believing St. John the Divine. Now, that I have to take seriously.
He felt a quaking in the force, that's all. But it's up to cooler heads to figure out what this quaking of the force is. We have much better techniques than John the Divine.
See, nuclear winter is much more likely than any of these other things we discussed.
Well, but see, I don't think a nuclear war is likely. But without a nuclear war, just with continued toxification, CO2 outgassing, CFCs, this and that, the scenario is totally apocalyptic.
See, I think we are facing a serious ecological crisis. an evolutionary challenge of unprecedented. James Lovelock.
If we don't have a miracle every day, we're not going to make
the present extinction is one of the 8th largest catastrophes of the planet in its lifetime.
So far.
So and so that's happening now. Like, we are in something that big. I mean, it's not big. To be the biggest one, it'd be the apocalypse.
Well, that's why you don't need John the Divine to tell you that there's an apocalypse underway. The scientists.
But it may not be a fatal one, because there's not a prophecy with any credibility to me that says there isn't some way to make it through. Although I have to admit, I'm extremely doubtful of the intelligence of the species to find
it depends on what's causing the problem. If you think man is the problem...
Man is the problem.
Well, what about this sudden appearance of large and repeated glaciations in the last 5 million years? This indicates either something is wrong with the sun or the geodynamics of the planet. There never were glaciers before. No, there never were glaciers before. Glaciers are new in the life of the Earth. They're not something that you see back and back and back. And all parameters of planetary stability become more and more unstable as you approach the present. Now, is that just that the older a planet is...
We're hovering in a field of chaos, yes.
Well... So maybe man is the problem, or maybe human beings are the answer.
Well, the Earth could zip off its orbit and head out to space. That's a possibility. But it does seem to me that the ecological catastrophe is the appropriate interpretation of the apocalyptic vision at the present time.
I agree with that.
Well, so do I, but I don't think there are alternative views, because historically speaking, this millenarian apocalyptic tendency in Christianity, which inspired millenarian movements through the ages, inspired, among others, the Pilgrim Fathers to come to a new world in America, which was seen as the chosen land. It's all part of the same kind of thing, this prophetic tradition of... and it also inspired Bacon's vision of unlimited progress through science and technology, through organized research, the transformation of nature, man's conquest of nature, through putting nature on the rack and torturing her. This man's dominion over nature was there in order to bring about a kind of millenarian state, a technological utopia, the first technological utopia, where there'd be peace and prosperity, and there'd be these wise scientist priest figures running everything and always finding out ways to make things better. So it was the idea of a kind of new Eden, or a new promised land flowing with milk and honey, material abundance, etc., through the scientific control and conquest of nature. Well, it's that scenario which is now causing the economic catastrophes. That scenario has actually worked. And there's a sense in which the apocalyptic scenario we find ourselves in is a product of the apocalyptic myth of history.
Yes, good point.
So it's, in a sense, a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
And I think that the tendency of the myths of science have an interesting dynamic, because they start with the Faust myths, where Faust sells his soul to the devil in return for unlimited knowledge and power for a fixed period, 24 years. But when you get to the later development, at the end of the period, Faust is dragged down to hell, and then in Goethe's Faust, because he's an Enlightenment figure who believes in progress, Faust is actually taken up to heaven. He's rescued from the demons at the last minute. That all became implausible, and the modern form of the Faust myth was Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, where the scientist is destroyed by his own creation, no longer by any supernatural machinery. That the whole of the kind of supernatural machinery of Faust becomes natural destruction by his own monster in the case of Frankenstein. And it's obvious that the nuclear threat has a Frankenstein quality to it. And it's also obvious that the destruction of the environment, the ecological crisis, has this kind of mythological base, which is apocalyptic.
Good point.
Well, we have to do surgery on the mythological base due to the self-fulfilling prophecy mechanism that while we don't understand it exactly, we see it working in history. So, in connection with revision of the religion of the West, I think one good thing would be a modification of the revelation of St. John, or relegation of it to another place. I mean, it has to be, I think, reinterpret reinterpretation was the word you suggested.
You mean you need to switch the vision onto another track?
Yes.
Yes, well,
yes,
how can we control the
self-fulfillment is out of control.
So that even though the self-fulfilling part of it can't be stopped, it can be steered toward a tolerable conclusion?
Well, first, one historical note, that the revelation of St. John the Divine is not a unique phenomenon in the Judeo-Christian tradition. It's in a succession of apocalyptic books which abounded around the time of Christ, because many people believed that the end was literally at hand. St. John the Baptist's message was, repent, for the end is at hand. It was a period very similar to our own, in the sense that the idea of the end being at hand was widely believed, only too credible to them, for whatever their reasons were. The book of Daniel in the Old Testament is an apocalyptic prophetic book and is a precursor of the revelation of St. John the Divine. These are just two examples in a large and extensive literature. It pervades the teachings of Jesus, this apocalyptic sense of the changing of everything. So, where was I?
About Daniel.
Oh yes, Daniel, that it pervades the thing, and it comes very early on, because the promise of to Abraham, it starts with Abraham. God promises Abraham that he'll take him and his descendants to another land. He'll give them a land. There's a promise of a land where wonderful things will happen. Abraham's children shall be as the sands of the sea, and he shall be the father of many nations. And these are promises about things that haven't happened but will happen. And through faith in these promises, history is made. And there's a passage in the 11th chapter of the Epistle to the Hebrews, which is in the New Testament, a doctrine to Jewish Christians. And there's a whole sermon on faith, how the entire motor of history for the Jewish people was this faith in what they hadn't yet seen. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the passage begins. And by faith Abraham went out to find a strange land, not having seen it, or even glimpsed it afar off. By faith Moses led the people of Israel out of Egypt to the promised land. And then by faith Noah built the ark, knowing not for what or when. And so when the rains came, he'd already built this ark, and everyone else was drowned, and he and his family took off. All these things are done by faith, and it ends with this thing about how we are moving by faith towards a new state, a promised land. Because if we belong to the cities of the world as we know them, we'd go back to those cities, but we're moving onwards. And it ends with that famous passage, we are strangers and pilgrims in this land. So there's this sense of being on a journey through time towards some destiny in the future, which can be a different place, like America. The Pilgrim Fathers were inspired by this mythology to come to America and see in it a new promised land. It's inspired the migratory urges of the Northern Europeans for centuries now, this vision. And it's also inspired the attempt to change the world through science and technology, but it's so deeply rooted in the Judeo-Christian tradition that mere tampering with the book of Revelation won't make it go away. It's fundamental to the entire historical orientation of the religion. Well, first, one historical note, that the revelation of St. John the Divine is not a unique phenomenon in the Judeo-Christian tradition. It's in a succession of apocalyptic books which abounded around the time of Christ, because many people believed that the end was literally at hand. St. John the Baptist's message was, repent, for the end is at hand. It was a period very similar to our own, in the sense that the idea of the end being at hand was widely believed, only too credible to them, for whatever their reasons were. The book of Daniel in the Old Testament is an apocalyptic prophetic book and is a precursor of the revelation of St. John the Divine. These are just two examples in a large and extensive literature. It pervades the teachings of Jesus, this apocalyptic sense of the changing of everything. So, where was I?
About Daniel.
Oh yes, Daniel, that it pervades the thing, and it comes very early on, because the promise of to Abraham, it starts with Abraham. God promises Abraham that he'll take him and his descendants to another land. He'll give them a land. There's a promise of a land where wonderful things will happen. Abraham's children shall be as the sands of the sea, and he shall be the father of many nations. And these are promises about things that haven't happened but will happen. And through faith in these promises, history is made. And there's a passage in the 11th chapter of the Epistle to the Hebrews, which is in the New Testament a doctrine to Jewish Christians. And there's a whole sermon on faith, how the entire motor of history for the Jewish people was this faith in what they hadn't yet seen. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the passage begins. And by faith Abraham went out to find a strange land, not having seen it, or even glimpsed it afar off. By faith Moses led the people of Israel out of Egypt to the promised land. And then by faith Noah built the ark, knowing not for what or when. And so when the rains came, he'd already built this ark, and everyone else was drowned, and he and his family took off. All these things are done by faith, and it ends with this thing about how we are moving by faith towards a new state, a promised land. Because if we belong to the cities of the world as we know them, we'd go back to those cities, but we're moving onwards. And it ends with that famous passage, we are strangers and pilgrims in this land. So there's this sense of being on a journey through time towards some destiny in the future, which can be a different place, like America. The Pilgrim Fathers were inspired by this mythology to come to America and see in it a new promised land. It's inspired the migratory urges of the northern Europeans for centuries now, this vision. And it's also inspired the attempt to change the world through science and technology, but it's so deeply rooted in the Judeo-Christian tradition that mere tampering with the book of Revelation won't make it go away. It's fundamental to the entire historical orientation of the religion.
We need to direct it toward a non-lethal, satisfying conclusion.
Well, the momentum can't be... I don't think the momentum of the technological effects of all this can be stopped. Or at least certainly not in a short...
Considering this possibility that I mentioned at the beginning, Ralph, which is that there is this intuition is of something profound, that it isn't simply a lethal neurosis, it's the actual anticipation of what is now made inevitable by all this technology.
Well, in that case, there's no problem.
No, I'm not
We're not
sure
going to
there's a
reject
problem.
the inevitable. We just, as you suggested, sort of like get used to it happening.
Well, get used to the fact it could happen at any time. You see, Terence is so much like St. John, in both in his St. John the Baptist form and in the St. John the Divine. There's in the Gospels, there's these passages of Jesus which Terence could easily quote and add to his armamentarium of...
Is this Nicodemus, what Christ told Nicodemus?
No, it's his prophecies in St. Luke's Gospel about how when the kingdom of heaven comes, when it will be like a thief in the night. And, you know, in the parable of the 7 wise and foolish virgins who are not ready for the end, many stories that say that, you know, when it comes, it'll come suddenly and you won't know when it's coming. And you have to live...
a thief in the night, and no man will know the moment of my coming.
Well,
Exactly.
I'm yielding now to Terence's view that there's no way to save this vehicle, that the basic scriptures are riddled with a self-fulfilling prophecy of apocalypse, and either there is an inevitable apocalypse on the horizon, or, in case there's not, one might be created by the self-fulfilling prophecy, the mechanism of paranoid delusion. Then we would have to defuse the time bomb of the Bible.
That's a good way of thinking. Yes.
And the Koran.
People should be allowed to let the apocalypse happen, not make it happen.
Yeah.
If culture is a fantasy coming out of the unconscious, then, you know, we have set ourselves up for this. It's now going to be very delicate to ride this through, understand it, stop it, back out, integrate it.
The myth of apocalypse, is this then one of the major weaknesses of this system from the evolutionary point of view?
It's what enabled us to understand and discover the evolutionary point of view. The evolutionary point of view is the apocalyptic vision of history writ large, surely. I mean, the very fact that the notion of human progress made
progress requires the beginning, the middle, and the end to even grok it.
Yes. And the thing is that from the idea of human progress, which was widespread by the end of the 18th century, the idea of biological progress, i.e. the same process recognized in the human realm but extended to all life, seemed increasingly plausible to many people, because the idea of life as totally static and the whole of nature as utterly frozen, with only humans developing in this mode. You see, when Hegel showed the dialectical development of thought, it was a fairly obvious idea that Marx and others took up, of thinking of a kind of evolutionary development of matter as well. In other words, seeing the evolutionary process as not just a human one, but involving all life, and then since 1966, the entire cosmos, with Big Bang cosmology. So I would say that the Big Bang cosmology, which is an apocalyptic vision of history with an explosive beginning and therefore implying an explosive end, is simply a projection, well, I shouldn't say simply, but is a kind of projection of this Judeo-Christian model of history. It's not just confined to churches and synagogues. It's something which has come to... It's the myth which encloses our entire scientific worldview, which has grown up within this Judeo-Christian matrix.
Yes.
And it started in the human realm, then it spread to...
Apocalyptarian. Good. It seems inevitable.
It is inevitable. Get used to it.
But you see, the evolutionary view gives us a sort of vast time scale for this process. It's still in the same model. It says, sooner or later, maybe in 5, maybe 10 billion years, our sun will explode. It will follow the course of a grade 3 star, or whatever it's classified
Not that
as.
we know what the course is.
But the typical course of such a star, we say airily, having observed stars for a few
years.
Decades.
Years of careful observation.
And big supernovas that tell us what happens when a star blows up are things that we've observed occasionally. Like one in 1987. Anyway, so the theory is, it's just a star. It will, like any other star, burn out. It'll either become a red giant or a black hole. I've forgotten which it'll become. But at any rate, that's the end for us. So the scientific worldview actually does have the same thing. It has, I think, the sun becoming a supernova or a red giant and killing everything in the solar system. That would be our end. And it would be one that mirrored the Big Bang as a kind of incandescent beginning. That's the scientific view. That is an apocalyptic view.
It's just a few years.
But it's just that it transfers the apocalypse to the remote future.
Conveniently
so that you don't have to... It doesn't get rid of it. It has it. And the heat death of the old thermodynamic 19th century universe, the steam engine running out of steam, was a kind of slow but inevitable ending of time. The heat death of the cosmos was when entropy was at a maximum and processes, work, and that kind of thing came to an end. And so it was a kind of...
But you see...
So now we're down to this. We're accepting the apocalypse myth because it's an integral part of the historical concept as the Israelites invented it. And we can't do anything about that. And nevertheless, this has no implication at all as to the overall longevity of our human habitation on Earth.
No, I disagree. I
so
think it's
therefore,
a strong intuition.
the paranoia of our culture is manifest in the assumption that it's happening tomorrow.
Except that there's ample evidence. It isn't paranoia. Who else has nuclear stockpiles? Who else has Agent Orange? Who else has CFCs dissolving the ozone hole? This is not paranoia. Paranoia? The Earth is on fire. Haven't you heard? There's no reason to worry about being too paranoid. You can lift your foot off that pedal. It's okay. You can go with that intuition now. The planet is on fire.
To fasten the fire to a complete incineration in a certain year, no matter what the response.
No, that's not what's being said. You can interpret it as the smeared apocalypse that takes 200 years but still ends with everybody dead at the end of it, or the fast apocalypse that takes 15 minutes and could happen today or tomorrow. There are all these styles of imagining it, but the
style matters. I think
but all the possibilities are real.
The projection of the apocalypse in the year 2012, I think, is actually damaging of our chances of having a future.
No, I think it's a way to manage it. If it's just, it could be tomorrow, it could be 200 years from now, that's a little weird. Why not manage ourselves through a narrow neck in a state of high awareness by there should be tremendous pressure on governments to get rid of nuclear stockpiles by 2000.
Yes,
to actually,
sure.
well, but to use the calendar as a club, saying, do you want to enter the third millennium armed like barbarians? Do you want to be just like King Canute? He was who was in charge at the turn of the last millennium. You want them to hold you up to King Canute and say, Canute, Bush, 2 Viking warlords, 2 knotheads? Or do you want to drape yourself in the olive of peace and be, the savior of the world, the unifier of mankind, and so forth and so on? It's a great
what
thing
I'm
to...
suggesting is that the coupling of the apocalyptic vision of the revelation of St. John with the concept of the end of time in the year 2012 makes most likely the response of the Secretary of the Interior, who says, well, so what? I mean, there's nothing we can do about it, so let it go.
Going back to the Revelation, John, which I would have seen, I could have seen this discussion go on with never a mention of it. That's just an obscure Christian text, interesting to fanatics. But the overall world...
But the whole idea,
this issue,
what idea is evoked in people's minds through use of the word apocalypse, our subject here?
Well, I called it the end of the world.
Good, that's much better.
It was my notion.
That lets John off the hook and the Bible.
The end of the world.
All right. The proposal of the end of the world happening in a fixed year is not inclining people to do something about nuclear stockpiles by the year 2000. Like, who cares if the last 12 years have or do not have nuclear stockpiles?
No, I didn't link the two together. I meant that the year 2000, everyone wants to celebrate the millennium by feeling like there's a new style, a breath of fresh air, a new order. So the year 2000, forget 20.
Perestroika in the United States.
There should be
that would be something.
A thorough examination on the part of everybody of their society as we approach the third millennium.
That sounds good.
That would be a fine thing, I think. It's interesting, when they tested the first atomic bomb at Trinity site at Alamogordo, of the 19 physicists who observed it, there were 6 who believed that the temperatures were high enough to ignite the atmosphere, and that the entire planet was there was a 30% chance that the entire planet's atmosphere would be set on fire by this experiment. And they went forward. They had no reason to believe that this wouldn't happen.
That would be an interesting experiment.
Well, it didn't happen, obviously.
Yeah.
It's not hot enough. I wonder how
that
hot
was a close one.
That was a close one.
And this comet coming back in 2012 looks like a close one. That's the definition of a close one.
That's a close one. And the toxicity...
The population explosion. What about projecting the population explosion to the year 2012? How many people would that be that continue the pace?
I don't know. It depends on whose figures you use, but probably approaching 10 billion. 10 billion people. An ozone... If you take the ozone hole, which we know that's a problem, propagated at the present rate of phase, there will be no ozone hole. So you've got 10 billion people, no ozone hole. The impact of that single parameter is totally unknown. The carbon dioxide emission continues. That's a whole other issue. The acid rain continues. Nuclear proliferation continues. Propaganda runs rampant. Meanwhile, pharmacology, brainwashing, surgical reconstruction, all of this stuff has made new leaps toward great fascist accomplishments. I mean, it's a pressure cooker world that we're describing. And I think under such conditions of cultural compression, forms of novelty will erupt that are totally unpredictable in the present context, and that these are the forces that will create the end of the world. I mean, I think of it sort of like the DMT wave hits the planet or something like that. so much is happening. Everything is knitting together. It cannot be stopped. I mean, there will be cellular technology and human-machine interface and uploading and downloading of clones of people and memories and places, and everything, the boundaries are dissolving into some kind of techno-biological informational soup of intentionality. But what is its intentionality? It's not in the hands of any person, any organization, anything we can figure out. It's just the Gaian will, and it's incomprehensible what is happening on this planet. It is like the metamorphosis that goes on inside the chrysalis, except this is a planet that is having its forests liquefied, its oceans boiled, its populations moved, its genes streaming in all directions with all these exotic toxins mixed in. And it has this, it isn't for death that it's moving, it's moving towards some kind of other thing, not death.
Yes, well, this is the new Gospel of St. John, is what you're raving.
Gnostic apotheosis.
This is the green version of the apocalyptic vision, that the apocalypse is actually this
is the edge.
Poison through the rampant infection of the planet by the human species.
Well, but is it poison? I mean, you have to remember that oxygen was a deadly gas that totally destroyed the biotic organization of this planet, and in fact 1 billion years was spent responding to the presence of oxygen, yet it is the basis of all present life.
Yes.
No, I think we're at the edge of the apocalypse.
An apocalypse
hurricane.
without having the complete sterilization of the planet, something on that order that took a mere 1 billion years to recover.
These
and
asteroids.
The whole of the evolution of life on the planet begins again from scratch at the microbial level.
That's right. At these asteroid strikes, nothing larger than a chicken.
You'd have to say that satisfied the original St. John's description of the apocalypse.
Yes.
So that's it then. The green version, the green reinterpretation of the Bible identifies the present moment as the apocalypse.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's not even in 2012.
We're on the edge of the apocalypse. It's a time
Since
storm.
1847.
It's a time storm whose diameter is impossible to estimate, and all we know is that the barometric pressure is dropping faster than you've ever seen it drop, and there's an eerie stillness, and the light in the sky looks very strange, but nothing has happened yet.
It does seem to be out of hand as far as the scale of something that we could interact with in any way. I mean, we're the passive observers of this problem.
Well, if we could model it.
Well, are we the passive observer? I mean, we're also
magic, you mean?
Well, no, we can prepare.
Fractal dynamics. The apocalypse must have its own inner laws and dynamics. This is what we're attempting to do, I assume.
Yes, but it also, I mean, before we get into the actual mechanics, I think a bit more speculation is called for.
Surely not.
Assuming that human consciousness doesn't simply become extinguished at death, we have the question of what happens when millions of people die together. And what happened in Hiroshima when all those people died, or in Dresden when the firebomb attacks caused this fireball and firestorm in Dresden. All these people suddenly die together. They all pass through the state of the death experience, not the near-death experience, because this is for real. The death experience, which, from the descriptions we have, involves going through a tunnel, entering a new kind of realm, and a different order of reality, rather like the birth canal, but into another dimension. Now, however we conceive of what happens at death, leaving aside only the materialist hypothesis that all just goes blank, the end of the world through any of these scenarios, billions of people, more than ever before, dying at once or by the million, is going to create an extraordinary flux of souls, to put it in traditional language, an unprecedented rate of flux. An unprecedented passage, and perhaps those who die in the same moment through the same cause undergo some kind of fusion. there may be some kind of psychic being, of kind of humanity. One way of picturing it in Christian terms is that what's happening to the earth is a global crucifixion. The whole of humanity is undergoing a kind of crucifixion, and there'll be a moment when the crucified body of humanity there's a collective moment at which humanity gives up the ghost, or at least large sections of it. The nuclear scenario, incidentally, according to its script since the Second World War, has essentially meant the auto-destructive Christendom, because all nuclear targets, bar those in Turkey, which is in NATO, but NATO and Warsaw Pact countries, with the exception of Turkey, are all Christendom, and there's Western Christendom in Western Europe and the United States, and there's Eastern Christendom in the Soviet Union and Greece. And essentially, a nuclear thing would be the auto-destructive Christendom, which would be very much in the self-fulfilling prophecy mode of, this particular apocalyptic. But the environmental one is much more global. It's no longer, as we shift from our focus of attention to the dangers of nuclear war, not that there's any reason to shift from it, all the weapons are still there, or as the fashion changes and we turn our attention to the global thing, we now see that this isn't just Christendom, it's everybody. Anyway, if it does involve everybody, then part of the omega point, or the thing that Terence is trying to describe, obviously involves some kind of transition in consciousness, which might be achieved through mass death, and might be achieved without mass death through something that I think Terence rather vividly portrayed on one occasion as being like a kind of collective DMT experience.
The glory.
The glory.
You know about this.
I'm not sure that I can explain the glory.
It's they also call it the rapture. Fundamentalist.
The rapture, yes.
And the eminent expectation of this thing that they call the rapture, which will be the opening note of the end of the world scenario. And
they're carried up into the heavens in the rapture. They're actually borne aloft.
Their clothes are left behind as they leave the automobiles going vertically to the sky.
That's the one, the rapture. See, it's interesting because we all die. There is an apocalypse built in. It's just that it only happens to you. And so every human life becomes ultimately an approach to this question of final time. And what difference does it make that you're the only one that's going to die? After all, that's the one you're standing in.
Yes.
So it isn't that if you don't live in the age of the end of the world, you don't get to deal with the question of final time. It's just that in this age, the death of the individual and the death of the species are somehow both possible to contemplate.
Yeah. And the death of the other species.
And the death of the other. It may be, lots of traditions teach that life is organization for the purpose of creating a kind of after-death vehicle or some kind of structure in a higher dimension, which is, if carefully made, will survive some kind of transition that is potentially could fail, and that you're supposed to spend your life doing this. Well, if the sun were to explode, then the entire biological shell of organizational soul ecoplasm would be liberated in a fraction of a second, We don't know what life is for or what death is for.
Well, I think it certainly makes a difference. It certainly makes a difference to the way that individuals face death in what they believe happens to them afterwards. And people who've had near-death experiences, where they've experienced this going through a tunnel, an altered state of consciousness, out-of-the-body experience, so they have the sensation that there's something in them that leaves the body and survives it. An experience which I think is related to lucid dreaming, which in turn is related to dreaming, which is the experience we all have every night, whether we remember it or not, of travelling in other realms with another body, not the same as the physical body in bed, but an implicit body at least. And if the state of being after death is like dreaming without being able to wake up, so that when we die we are captured in a realm of our dreams, we pass through this tunnel and we enter a realm which is more like the realm of dreams than the life of waking experience, that there is indeed a post-mortal life in such a form glimpsed in dreams in some kinds of psychedelic experience where the barrier that's penetrated is maybe like the membrane or the barrier that we penetrate at death, and they may therefore be akin to near-death experiences, which I think DMT probably is, then if there is indeed this state of individual survival after death, we have to ask ourselves what would be the state of collective survival if indeed billions of people were wiped off the earth. And most people don't want to think beyond that moment. It's a catastrophe. We must do everything that we can possibly do to avoid. And let's start by recycling our beer cans. That's the usual approach. But if you carry it through and see what might happen afterwards, vast numbers of people going through this barrier at the same time, creating a kind of group mind of a kind never before seen in the post-mortal plane, possessed of a powerful imagination, perhaps. I mean, if all of them passed through and believed in the New Jerusalem might indeed manifest in this plane, and there might be some kind of post-mortal state, which is the attractor. The point is that there are various ways of thinking of what it is that's drawing people to this millennium, both in expectation and in dread. I mean, this is the approach of, another metaphor is the Last Judgment, meeting God, as Terence put it, like the mind of God coming into history. It's a mixture. It's no longer just the loving God, but it's the image of God that certainly has the shadow side in it, because it's a dreadful moment.
The judgment.
Yes, day of wrath and doom impending, as the Dies Irae puts it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question as to why the apocalypse is such a strong attractor, and the attractor is that somewhere beyond that, all the doom and this moment, there's some other state of being which is extraordinarily blissful compared with anything we know here, and is utterly more perfect. And it's the same fantasy or dream that was the recovery of Eden, the going to the promised land, the coming to America, the transformation of the world through science and technology. There's something quite magical and infinitely attractive that's motivated the entire historical process. And if, in Terence's view, what we experience is some kind of shock wave coming back from the future, that this thing is going to happen, and its approach is sending back these kind of shock waves through time, quite a powerful image, I think. Then we have to consider that this is what really is happening. It's the blissful state, or whatever this might be, that is actually acting as a historical attractor. So powerful an attractor is it that whatever we do, we can't escape from it once that's been conceived and allowed to infiltrate not just our religion but our entire secular, political, and scientific and intellectual life.
So the justification for the omega point concept of de Chardin is actually this mechanism built into the apocalypse vision.
The omega point is apocalypse. It's de Chardin's conception of the apocalypse, not just at a human level, but at a cosmic level.
Yes.
Yes, it happens to all nature.
And let me just add one more ingredient to this particular line of thought. When we were at Hollyhock recently, Brian Swim came up and was talking about his cosmological views. And he was exploring the idea that the universe, like a developing organism, has ages at which things happen. It has an inbuilt cosmological time. It's not like the old universe where galaxies were coming into being, others were dissolving. It just all went on forever in endless cycles. There was a time when atoms came into being first in the universe. There was a time when galaxies formed, or at least the great majority of them. There was a time when planets could form. Planets couldn't have formed a minute after the Big Bang. There was only a time after supernovae had been in existence, stars had formed and stardust from supernovae, the time when planets could form. So in a sense, just as in a developing embryo, the development has particular times or phases or synchronies. So if there were life on other planets, that the stage it's at might not be that very different from the stage ours is at. So I said to him, this was the most interesting line of thought, and since I'd also been thinking about parallel evolutions and their possible effect on ours through morphic resonance, interplanetary morphic resonance, similar Gaias in other solar systems, planets of the species Gaia will be in resonance with ours. And planets of the species Venus will resonate with Venus and so on. But we're interested in the Gaian resonances. And I said, well, how far, in sort of rough estimate, order of magnitude, in time, do you think they'd be from within 1 billion years of where we are, within 1 million, within 500,000, within 50, within 5? Where would you put it? He said, just guessing 50 to 500,000 years of where we are. So there might be, you see, similar processes.
That's really a big bang.
I don't understand why he assumes that.
Because of this developmental theory
I
of the cosmos.
understand that, but my guess would be 500 million years. I mean, you have to be reasonable with the size of the universe.
Yes, but take into account morphic resonance. If there is indeed morphic resonance between the planets, so that when a new form appears on Earth, it's vastly more likely to appear on other planets. You could have a greatly accelerated evolution on other planets till they almost caught up. So if any got in far in the lead, the morphic resonance effect would tend to make the others catch up. It's a little bit like your time.
Yes, it's a cosmic synchronization principle.
The next place you can check this is 4.5 light years away, and that may not be suitable. There is a sun-type star in Centauri, 1.1 solar masses. If there were an oxygen-rich, water-heavy planet there, you could... it could be a twin Earth. Haven't we been here somewhere before? This islander.
What are you doing about your apocalypse problem?
But the thing is, you see, that the Christian apocalyptic version, the vision, has several forms. One's the local human one, that just happens to people. Like the Jews going to the Promised Land, didn't change all nature, it just meant they got other people's vineyards and took over other people's fields and killed the native inhabitants or reduced them to some second-class status. A repetitive pattern in history. And but this was a limited vision of where this whole process was lent. Then it got more and more elaborated, this apocalyptic vision, until in Teilhard de Chardin, it's the end of the evolutionary cosmos. And it's not just the big crunch, it's much more immediate than that somehow. And so it's this attractor pulling forward. So it's this cosmic vision. But the thing is that it seems to us unlikely, given our standard old-fashioned cosmological view, that anything that happens on Earth would affect the rest of the cosmos. But if lots of Earths are synchronized, and if there are these, you see, then we do indeed begin to get the sense of a possible cosmic apocalyptic. I don't know how much
that's an interesting idea.
It's interesting. The cosmic scheme.
That the end time of the cosmos.
The end of the soul of the world.
The end of or the total transformation of the soul of the world. That it may be a maturation process, or that's because present cosmology hasn't got very much to offer in the way of what happens in the future. Either you've got endless expansion, which seemed persuasive to people in the 1960s when it was generally believed that economies could go on expanding forever and forever. So a cosmos that went on forever.
Yes.
Then people got worried about the big stock market crashes, the whole thing ending in tears. Then we got more big crunch scenarios on the market. There may be just enough dark matter.
They say it's close to the indeterminate value. They can't tell.
Exactly. And now they've got into a very subtle position, which I'm sure the medieval schoolmen would have admired as a solution to the problem, saying that we're hovering on the very brink between an ever-expanding and ever-collapsing, so close to the margin that it's impossible ever to tell. Yes.
Okay.
So, but these are rather uninteresting visions of the future.
Well, you've actually created another mechanism for an apocalypse.
It happens somewhere else. and then by this kind of imploding process, once one pops...
It's a chain reaction.
It'd be a chain reaction.
And the stars would fall from heaven, and the lights of the galaxies would go out, and
it's similar to this time travel problem of collapsing time.
The God whistle, yes.
The God whistle.
That's right.
It's a spatial version of the God whistle.
Yes.
A synchronization of God whistles, cosmos-wide.
Yes, a cosmic chain reaction at a certain developmental stage that just pulls everything down into it. We have to believe that the universe is stranger than we can suppose.
Yes.
And that's the way by avoiding closure and keeping that in front of us, I think we will not go far wrong.
The trouble is that at the apocalypse, if it happens, the hermeneutic cycle will come to an end.
Yeah.
If it happens in 2012, I'm sure I'll get no credit whatsoever for having been right.
Well, it'd be a bit late for credit to be much value to, wouldn't it?
I suppose so.
Well, a raptural New Jerusalem might have to take its physical existence in another universe. I mean, only this universe will pop. Right?
Yes, well, what is it, this New Jerusalem that everybody leaves, this machine of sapphire and emerald and chalcedony that descends from the sky and in which there is, a world of delight before the presence of God? I mean, this is the promise. This is the covenant. This is the fulfillment of the covenant. Is that the ocean will boil, everything will be lost, and do not give up the faith, because at the landing of the ark, the covenant was made, not with Abraham, but with Noah, with humanity, and it will be redeemed. There was all this, the pledge will be redeemed. The promise will be kept.
Don't throw away your coupons. They'll be cashed in due time.
That's right. The promise will be kept. I think it probably will be kept.
Well, I do believe we've transformed the apocalypse myth suitable for the purple and green church.
You think that we've
transformed it, yes.
Well, the Green Church of Brazil already has a version of the apocalypse myth, which is they believe in very strongly, and in theirs the dragon in the last days comes and eats up the forest. They say it's an Inca prophecy, and burns and destroys. A dragon, incidentally, which is prophesied at the very beginning of Anglo-Saxon liberal political theory in Hobbes's model of Leviathan, because the dragon that's destroying the Amazon forest is the great monster Leviathan, which society, in Hobbes's view, is the aggregate, like cells in the body. Individuals are like atoms in the body of Leviathan.
And there's a dragon in the Revelation of St. John.
Yes. So
Our Lady of Heaven crushes the head of the serpent.
So here's the serpent, which is, and in the last days, the struggle between the serpent and the forces of light grows ever more intense. People are forced to take sides because it no longer is possible to sit on the fence because the fence itself is crumbling. And there will be an intense polarization through the 1990s, in their view, towards the coming of the millennium, because these forces become ever more powerful, preparing for the final battle. Well, this is a fairly traditional version of the millennium. This is already one adopted by what one could call a green church. And it's one that sees the struggle that's going on now as being of uncertain outcome, in a sense. Although through faith in the victory over the dragon, the victory will be achieved through faith. So it's another form of seeing faith motivating faith in some future state, motivating the struggle. And it's a powerful inspiration. And actually, without some such inspiration, I don't think the green movement can function properly. Yeah. And that means that any apocalyptic vision that either sees the apocalypse as inevitable or as something we can't do anything about is, as you were suggesting earlier, perhaps destructive in its effect. But an apocalyptic vision which sees it as a process in which we're participants and to which we can make some difference, then unleashes this kind of heroic archetype. Incidentally, I think that both the conquest of nature and the environmental movement are under the aegis of the heroic archetype. In one of them, the heroes saving humanity from the ravaging powers of destructive nature, like the battle of doctors against cancer. In the other one, the environmentalist is saving the virgin nature from the onslaughts of this destructive dragon of Leviathan, which is devouring the forest, polluting the world, shitting everywhere. So anyway, they're both under this archetype, and maybe it's too late for us to escape that particular heroic archetype either. Because the only thing that can motivate the green movement is a heroic archetype, whether it takes the form of actual guerrilla fighting or whether it takes the form of non-violent resistance, a kind of Gandhian and Christian version which will generate martyrs who will then have this great archetypal appeal. But only some such millenarian faith, I think, could motivate the green movement sufficiently fast enough and sufficiently deeply enough to change the scenario. And so I think that this is another way of saying we're so in the fold of this millenarian in its field that only another millenarian scenario could possibly help undo it. Rubbing it out, getting rid of it, forgetting it, suppressing it, psychically engineering it out of our psyche, I think we're past all that.
Yeah. That's why a jihad to save the earth doesn't sound like a half-bad alternative.
From chaos we came, and unto chaos shall return.
The middle name of chaos is opportunity. Well,
we have to end somewhere.
Well, I think the question is about the T-shirt I'm wearing, right? Which I'm not sure Ralph realized that's what the question is about.
What T-shirt?
Well, I'm not a Buddhist, but I'm interested in the knot of eternity because another way of thinking of it is it's the nexus of connectivity. It's a place where everything is cotangent, as the mathematicians say. Everything is connected. And I think that's the place that we're growing toward. That's what all the complexification in biology and culture is about, is this mysterious, super-connected dimension that lies ahead of us in the future. So that's what that's all about.
Along those lines, can you address the fascination we have with years ending in zeros and millennialism and certain Christian fascination with the end of the world, please?
The question is, can we address the certain fascination that people have with years ending in 3 zeros and stuff like that? I think personally that the word millennium has been misunderstood, not only by ordinary people walking around reading in the newspaper, but also famous authors of big books about the millennium. And it doesn't really have anything to do with the number. But certainly numbers have a fascination, but I think that the fascination with the year 2000 is just a bunch of hype. And I don't, but you know better than I do. I don't believe that people are fascinated by the year 2000 under the heading millennium. But let me just ask you, how many people are fascinated by the year 2000? See, Terence and a few followers. Now, on the other hand, if you were interested in 2048, now there's a power of 2. That's an interesting number. The question is about an idea we discussed yesterday concerning bifurcations in general, a mathematical notion, and the possible emergence of a new species. That is something we talked about a lot yesterday, so I'll ask Rupert.
I'm afraid I've forgotten this discussion. What do you mean by that, Ralph? We didn't talk about the emergence of new species.
I think I'm going to interpret the question freely, if I may. That we talked about, so first of all, we discussed evolution from different aspects, particularly the difference between biological evolution, like the descent of man from apes or whatever, and the evolution of species, like those trilobites and stuff on one hand, and the evolution of individual consciousness and world cultural history, or in other words, culture, civilization, social transformations, in other words, which is a completely different thing. But there is afoot around the land a kind of a optimistic belief that all different kind of evolution follow similar rules, and that's called general evolution theory. Therefore, we tried to extrapolate more or less from the sequence of events which results in a biological evolutionary quantum leap with a possibly similar sequence of events that results in a quantum leap in social evolution. And then we went on to say that we're interested in this because we believe that probably we are in such a quantum leap right now, and therefore, and Eric touched on this in his brilliant introduction about our present moment between the past and the future, that if present moment is between a past that's familiar and a future which is completely different, then that's a very special moment. And because we are in such a moment, and we don't want to be afraid of it, we have to understand if there is a universal process of evolutionary jump, and we knew about it, then we have a better understanding of where we are right now in the present moment, and therefore a better chance of creating a future for this next, after the leap, whatever it is. But I made that up. I don't know if it had anything to do with yesterday or not. I think we have to go on to another question. I'm sorry if I didn't do an adequate job with that one.
Could you talk about globalization in some kind of context, maybe that context or maybe another one, but how you either you or all of you feel globalization is either destroying or evolving or stimulating something.
So the question is, can we talk about globalization? Is it okay if I just shorten it to that, giving the partners the greatest latitude to do this?
Thanks ever so. Well, I mean, globalization means change. It means boundary dissolution. On one level, it means the creation of a global monoculture of values, which is certainly less rich than a culture of aboriginal and unique human societies. The problem is no one wants to live in a museum diorama in order to support somebody else's idea of political correctness. So all over the world, what people want to do is join up with consumer culture and values, generally speaking. On the other end of the spectrum, those values are mutating faster than they ever have before, producing all kinds of new technologies, socially empowered groups that previously had no voice. So is the situation? Yes. Is there gain? Yes. The outcome of all this is going to be a diminishing of the power of culture to mold people's lives, and an empowering of eccentricity, marginality, and individuality. So whether you call this win or lose, there's something there for everybody, I think.
Now here's a leading question, which is addressed to Rupert. Would you tell us about your current research with morphogenetic fields?
Yes, morphic resonance. Well, all right. Probably not everyone knows what this is all about, so I have to give a very brief thumbnail sketch. I put forward a theory that all living systems and all organized systems, like galaxies, stars, planets, molecules, crystals, plants, animals, ecosystems, societies, etc., these self-organizing systems are organized by invisible fields, morphic fields, within and around the system, and that these fields have a kind of inherent memory, given by the process I call morphic resonance. A giraffe today tunes in to all giraffes in the past and draws on a collective giraffe memory. A crystal today tunes into the memories of similar crystals in the past, and that's why crystals keep crystallizing the same way. When new crystals are made, this isn't what happens. As a habit builds up in nature. So the idea is that the laws of nature are more like habits. The universe has a memory. And this idea, of course, is controversial. There are two ways of testing it. One is to test the morphic resonance aspect, which is to look for memory effects in nature. The other way is to look at the morphic fields, which connect things together in space. And I've been working on both kinds of tests. In my earlier books, like The Presence of the Past, I summarize tests mostly in psychology, for morphic resonance, trying to see whether there's a collective human memory. People learn something in one place, can they learn the same thing quicker in another? I can't here summarize the many experiments that have been done, but most of them have given positive results supporting the morphic resonance hypothesis. Some have given non-significant results. Usually tests where one's looking at the memory effects from millions of people in the past, for example to do with written scripts like Hebrew, those give positive results, whereas those that involve a few people, 50 to 100 people learning something new now, sometimes give positive results, sometimes they're not significant. It's too weak to detect with small samples reliably. However, recently it's come to light that where bodies of data, like IQ test data, exist over many years, since 1910, standard IQ tests have been administered. Mysteriously, the average score has been going up and up and up all over the world. It's only recently become clear that this is the case. It's called the Flynn effect, after its discoverer, Flynn. And nobody can explain it, because people aren't getting smarter. No other measure shows that people are getting smarter all over the world. They're just getting better at doing IQ tests. And this, I think, is because they're tuning in by morphic resonance to all the millions of people who've done those tests before. Attempts by psychologists to explain this phenomenon have failed, and Flynn confesses himself baffled. I predicted this effect on the basis of morphic resonance years ago. I discuss it in my 1988 book, The Presence of the Past. And I think that this is the most impressive piece of psychological evidence, because it involves the largest scale set of data. And it wasn't collected by me, so it's not in dispute that this is special pleading on my part. In relation to morphic fields, I must keep this brief. I'm looking at the bonds between people and people, people and pets. These social bonds, the way that members of a social group are connected together by fields. And one of those research projects is going on right here in Santa Cruz. There are two main centres for this research in the world, one London, where I live, the other Santa Cruz. And indeed this gives me a wonderful opportunity to put in an appeal, which I was hoping to have a chance to make this evening, to those of you who live around here. We're studying, among other things, psychic pets. Dogs that know when their owners are coming home and go to the door and wait before someone comes in. Cats that anticipate the arrivals of their owners. Pets that pick up their owners' intentions telepathically, like cats that know when they're going to be taken to the vet and disappear. And dogs that know when they're going to be taken for a walk and get excited even before anyone's moved or picked up their lead or anything like that. The person who's doing that research here in Santa Cruz is very keen to get in touch with people who have dogs or cats or cockatiels or other pets that do this kind of thing. And so if any of you do and would like to take part in these experiments, please talk to David Brown afterwards, who's working with me on this project here in Santa Cruz. And David is here. So if you stay around here, David, so those who can't see you will know where to find you at least, afterwards, that would be a big help.
Can you speak on the idea of conspiracy, is the question. And the answer is yes. This might be an opportunity for sort of a mini-log.
Yes.
I think.
Tempest future.
Is that a yes or a no?
It's a cautionary note.
Well, I think this is the kind of subject on which Terence has most to say. So I think we should let him start.
Well, while I may have the most to say, I'm not sure it's what you want to hear. Conspiracy theory generally seems to me to be, it flattens reality. It betrays its true complexity. The great successful conspiracies, the Catholic Church, capitalism, the Communist Party of China, Zionism. These things don't call themselves conspiracies. They call themselves historical social movements. If you bill yourself as a conspiracy, it's almost dead certain that whatever you're about, it's of no consequence. I think there's a tendency to not think as clearly as we might, because the current reigning paradigm of political correctness, which is relativism, dictates that we never criticize each other, no matter how preposterous and ontologically unanchored our vision of the world might be. So, the task of discerning shit from Shinola looms very large at the end of history. And one piece of advice, and then I'll let this subject go. If you're confronted with extraordinary claims of pro bono proctologists from other star systems making unannounced house calls, or stuff of that ilk, the face on Mars, so forth and so on, Palladian channeling, the way to handle this stuff is thoroughly check out the messenger. Thoroughly check out the messenger with questions such as, how many convictions for Grand Theft Autos you have in your life, and so forth and so on. And I think if we examine the messenger, much of the mysterious facts that haunt our speculations will be seen to be something less than rock-solid stuff.
Gimme the
No, the same thing can't be said for DMT. DMT is not an idea, it's not a position, it's an experience. If you want to know what DMT is about, get some and smoke it. It is unambiguously what it is. Ideas are the truth. You can kick the tires. You can look at the odometer. The truth doesn't need spin doctoring, advanced men, hybola, promo, or advanced publicity. And things which do require that are usually bogus.
I have to confess that we've duked it out on this one before, and last time Terence won. But there is possibly a conspiracy theory is an attempt to explain something that looks like a conspiracy, and one possible explanation is a conspiracy, but although there's no conspiracy, nevertheless we all have the experience of seeing a kind of coordination among events in different spheres in different times that Jung called synchronicity. We could say that there are kind of space-time patterns in experience that defy ordinary explanation, and when such a space-time pattern occurs, then we seek an explanation such as some paranormal telepathy, precognitive dream, or some other kind of magic, or even an illusion. Now, the conspiracy is an explanation for a synchronistic event that is perceived as a synchronistic event by people who perceive it, right? We don't know what is actually going on, but we think that there's a pattern, like he pulled the trigger, he fell over, something like that. So, you give Terence some credit here. Not only there's no conspiracy, but there's nothing that even appears like a conspiracy, but the idea, the impression that there is a synchronicity is, as a matter of fact, a kind of a mass insanity, an illusion, which is taken up as a, like the Shroud of Turin or something, is the illusion, and then there's the explanation. So we had, the last time we duped it out on this was, I believe, in the context of the famous crop circles. Now, crop circles are much better known in England than they are in California because they mostly occurred in England, but in California we like to pride ourselves that we know what's going on in England. And so one time I flew over to England to experience a crop circle, and Rupert and I flew down, having heard the news that one had recently appeared. We flew down the motorway in his car, and we experienced a fresh crop circle, and we had a kind of epiphany there, I would say, on several different levels. And we came back rather softened in our skepticism about the crop circles. Now, what crop circles are is, I mean, on some abstract level that we're talking about, is this synchronistic kind of thing where there's a crop circle here, there's a crop circle there, there's a sort of space-time pattern in the occurrence of things for which there is no rational explanation, it seems. And we softened to the idea that this was not the illusion, but was an actual synchronicity of somehow the Earth was speaking to us by bending its hair to the side. And I had a bad hair day and woke up with a big similar.
I pity this.
Well, we've got you now, Terence. Because at that time, Terence said his explanation of this was a conspiracy theory. He said that the British Army did maneuvers at night. And so he had a conspiracy theory for these four crowds.
Would you like me to, since I'm sitting here? What I actually said was, since the British air defense authorities did not seem alarmed by the crop circles, that they must know more than we do, because that part of England is scattered over with NATO bases, thermonuclear weapons depots, and I don't think MI5 would be tolerating a penetration of British airspace without at least investigating it. As far as the crop circles are concerned, I cornered an expert on these matters, John Michel, who's no hard-edged reductionist, and I asked him, I said, John, what's going on in southern England? And after hemming and hawing, he said, rural British fun. And I think that is what's going on. Again, if you want to understand the crop circles, go to Devon and drink in the bars and read the bulletin boards and listen to what the locals are saying. And if you can survive that experience with your belief in the extra-normal origin of crop circles, then my family has a bridge over the Hudson River that we will sell you cheap.
First of all, I should add one detail Ralph left out about this epiphany in the crop circle. We went to, my wife, Jill Peirce, Ralph and I went to see it. We got a bit tired walking around. There were lots of crop circles, and when we were in the middle of the newest one, we felt like a rest. We'd been walking, it was a hot day. We lay down in a sort of threefold spoke pattern around the centre of the circle just for a short rest. And no sooner had someone commented, what a quiet day it is, how we could actually be making this and no one would know, when there was a distant buzz in the air. A helicopter came nearer and nearer, then descended over the crop circle and circled round above. On the side of it we read the single word, police. And shortly afterwards the helicopter landed. Police cars approached with sirens blaring from all sides, and we were arrested. They thought at last they'd found the crop circle perpetrators. Our attempts to convince them that we were merely inspecting them for scientific reasons cut little ice until a jeep arrived, out of which jumped a German baron with about 10 German photographers, who immediately said, Rupert, came up to me and turned to the police and said, if there's one scientist in England who can explain these, it's Dr. Sheldrake. The police melted away. However, we had a discussion about crop circles, Terence's conspiracy theory and so on, in our first volume of Trialogues. You can read it there, you can see a picture of one. After that, John Michel and I together organised what we thought would be the definitive experiment to get to the bottom of this, an essay in literal grassroots research. We got a German magazine to put up prize money, a £3,000 prize. We got the Guardian newspaper to sponsor the contest. And we formed an organising committee, of which I was chairman, to sponsor the first international crop circle making contest, which was held in southern England. We had a fixed design containing all the features supposedly most difficult to hoax. We invited the skeptics to submit an entry and invited them to nominate a judge. They refused, on the grounds this was a set-up. No one could possibly make a circle of such complexity that we'd loaded the contest. They're still going on. There's still a mystery, but I think the mystery is somewhat less than before, and we don't need the conspiracy theory to explain it.
Is it just my imagination, or isn't there some sort of an increase in anomalous circumstances and weirdness in the world?
The question is it my imagination, or is there an increase in weirdness in the world?
Well, the quickening, several things are going on. First of all, yes, there is greater weirdness in the world. Also, the media is a system for amplifying anomaly. All it reports are data points which depart from predictable curves. And the faster it can report these things, and the greater such things there are that can be reported, the more fascinating the world is. Thus, the more media is sold, the more toothpaste moved. And it is true that complexity is densifying, but one of the things that I think we're going to have to come to terms with as the world moves toward this concrescence of novelty is that it gives off spurious reflections of itself. The number of cults will multiply, the number of channelings multiply, the number of messiahs and healers moving among the people will multiply and multiply. They are caused by the proximity of the anomaly, but they are in fact false images, distorted images of it. This is why yesterday I was pleading for Occam's razor, clear thinking, rules of evidence, because, if hearsay and excited rumor is all it takes to sway you toward believing in a 12th planet or aliens trading coaxial cables for fetal tissue or all this other stuff, then you're just going to be a victim. You're going to be a mark. Somebody's picking your pocket. We can do better than that in the great centers of academic thinking and technical innovation than to spawn, people who support unanchored and unhinged and tasteless and over-designed speculation.
Wow.
The truth will be beautiful, and it will be simple, and it will be persuasive to those who doubt it. So don't get into some closed loop of ideology. Make the truth seduce you. Don't be thereby seduced by error.
Wow, thank you.
Would you address the quickening part? I have I'd like Rupert to speak on. There's the morphogenetic grid ley lines in England, the Akashic records, which is the universal mind of memory in the universe, and the paradigm shift or the harmonic convergence, and interdimensional walls growing thinner and thinner, Gerald Light and Nikola Tesla.
Everybody could hear that, yes, is okay.
Well, there's a lot of questions here. Let me start with the harmonic convergence, August 1987, I believe it was. I remember it well because I was invited to a gathering in Glastonbury, England, to celebrate this turning point in human consciousness. And although I'd met Jose Arguelles, with Terence probably, the significance of it wasn't at all clear to me. And so when I arrived there, I asked the organisers of this event, what's the program? And they said, well, first we're having the talk on the significance and meaning of the harmonic convergence. And so I'm delighted. I said, I'm really longing to hear what that is. And I said, who's giving the talk? And they said, you. So it was really a case of the blind leading the blind. So I can't say very much about that. Now, of the list of other phenomena, let's just take one. Choose which one.
Okay, the morphogenetic grid and its relation to ley lines in England and the world, and the interdimensional barriers growing thin. I think you can get that.
Okay, well, let's just stick to ley lines. There are these... in England, there are places... If you join together ancient sacred sites, they often line up. And so sometimes you can see a series of church steeples or monuments on the horizon, and they form a line. And these are called ley lines. Some people think they're power lines that join ancient sacred places. I was asked to give a talk on morphic resonance and ley lines at the Ley Hunters Moot, the annual gathering of ley hunters. And I didn't really understand ley lines, so I thought I'd ask the audience what they understood. And the big question, it seems to me, is, are ley lines made? Are they man-made, or are they really there? In other words, do people line up sacred sites, and then because you've got sacred sites aligned, the sort of charges the land between them, so you create a ley line? Or are there lines going across the landscape which people identified by geomantic means and then built sacred sites on? Well, it turned out there was a great diversity of opinion, and I asked for a vote on the subject among the audience, and it was about 50-50 among lay hunters who devote their lives to this subject. So there's no consensus here. And of course, those who'd like to bring about a consensus will say, well, couldn't it be both? Yes, it could. There could be features of the landscape, geomantic features of the landscape, peculiar powers of places which people were able to recognize in methods not unlike those of Feng Shui today. We know that in Europe people practiced the same kind of thing. They could pick out special places, and it's probably the case they also tried to align sacred places to create these systems. One is the St. Michael line, going from the west of Ireland right through to Delos and through to Carmel in Israel or Lebanon or wherever it is. It goes right through Europe, and it goes through some of the most significant and important sacred places. John Michel has written books on this subject. They're probably in this store somewhere. But the question as to whether they're made, how they're created, and what the significance of these geomantic power spots is, I don't know the significance of this and how it might line up with other spots on the west coast or elsewhere. But I think if one's interested in geomancy and so on, Santa Cruz is quite a good place to begin.
The request for an update on the timeline.
Well, very briefly, the novelty theory still predicts that this anomalous singularity of connection will occur in 2012 at the winter solstice, congruent to the end of the Mayan calendar. The mathematics were thoroughly attacked a couple of years ago by a young British mathematician named Watkins, and brilliantly defended by an American mathematician named John Sheliak. In the course of that contretemps, I had to admit that I had made errors in the original scoring method by which I derived the wave, and when those errors were corrected, the values shifted on approximately 3%. So it wasn't a knockout punch. In fact, for all but the aficionados, this is a mathematical detail that they need never brush up against. Bottom line, novelty theory is mathematically more robust than ever and continues to predict the increasing levels of connectivity and novelty leading to some kind of encounter with a singularity approximately 14 years in the future. This is all in my books and writing and is supported by Mac and PC-friendly software that you can see at my website. Thanks for asking.
How many?
Adrenaline-increasing activities.
Adrenaline-increasing activities is a result of the human race not being evolutionary ready for the sedentary lifestyle that we have.
Well, I think what you're implying is we're designed to defend small tribal groups of people in a hunting-gathering situation, and we're crowded into cities by the millions, and does this increase violence? And the answer is, it's a contributing factor. But I encountered an old friend recently, and I asked him, what have you been doing? And he said, I founded something called the Rocky Mountain Center for the Study of Media Violence. And he explained to me something which I had never understood, because you always hear that violence in media is used to sell things. But none of us are violent people. We're all turned off by violence. So how is violence used to sell things? He said, well, how it works is in the evening news, which is where all the ad revenue is made, because that's where most local stations are most watched, the most violent, disgusting, and value-denying and denigrating story is pushed right before the main commercial break. And so your desire to get away from this horrible information is satisfied when the cut is to the product, and there is an unconscious flood of relief associated with the product. We are being manipulated. We have created social institutions such as consumer capitalism that are so unfriendly to our innate humanness that they are actually redesigning us, these social systems, to be more brutal, less caring, more acquisitive, more fetishistic than we naturally would be. And again, the antidote to this is awareness of your immediate environment and the tricks that are being run on you and the ways in which we are being manipulated. Man is not bad. Humanity is not flawed. What is flawed are ideologies and social systems that distort humanness for purposes usually of commerce or conquest. And until you figure out that this is going on, we're all going to be run like rats through a maze. Culture is an intelligence test, and when you've passed that test, you don't give a shit about culture.
Could we indeed, Terence, boil this down to a no?
Yes.
Well, I think that Terence's McLuhan-esque theory is more or less correct, but it doesn't answer the question. The question is, do we need more or less, if I can paraphrase again, in order to have a peaceful, cooperative, planetary society in the future, do we need some kind of evolutionary leap or not?
Actually, the question was, do you think that everyone craves crisis and craves violence because we don't walk down the street having to worry about a lion jumping in out and eating us, and we're just not ready for, like, do you know what I mean? People go to work every day, they come home, they watch TV, they go to bed. It's so predictable. Do you think that we're not evolutionarily ready for such a predictable lifestyle?
Well, that's what I'm not. Are we not evolutionary ready? So that means we could hope for an evolutionary leap, following which we would be evolutionary ready. That means that we, contrary to what Terence has said, that everything is okay with us, I disagree with that. I think that we don't have the intelligence or the biochemistry of anything which has evolved to the point that the human species is able to have a stable, sustainable, peaceful, loving planetary society in the future. There's no way. We need to change, and we're hoping that change, you could call it evolutionary leap, or maybe a miracle will take place. That's what I think, and that's why I go around doing what I do, is that I'm trying to participate in the precipitation of some kind of change following which a future would be possible, because I don't think the species we have now is going to make it.
Well, I think if I were doing a research program on violence, I'd compare different societies. I lived in India for a long time, and most Indian society, although people live very crowded in traditional cities, like the old city of Hyderabad, where I lived, there's not a very high level of violence. And in Indian villages, there's remarkably peaceful atmosphere. People don't lock their houses, you don't get attacked on the streets. Many traditional societies have very little violence. On the other hand, there are some traditional societies, like Malaya, where I've also lived, where you can have extremely peaceful, happy-looking people in villages, and suddenly someone will run amok Amok is a Malay word. And when they run amok, they go into an orgy of violence. They usually do it with machetes because they don't have handguns everywhere there, as they do in some other places. They run amok and they'll chop up anyone in sight, to kill members of their family. It's very like these shooting frenzies that break out here in the United States. And I think that if one's looking at the comparative psychology of violence, there's a lot to be learned by looking at the way it occurs in other societies. Right now, we tend to look at it as an isolated by the media test. But different cultures have different ways of dealing with this, and of the way in which violence breaks out. I was in Portugal recently, and I was staying in a hotel overlooking a large round structure, and I thought I'd go and have a look what it was. It turned out to be the local bull ring, and there was a big poster saying University Bullfight Week and the Catholic University of Lisbon versus something else. These universities field their own bullfighting teams. And no, this was an alien concept to me. We never had a university bullfighting team in Cambridge. And there's a sense in those cultures, the Hispanic in Portugal and Spain, they have institutionalized spectacle kind of thing, really displayed on a limited scale. In terms of the bloodshed, the killing of bulls, I think, although I think it's cruel and unnecessary, a far larger number of bulls are killed for hamburgers every day, behind closed doors, under conditions that I'd rather not know about. I don't eat hamburgers or meat, I must say, partly because I don't like that idea, but it may be better to have it up front and out in the open, and have real adrenaline release through ritualized violence and ritualized sacrifice, which all traditional cultures are based on ritualized blood sacrifice of one kind or another. And the Christian Holy Communion is a mutated form of a blood sacrifice, central to our own culture. So I think that the suppression of ritual forms of violence can lead to an outbreak of sacrificial killings by crazed maniacs, but because somehow sanctioned forms within an ordered system are no longer possible.
Should technology be feared by human society or embraced, or both?
Both.
Well, it's not a good idea to fear anything. Technology is prosthesis. Technology is tools. We've always been defined by our tools. There is nothing about us that would be human if it weren't for our tools. Language is a tool, the cutting edge is a tool, social organization is a tool. Merciliade wrote a book called Shamanism, The Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. Shamanism is essentially a technology. I think we should simply take it as given that we are the kind of creature that downloads its ideas into matter and thereby creates a history for itself out of the consequences of that act. And fear is not appropriate. Consciousness and attention to the effects is appropriate.
Well, we have over 1 million years of dependence on technology, so there's not much we can do about it now.
Given the new research in genetic biology, is it possible to create a human ideal for the future and bypass evolution?
Can we clone people?
No, not can we clone people.
Genetically engineer people,
And bypass
bypassing evolution to create the future.
The aim of breeding a super race of people using standard techniques was called eugenics, and it was very fashionable among geneticists in the earlier part of the century. It got a very bad name when it was applied on a large scale by Hitler in order to produce a master race by having stud farms of blonde women, SS officers and so on, to produce a new master race of perfect Aryan specimens. Eugenics went out of fashion after the Second World War precisely because of its abuse by the Nazis and by others. it's reared its head again in a modern form in the context of genetic engineering, as you rightly point out. There are some people in the genetic engineering world who are fanatical eugenicists, who think they can purify and uplift the human race. This is not a new idea. I used to say that we needed smarter people for the improvement of the human race, and this should be achieved by artificial insemination or natural insemination. The sperm donors should be people who were Nobel Prize winners, proven science, and so on. Sir Julian Huxley was an example of that kind of eugenicist. When he described the ideal sperm donor, it was remarkably like Sir Julian Huxley. So in the modern context, though, you can't engineer in genes very easily. In fact, it's extremely difficult to do. What genetic engineering really means in practice in the human realm is a series of tests for defective genes or genes you don't like. And then with in vitro fertilization, you have dozens of embryos, you test the embryos, you kill all the ones that you don't like. It's basically selective abortion in practice. And with amniocentesis and selective abortion for Down syndrome and spina bifida, we already have this on a mass scale. They're trying to produce yet more effective methods of selective abortion using these modern techniques of genetic diagnosis. Now, whether you think that's a good thing or not depends on where you're coming from. Personally, I'm not very keen on it. And because any question of improvement of the human race depends on what you think is a better kind of humanity. And chances are you'll think it's something rather like an improved, idealized version of yourself. And so I think that the eugenic dream is not something that can be realized today in the human realm. In the animal realm, through genetic engineering and cloning of animals like high milk yielding cows and stuff, it will be practiced quite soon. It'll be another step towards the mechanization and industrialization of agriculture through factory farming. I'm glad I became a vegetarian a long time ago. I don't want to support that kind of industry. But there's nothing inherently wrong with cloning because it's already used in the plant kingdom. Every potato you eat is a clone. Every apple you eat is a clone because these are propagated by cuttings or vegetatively. So cloning has always been used in the plant kingdom. So when people get very excited about cloning, there's nothing inherently bad about that, or else most of traditional agriculture and horticulture would be dismissed. But in the animal realm, I'm very suspicious of it.
So let's go to another question.
Well, I'm just saying that stop making sense.
Okay, Terence, you're nodding. Could you translate this?
Well, I don't know. I did glossolalia last night at the rave, so my credentials for not making sense are in good order. Nevertheless, it struck me recently with considerable force that it's very interesting that when we think clearly, our thoughts can be mathematically defined through symbolic logic. That's how machines think as well. Machines use symbolic logic. So no, it isn't just that we are making up sense. When you are making sense, you are running clean code that expresses symbolic logical theorems and propositions. That's why we can communicate with machines and why the output of machines makes sense to us, because symbolic logic is a universal language understood by people and machines. When we don't make sense, the machines can't understand us, and we cannot mathematically formalize our thinking because it is then what is called nonsense.
But isn't that just a circle?
Well, except that the fact that mathematical logic is in there indicates that this is not a circle going on in some unanchored psychological dimension. There is real truth there. Our minds apprehend it, and we know this because that truth can be freely transferred and transformed between us and our machines using the formal languages of mathematics.
This is just internal consistency.
Yes, you're right about that.
Well, I think this mathematical, logical, computer assimilable form of making sense is very limited. In most cultures, what gives a basic sense are the myths, the patterns of the society. And that's true in our culture too. There's a kind of sense that's made in each country by the national myths, makes sense of history. We make sense of our role through the stories we tell about ourselves and our personal myths. And I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think we have to be like that. It's the only way it can be so. In science, paradigms, models of reality are what makes sense of phenomena. If they fit into the paradigm, they make sense. To a lot of people in modern biology, DNA, genetic engineering, the bottom line from new products make a great deal of sense. It fits with all these paradigms. Whereas things like psychic pets don't make sense because there's no money in it, there's no research on it, it doesn't fit in to this mechanistic model of reality. And there are many scientists who will totally dismiss the very possibility, in spite of the fact that many pet owners experience these abilities on a daily basis. So we can see many examples of what makes sense and doesn't make sense, and it depends on your map. Terence will hasten to add that not all maps or models are equally good, and I would agree with that. We have to look at them, we have to test them. And in science, one of the points of science is testing different models or theories of reality to see which makes the best sense in accordance with what actually happens. But you can't usually know till you've done the experiment, at least if they're plausible hypotheses.
The best sense that I have is that it's time to stop.
Well, what I thought it would be interesting to discuss as part of our new series of Trialogues, because I think it's an issue that more and more people are becoming aware of, is the whole question of skepticism and what I call the Balkanization of epistemology. And what I mean by that is that somehow, as a part of the agenda of political correctness, it has become not entirely acceptable to criticize or demand substantial evidence or expect people, when advancing their speculations, to make what used to be called old-fashioned sense. And I think this tolerance of unanchored thought and speculation is confusing the evolutionary progress of discourse. But I'm also aware that if you draw the parameters too tight, the baby goes out with the bathwater, or you become a defender of scientism or some kind of orthodoxy. So in my own situation, I've been trying to both understand what is strong and to be supported in science, and what needs to be criticized, and equally to look at the alternatives to science, the counterculture, the new age, and to ask myself what is strong, what serves the evolution of discourse, and what is in fact this type of unanchored thinking that I'm concerned about. So first, let me talk a little bit about how I see science. If any one of us were to take what is called a scientific approach to many of the phenomena that interest us, psychic pets, the source of the content of the psychedelic experience, etc., etc., if we were to take a hard scientific view of these things, these phenomena, which we know exist and which we find rich in implications, would simply not be allowed as objects of discourse. They would be ruled out of order. So there's something wrong on one level with scientific, what's called empiricism, skepticism, positivism. It has different names. On the other hand, if we go to the other end of the spectrum and are willing to admit the testimony of iridologists, crop circle enthusiasts, victims of alien abduction, those who channel Atlantis, those who suspect undetected planets, those who believe vast alien arcologies dot the plains of Mars and so forth.
And pro bono, better get that in.
Yes, pro bono proctologists from other star systems making unscheduled house calls late at night in our homes. I mean, both of you realize, I'm sure, that medical professionals, regardless of their species or star system of origin, do not make house calls anymore. So I see then this problem. Science is too tight-fisted. It misses much of what is interesting. To abandon the approach of science is to just be without rudder in an ocean of strident claims and counterclaims, many of which are preposterous and certainly not all of which can be true. So after thinking about this for a while, my approach was to say, well, science went from superstition to its present positivist position through a process of evolution, temporal unfoldment. So, using a method I've advocated in other situations, I conducted the following exercise. I said, I will move backward through the epistemological history of science to the last sane moment science knew, and then analyze what that consists of. And I'm not completed in this process, but what I find is that a curious betrayal has occurred in science, that with the rise of capitalism and industrialism, science has actually become, has allowed assumptions to be made that betrayed its original intent. And what I mean by that is modern science relies on statistical analysis of data. You know, measure 10 times, add the values, divide by 10. This tells you how much rain is falling, how much voltage is flowing through a wire, something like that. This approach to phenomena mitigates against unusual phenomena. Inevitably, because they are statistically insignificant. That's the phrase that is actually used. So we can talk about this in detail. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I think you see my implication that the method of statistical analysis, true, produces general formalizations of nature's mechanisms and wonderful products which can be sold and patented and so forth. But it's a coarse-grained view of nature, and what it mitigates against seeing are the very things which feed the progress of science, which is the unassimilated phenomena, the unusual data, the peculiar result of an experiment. So looking at that then, I said, well, where are we in the history of science where this happened, and how was it before? And you may wish to correct me 100 years either way, but I'm very interested in sort of bringing back and reappreciating William of Ockham, who, aside from the things I'm saying about him here, which are very nice, also had a notion not much appreciated of what he called unlimited progress. And it comes very close to novelty theory's belief that the universe progresses unto emerging with the nature of God. But the thing about Ockham that bears on all this is, of course, his famous razor, which simply says, and it's been interpreted many ways, but hypotheses should not be multiplied without necessity. Or, to put it more simply, the simplest explanation of any phenomena should be preferred until found inadequate. Explanation should not be complexified beyond the demands of the problem against which it's being brought to bear. So what I'm feeling is, if we abandon statistical analysis of nature and realize that probably the assumption of temporal invariance that assumes about the underlying fields of nature is in fact a cheerful assumption, untested and unprovable. So we should get rid, in my hypothetical reformation of epistemological dialogue, we should get rid of statistical analysis. We should dial science back to the late medieval period of Occam, and we should do science that way. And applying Occam's razor, we're quickly able to cut away the underbrush that these peripheral and alternative people have brought to the table. Some of it's good. Things like hypnotism, acupuncture, nutrition therapy, rational approaches to telepathy, clairvoyance. None of this is what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with people proposing new models of nature. What I have a problem with is unanchored, eccentric revelations taking their place at the table. The channelings from the Palladians, for example, the Sitchinite reconstruction of the ancient Near Eastern archaeology, the Arguellian distortion of the Mayan accomplishment. I find these things pernicious and easily dealt with if we use Occam's razor. But when we go too far into statistical analysis of nature, then we begin to cut away at our own beliefs and assumptions about nature. Yours, Rupert, of the morphogenetic field, mine of novelty theory, and there must be some aspect of all this that would threaten you, Ralph, if extremely empiricist and positivist criteria were brought to bear. In other words, we've all been called soft in our time, but in fact, I think our softness indicates a failure of science. Science has hoarded itself to the marketplace and to technology, and interesting high-order phenomena like societies, economic crashes, complex system behavior is going to remain forever blurred in our understanding as long as we rely on statistical analysis. It's a tool, it had its place, but to hold on to it indefinitely is going to retard mathematics' ability to give a deeper account of nature. A perfect example of this, and then I'll stop, would be the enshrinement of the so-called uncertainty principle in physics throughout the 20th century. The supposed great bridge between science and mysticism. Well, it turns out it's just malarkey. There is no uncertainty principle. David Bohm's formulation of the quantum physics gives perfect knowledge of velocity and position without ambiguity. It calls forth the notion of non-locality. That's why the Heisenberg formulation was preferred. But again, non-locality accepted permits some of the things we're interested in. Telepathy, information from other worlds arriving via the morphogenetic field, and so forth and so on. So I haven't been maybe as rabble-rousing as you expected by naming in turn various heresies to be consigned to the flames, but I do think there are too many loose heads in our canoe, and that no revolution of human thought that I'm aware of succeeded through fuzzy thinking.
Well, I've certainly got a lot to say about all that. Very interesting. I think that first of all, we have to see that there's a regional problem here, that skepticism and Ockhamism and so on occur in different social balances in different parts of the world. You live in Hawaii and visit places like Maui quite frequently. Ralph lives right here in Santa Cruz, California, where you only have to mention the name to anyone in England who knows California at all, and they immediately say, oh yeah, where all the old hippies hang out. And it's a totally alternative place, and as we've seen in our joint appearances in Santa Cruz, there's a level of weirdness among some of the theories people have and the crank obsessions they follow, which from outside the perspective of the West Coast, most people would recognize as typically Californian. There's a kind of level of weirdness and cults and these, I mean, most of the phenomena you've named are phenomena of Hawaii and California. When you live in England, things take on a rather different perspective. There's a general level of popular skepticism, such as that the general tone of an English pub is one of sort of skepticism.
Well, but aren't crop circles and Graham Hancock all homegrown British phenomena?
They are, but every single one of them in any single pub where it's debated would always have skeptics in the discussion. You're never going to have a kind of thing where you have all believers, except in small crank societies of true believers, which exist. But the thing is, the general cultural tone is one of skepticism. And so the need for a great deal more of skepticism doesn't feel quite so urgent if you live in London as it does if you live in Hawaii or California. That's my first point. But secondly, I think that the scientistic skepticism you talk about is indeed a serious threat, and I think that's done more than anything to drive science in this direction. It's a kind of dogmatic skepticism that rules out at any cost weird phenomena like telepathy, non-locality, etc. And so to rule those out, you have to say that a lot of phenomena don't really exist, like telepathy and stuff, and if non-locality happens, it's just a peculiarity of the details of quantum theory with no wider
statistical anomaly gets rid of all problems.
So you can take these points of view, but the skeptical, those kind of dogmatic skeptics who I find myself confronted with quite often, the skeptical inquirer crowd, who are on my case whenever they can be, because they've classified me with the pro bono proctologists from distant star systems. So the thing is, I've had the experience of being put in that category by skeptics, including the editor of Nature. And there are skeptics in Britain who regularly appear, and good for a quote any time by the press. My old friend Professor Lewis Walpert, at any moment, and to any journalist, several times a year, will say, can't take this kind of thing so seriously. And then last year, when he said, but Professor Walpert, don't you think you should keep an open mind about some of these things? He says, not so open that your brain drops out. So that kind of skeptic has done a great deal to force science into this narrow thinking mold. It's forced the investigation of telepathy into more and more ridiculously detailed and unrealistic parapsychology lab experiments, seeking to provide the statistical proof of regularities. However, what I've found is with the staring experiments and with the psychic PET experiments, one can achieve results, positive results, which fit with all this normal statistical thing. They're repeatable, positive, they meet all these statistical criteria. They're not evanescent phenomena like human synchronicities. These are regularities of nature. So the old-style statistical approach can actually take us much further, I think. I'm using old-style statistical methods in my own research because I don't want to change both the content and the style at the same time. I want to show that by the old methods, these are valid criteria. So, valid phenomena. So they actually happen, and you can prove them in the old-style scientific way. But I do agree that the kind of discussion we have in science doesn't need to have all these things. What I like most, I think my most heroic example in the kind of thing I do is none other than the great late Charles Darwin. And like most other biologists, I greatly admire him, but what I see in him and admire is different from what others admire. I like his the way he draws on information from non-professionals, plant breeders, pigeon fanciers, horse trainers, cabbage breeders, rose planters and specialists, horticulturalists. He draws on all these people's experience, colonial explorers, sailors who tell of feral pigs on remote islands and how they've gone wild and so forth. All this is what Darwin draws on, and he discusses it in a common sense way. There's no statistical test, chi-squared tests, 5% levels of probability. It's wonderful science. It draws on experience and treats it in the light of common sense using rules of evidence, but without rigid statistical tests, rigid methods. And it's wonderful science. He discovered a great deal. He'd never heard of 5% levels of probability, and yet it's great science. So I think that there is a possibility to return to a more common sense approach, and common sense of the British pub type, and probably of standard American kind too, will often deal quite satisfactorily with the pro bono proctologists from outer space. Anyone who claimed that in the British pub would be the butt of a great deal of humour within minutes. And
no pun intended.
Yes.
Well, let me just say about that, there is a political problem. You're right, though the British have this reputation in America for being the epitome of politeness. Actually, in a British pub, people are willing to blow the whistle on what they perceive as absurdity.
By jokes, yes. Always with humour.
In the New Age, it is utterly humorless, and the reigning paradigm of political correctness demands that you treat all of these testimonies and bits of news with complete equanimity, and it's thought to be rather out of sorts to suggest that anybody shouldn't be taken seriously. The belief is that truth can't be known, and so all there is opinions. So, you speak from your knowledge of the calculus and world history, and this person speaks from their latest transmission from fallen Atlantis, and this is all placed on an equal footing. And it's crazy making, and it also guarantees the trivialness of the entire enterprise. I mean, I just don't think any revolution in human history can be made by fluffheads.
Well, I think in order to understand what you're saying, I have to really try to figure out what a fluffhead is.
Yes.
This is the crux. I like your historical approach, as we agree that science is rather in a bad place now. We can look back, find where it went wrong, go back there, start over again. This is exactly what fundamentalists do. They say, our ethics are gone, so we're going to go back to the first speeches of Muhammad or something. So, William of Ockham, I feel uncomfortable with his idea of simplicity. I mean, the modern form is probably Kolmogorov's measure of complexity, which would be, given a data set, what is the length in bytes of the smallest computer program that can approximate the data set within epsilon or something like that. And a problem with this, technically speaking, is that last year's technology would give a Kolmogorov measure of this much. And this year's technology would give a much smaller measure, because we've learned a new trick of building models, or it may only depend upon the computer language, more or less, that's used to build the model. So, in other words, that there is no simple measuring stick of simplicity. And given three explanations, we're not sure what is the simplest one. There's no mathematics that could really be applied. It becomes a subjective judgment. And therefore, I think that this whole question, where I think that you've suggested a one-dimensional scale of fluffheadness, but then a fluff scale, where down at this end we have what even Walpert thinks is okay. And over at that end, we have the test that can be applied to Pleiadians to see if they're real or not. So in this scale, I think you've marked 2 points. There's the point at which you think to the right of this is too fluffy and to the left is okay. And then there's another point where science agrees it's okay. You see that you're ruling out, like the channeling, no, but the telepathy, okay. But Walter says the morphogenetic fields is not okay, but DNA is okay. So I'm thinking of these two points that you described as being on some linear scale of fluffness. And I'm thinking that this entire scale of fluffness is not, I mean, you'd like to appeal to mathematics and to some kind of real science, that there is real science, that the community or the religion of science has gotten off the track of the real science, and that this is what bothers me, and I wish that this were true, but I have no faith in it, that there is somewhere in the sky or in the deepest bowels of the earth a measuring stick where we could somehow measure the truth of something, even if it's just a degree of truth, as in chaos logic. You don't have true and false. You have truth is a percentage between 0 and 100%, and is only chaos logic would be a good alternative for you. The truth of a proposition, let's say a formal logic, like Zeno's paradox, is only a temporal assessment and is the input of the measuring stick of truth, after which we get another measurement. You see, so now under what we know so far, it's 60% true. Now, we assume that it's 60% true, that's the input to another assessment. Then we find out it's 66% true. And with that, the input of another assessment, then it's 64% true. Hopefully this process of successive judgments, which could be regarded as the history of science from the past through William of Ockham on into the infinite future, would converge on something. But in chaotic logic, it doesn't converge, because certain kind of propositions, which are circular in a way, like Zeno's paradox, they, in circling around, they have a chaotic attractor, and so they're always giving different results, never settles down. It gives a dense set of estimates between 0 and 100%. And from this perspective, which is the successor of Aristotelian logic, which served science up until the year 1985 or something, you can't have a clear measuring stick of truth, and you can't have a clear scale of fluff. And so the attempt to make something perfectly clear might be doomed to failure. We understand it then as something psychological. So I just want to give I'm applying Ludwig Fleck here to you. And Ludwig Fleck is the founder of the sociology of science, where you sort of do Freudian analysis of the scientific community as a social, as a flock of sheep, as it were. And with, like in the 60s, we were, as parents, very libertine with our children. Now we see those children have grown up, and my children are having children, and they're like much stricter. And there's the idea that in successive generations, people are more or less strict with their children, and I think they're more or less strict about fluff also. So that the fluff scale is actually a sociological aspect of a given culture or civilization, which fluctuates wildly in time. And I think that this is just one of many theories for you personally, and maybe we are also affected by this, that as we age, and then we are in contact with young people, and then we are receiving input from them, as far as the morphogenetic sequence of a fluff scale is concerned, that we're affected by them, and we're becoming a little more critical. You see, so then we become critical of ourselves in a way, because a decade ago we were more open. So our fluff scale is changing, and therefore we have to rearrange all our social grid, that some people that were previously okay are now too fluffy for us, so their brains have fallen out.
Well, let me say a couple of things about this. First of all, I think I agree with almost everything you say. On the end of pointing out that its truth is a very difficult thing to assess, you didn't mention Kurt Gödel, but certainly his proof that no formal system produces all true statements shows that even ordinary arithmetic is subject to debate and represents a kind of circularity. So on one end, I completely agree with you that truth is a very complicated concept, and why shouldn't it be? It's motivated thinkers since thinking began. And we as yet have no certain index for it. You mentioned that you thought my approach was one-dimensional, and I agreed from your example. But much of your criticism was couched in the vocabulary of symbolic logic, analytical deconstruction. Here's a way we might go at this. Agreeing that it's a messy problem, let's agree that the solution may also be somewhat messy. So, for instance, we perhaps need to talk about kinds of fluff. I immediately identify two kinds of fluff. One is unscientific speculation, persistent throughout history and with a consistent provenance.
I.e. religion.
Well,
mythology.
I wasn't going to attack religion. I was thinking of more marginal ideas, but religion is a good example. I was going to suggest alchemy. Alchemy believes certain things about matter which science absolutely abhors and rejects. The history of alchemy is far older than the history of science. It has always been in existence. Its thinkers have always evolved and adumbrated their field of concerns. So that's one kind of fluff. Fluff with punch, because it has historical continuity. But what are we to make of someone who brings to the idea a complete cosmological model generated in the past 10 years by themselves alone? They never read Plato. They know no mathematics. They never read the Bible. They never read Wittgenstein. They just got it all in one download. And it is, on the face of it, preposterous. It's a faith that tells you that vegetables lose their auric fields unless peeled with wooden implements, that major earth changes have already happened but are invisible to most people, that there are only 100 real people alive on the planet anyway, everyone else is a simulacrum from another dimension. In other words, preposterous on the face of it, historyless, idiosyncratic, and utterly unanchored to any body of previous human thought, sanctioned or unsanctioned.
So the question before us is, how do we distinguish all these books from one that superficially might appear to be in that genre, the invisible landscape? How do we make a division between the invisible landscape on the one hand and the rest on the other?
Oh, well, the invisible landscape, the category of the invisible landscape is I Ching commentary.
I'm writing one right now.
Well, the I Ching is a legitimate object of speculative discourse. Has been since pre-Han times.
Okay, so let's say we accept a two-dimensional model for fluff, where there's deeper fluff like I Ching commentaries and more superficial fluff like the entire manifest universe is the circulation of a single electron.
Let's use the Urantia book as an example.
So in this case...
or the pattern we were given last night, a spiral forms the basis of
I have one here.
Made of wire.
So I think that... I'll give you a point here in that Occam's razor is intuitively a good way to describe this new dimension. The simpler and more complicated explanations for an effect which is, as a matter of fact, not established. Still, this is my worry about the
fluff posture that you now project in public and so on. I'm sympathetic with a lot of things. We're worried greatly about the pattern, and the problem with this strict parent approach to fluff is that some important discoveries may be shuttled aside, as Walpert shoves aside Rupert's idea of the morphogenetic field. What is it that science hates? Besides Rupert, science hates homeopathy, acupuncture, or alternative medicine altogether. Science hates cold fusion. I mean, there are certain things that say, well, too open-minded. To even think about things too open-minded, too much in conflict. So a lot of things would have been missed. You think of these paradigm shifts of the past of science, for example, the continental drift, or the ice ages. I can see, this was a really terrific discovery of mountain climbing guides of the ice age theory that we now take for granted, rejected by science for 30 or 40 years, and is one of the few successful examples of a paradigm shift in science. This scientific community is so...
I'd never even thought of it as a paradigm shift.
Oh, it's a terrific story. I tell in great detail in my book, Ask Guy Aros, including a heroic picture of Agassiz himself. He was taken into the mountains by these mountain climbing guide. Said, look, here at the Jura mountains, the limestone mountains, what are these hunks of granite doing here? They've been brought here from over there where we know where the granite is. And wonderful story.
You mentioned 30 or 40 years, Ralph. I think one way of thinking about this problem is some school of fluff should be given a certain amount of time to advance their agenda.
Again,
very messy.
Yes.
But if after 20, 30, 40 years they've gotten nowhere, they should not lose their place in the discourse or move to the back of the room or something. And I think this should be applied to science as well. For example, science has been beating its breast since 1950 about how they were about to elucidate the mechanism of memory. I think it's time to just pull the plug on that. You've had 50 years to flail at this with every tool available, and you have zilch to show for it. Similarly, if the people who believe aliens from other star systems are visiting this planet with great plans for mankind, they've been running that riff since 1947. It's time for them to lower their voices and let other people have something to say.
Well, maybe a century or two. Why are you so tight?
Because if there is no progress, there are other fields have created multiple revolutions in the same time scale.
Progress is very subtle. So while looking for memory engrams in the brain, they didn't find them, but they did figure out how to do a certain kind of surgery so that if you have a tumor or something, they can do a really good job of helping you out. So
well, I would challenge you to make a list of spin-off effects from the New Age that have eased the suffering of mankind. There have been a few back scratchers and some nutritional supplements and a mantra or two. But in terms of the money consumed, the lives distorted, the hype that we've all had to put up with,
we feel nervous about censorship. I think, if we were the National Science Foundation and we'd been funding channelers for years, hoping that they would find gold in South America, then we might withdraw our funding at this point, but we can't make it illegal somehow for them to channel.
No. What we have to legitimize is critical discussion, so that when someone stands up and starts talking about the face on Mars, people behave as they apparently behave in British pubs, and just stand up and say, malarkey, mate, and, force people to experience a critical deconstruction of their ideas. The face on Mars thing is a perfect example. Here in, 76, Voyager sends a low-resolution image. Might be a face. All of these self-promoting so-called ex-NASA scientists, I mean, when I hear the phrase ex-NASA scientist in the New Age, I reach for my revolver. So all of these ex-NASA scientists gather around, proclaim this thing an alien artifact. When the first Mars orbiter fails at orbital injection around Mars, they scream conspiracy. Mankind isn't ready for the truth. 18 months later, the second Martian orbiter goes into orbit flawlessly. NASA, responding to the previous hullabaloo, actually moves this site up in its photographic agenda. Photographs it exactly under the conditions these people say it must be photographed on. It's clearly an eroded mesa, part of the Martian landscape, no different from any other. And immediately the Face on Mars people scream that the data has been tampered with, that all kinds of terrible things have gone on. One guy sent me email saying, well, there isn't a face on Mars, but there will be in the future. And someone else wrote me and said, well, obviously, the aliens wouldn't leave an artifact. The face on Mars is cleverly disguised as an eroded mesa.
Well, I agree, but I'm not sure that it's good to rant against the face on Mars, because there's no way by William of Ockham or whatever, that you could have ruled out the possibility that there was really a pocket watch on Mars. And now, in fact, they do, there's life here and there. There's water on the moon. There's a pocket watch on Mars. There's not a face on Mars, but there's something that nobody suspected that was found by going there. So my fear is that by drawing the line too tight, that many discoveries will be missed. They'll be missed. And that a certain amount of open-mindedness is necessary for novelty to come in and to nourish the evolution of the collective mind.
And I've got an answer to this, a political answer, because however much we choose to make criteria or define what, we'd have no power whatever to enforce them unless we were on a funding committee of the National Science Foundation or the government or the British Medical Research Council, or we were an editor of a prominent journal like Nature or Science or so forth. Under those conditions, through controlling grants or through controlling editorial policies of major journals, you really shape and influence the science community. You are the ones that draw the line about what papers are published in Nature. I mean, people like Sir John Maddox, who opposed my work, declared in public, in an editorial, that this work, seemingly scientific by someone with seeming scientific credentials, etc., was actually outside the possible area of rational scientific discourse. So there was a line drawn, put on an index. So there are people who do that, but we're not in those positions, nor are people in those positions very likely to listen to what we say. So the realistic question is how, in fact, does all this work, and how politically could the system be reformed? Here I rely on a book by a dissident Cambridge biochemist who wrote a book called The Economic Laws of Scientific Research. And his name I forget, but I remember it. But anyway, in this book he shows that if you look at the structure of scientific research funding, you find that in the 19th century, when there was a great deal of scientific creativity and originality in both Britain and America, there was a great diversity of sources of funding. There was very little public money in science, practically none. And it came from innovators, companies that needed to do the science in order to make the chemicals and stuff. No one was going to tell them or give them. They had to do this. Engineering research, a study of the Adam Smith study of the Industrial Revolution in Lancashire, found that the improvements in spinning jennies and steam-driven machinery came not from experts, not from mathematicians, but it was mostly done by illiterate technicians who were improving the machines that they ran and understood from day to day, the mechanics. And this innovation was mechanic. New technology came from old technology. Science had nothing to do with it. He shows if you study the history of technology, most new technologies have arisen in this way. Science was funded by a diversity of bodies and was quite diverse. On the continent, in Germany and France, where they had centrally state-controlled policies in the 19th century, the universities were funded by the state, and there was a Ministry of Science, and they had central institutes. It was highly professionalized and institutionalized, with professors with great power. In Britain and America at that period, there was virtually no science in universities. And now, after the Second World War, the biggest change happened after the Second World War, when people like Vannevar Bush got the idea of a military-industrial complex with big science, huge government funding for defense research, which linked in the universities to a huge government-funded program of research. And then with the National Science Foundation, this model was extended to medicine. But the primary one is the military research budget, billions and billions of dollars driving research in laboratories, Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, and so forth, all around the United States and in the major contracts with universities. Then you have a centralized system of science funding through, as we have it in Britain, through research councils, central government research councils, which define spending for engineering research, sociology research, medical research, who gets the grants. And these are run by small committees of professors and experts. People like Edward Teller were on these committees. And they decide the science funding, the structure of what's permitted and funded through the whole system. This imposes a kind of monopoly control, a kind of uniformity of thought, which is the enemy of deviant thinking that doesn't fit within that system. However well or badly the lines are drawn, you can't do anything that's not within the central. The only answer to this, he suggests, because he's an Adam Smith follower, is not to follow Bacon's idea, which is Francis Bacon's vision was central government spending, an academy of scientists, state-owned, like a sort of state priesthood of scientists. And then they think of new ideas which then go to the mechanics to turn into new technologies, and science fuels this progress. He shows that, in fact, technology fuels technology. Science hasn't got that much to do with it. If you look at different science spending in different advanced countries, pure science research has not that much to do with it. But the pure science people have to do it on the centralized funding program in accordance with defense aims, the war against cancer, AIDS, all the great agendas set by centralized science, molecular biology and biotechnology now taking over the life sciences. The only answer in practice is a free market answer. Whether you abolish or greatly reduce central government spending, science is then paid for in accordance with enough lobby. Any interest group that's got enough lobbying power would vie for it. There's a huge organic consuming community. They'd lobby for money to be spent on organic farming research, etc. At present it gets practically nothing because it's not part of the central agricultural research program geared towards Monsanto chemicals and so forth. So if you, in fact, this central monopolistic legacy of the Baconian heritage, which is really what he was the Lord Chancellor of England, it's an old-style monarchical church and state top-down hierarchical structure run by a small elite accountable to nobody, whose these priorities, if priorities were set by popular opinion, pet research would be top of the biological agenda, not the sequencing of more proteins, the cloning of more sheep to help the biotechnology industry. But instead, pet research isn't even on the agenda. So it's set by a small elite who bear no relation in their interest to the voters in a democracy who actually provide the money.
But on the other hand, you would have then the astronomical budget would be entirely spent looking for UFOs.
No, it wouldn't, because if you had it, you'd have some kind of funding agency which would give matching grants to organizations. If a UFO organization applies for a grant for UFO research, you'd have a sort of advanced funding agency which could fund this kind of thing. If you had a central funding agency, it would either have many more subdivisions or sub-offices, or would have a great deal more less hierarchical structure. It would be done on a regional basis, a state basis, anything to allow for quirkiness and deviation and multiplicity of decision making. But all of these would be answerable. If you got a grant for your UFO project for 5 years, you got $50,000 a year for 5 years or something. At the end of the 5 years, you submit a report, and this is published in scientific journals, which are open to this kind of thing, like the Journal of Scientific Exploration. It will publish scientific papers on the face on Mars, but anyone can write in and say why they think this isn't good enough evidence, and the debate's there in the journal. And you can see both sides of the argument. They do this. They've done the face on Mars. Then the new evidence, someone then publishes a new picture, the new evidence of the face on Mars, and the person who wrote the original can write a reply. But for most people, a kind of new consensus would develop, that there isn't much in it.
Well, one of the things I've noticed in talking to people about these problems is that pseudoscience is very difficult for most people to discern. In other words, if you dig into the face on Mars problem, you'll find all kinds of articles with pretentious titles about information theory and higher dimensional reconstructions of the data, so that before the spacecraft arrived, we supposedly had terrain models of what it was going to see based on extrapolation of the early data. And inevitably, these people are all PhDs, and they use these technical languages very adroitly. So, along with the idea that there should be some kind of historical continuity, and I agree, diversifying the hierarchical spending patterns would help. The other thing is, there needs to be some way of, and this has never been done in science, because I guess it was never necessary, because the collegial atmosphere was self-policing, but there should be a way of looking at the messenger.
I'm not very keen on your messenger point, because it leads to ad hominem arguments. You see, the classic thing you should avoid in proper rational discourse traditionally is ad hominem arguments, attacking the messenger and not the message. And ad hominem attacks, where people who say things that you don't like, they can be destroyed by smear campaigns, like Randy trying to smear Geller, or Geller hitting back by saying Randy is a pederast and a paedophile and a totally dishonest and disreputable character, pervert, and so on. And this kind of ad hominem argument is all too common in practice. When Randy attacks Geller on the ad hominem grounds, look at The Messenger, a guy who did cheap music hall acts in Israel and stuff, and then he's just a showman. He hits back, you see, but that's where you get with ad hominem arguments. You get Geller and Randy. And Randy's supposed to be a rationalist.
Well, it's a problem. I mean, I would like to know these things about someone I was debating. But I agree with you, it's not a valid point to bring forward. But if, for example, you're dealing with a supposed guru, but you know that he's done time for fraud, embezzlement, and auto theft, I think that in a debate about his theology, that would not be proper to bring forward. But on the other hand, you certainly would want to know that.
Yes, but then you get the worst kind of prurient popular press ad hominem attack, where anyone in public life, immediately they're going to find out if they've got mistresses, illegitimate children, and blaze this stuff all over the papers. That means that people in public life, politicians and so on, the slightest sexual affair, etc., now becomes sort of enormous. I mean, Clinton, no one outside America can believe this fascination with whether or not.
There's no fascination. 72% of the people would like to get on with it.
Exactly,
it's a slow-moving coup d'etat driven by religious maniacs of the extreme.
I don't think it's a religious mania. I think there's this kind of ad hominem business. It's the stuff of popular TV, the press, etc., etc. There's too much of it in the modern world.
Well,
it would mean you don't believe it.
It's inescapable, I think. The monopolistic control of the
financing of scientific research worldwide is bad and it's important and so on. Nevertheless, the National Science Foundation does rely on the judgment of these peer reviewers and group of experts and so on. Finally, it's their opinions that direct the flow of money, and that would also be true if there was no central control and we had every industry financing its own research. Actually,
yes,
there is
you'd get more opinions.
The cat food industry, there are 2 or 3 companies that are outstanding for their research on the dietary needs of cats and dogs, and they do this research based on funds that are coming in from pet owners and so on. This is the 19th century model. It still exists to a degree, and even in those companies, there's a group of people who are deciding how to spend their money. And maybe they're influenced by the criminal records of some of the researchers and so on. But finally, it's the opinion of even a person in the street with $1 to give to the Marcham Times or something. It's a question of opinion, and that's where Ludwig Fleck comes in, the sociology of science. These journals are important, what you can publish, that's why we don't like censorship. People should at least be able to voice their theory about the face on Mars or whatever, the pattern and so on. So it's, I think, very important who can publish and not publish in magazines like Magical Blend. And even if we aren't on committees of the National Science Foundation, if we do speak and give opinions about these magazines and so on, then we're affecting their editorial policies. How do they decide whether to publish these articles or not? The hope that there is some measuring stick of truth, that you could be clear-headed. We like to use like Aristotelian logic or something. We want to be clear-headed. It's very hard to distinguish. We do not have a science, as a matter of fact, that allows us to distinguish one theory versus another, Occam's razor or any other way. We don't have. Finally, we're going to use our intuition, and we may take into account arguments ad hominem while doing so secretly, of course, and while saying the opposite, we nevertheless consider the gender and so on. So I don't. This is what's worried me about things like crop circles, the pattern, and so on. I do not stand up and speak against them because I do not trust my own bias against them. It could be true. A new face on Mars could be discovered. A channel containing a quartz crystal watch could be found under the left paw of the Sphinx. I mean, I'm not sure that these claims are not true. I think they're not very simple. There's some things that aren't interesting. I don't care if there's face on Mars or not. I do think the age of the Cheops pyramid is kind of an interesting question because the whole skeleton of history, as Newton wrote a book called The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended. I was interested in getting the chronology of the Old Testament into the proper order and so on.
Well, I think we're all interested in these things. The thing is not to be led astray by people who have, for whatever reason, a different notion of evidence, a different notion of truth than we do.
Well, the medical profession, I think that it's based on good science and so on. Now, I believe in vitamin C. I don't believe in it, but I have, I take vitamin C. I took some today. 10 years ago, my doctor, the best doctor I had, told me that vitamin C was hogwash. It was just like morphogenetic fields to him. Now he believes in it. What's happened, it took a while to accumulate enough, not evidence, enough convergence of opinion, enough consensus, really, that he could have faith in it among the people who were question authority. That's the
something that is making the conversation difficult, and it has to do with
question authority. That's the
something that is making the conversation difficult, and it has to do with propositions such as vitamin C is good for you may or may not be true, and people of good faith may differ. But when someone says people were cloned in vats 12,000 years ago and placed here by the denizens of an invisible 12th planet, that's a different kind of proposition than that vitamin C is good.
I agree with you. I think you have a good point there.
Yes, but I think the way to I believe in this area, diversity and free market approach is fine. I think what I do to the people who have that belief is, insofar as I had funds and had any research responsibilities and so on in that area, I'd commission a review by somebody based in Santa Cruz. His first thing would be to leaf through the Common Ground catalogue and just look at what's available of theories of where we came from. There's hundreds of them in that catalogue. The index of advertisers runs over pages. Just start right there, and then do a review article with all these different theories classified, a kind of taxonomy of crank theories in a given field. Then one would see, then you'd have a sort of summary at the end, and you could have a sort of audience ratings within this class of theories.
This would be sort of a national non-science foundation.
Yes. And
it's called speculation, I was told.
Well, I think
it's a huge field, and it's in bookstores now.
Yes.
It's speculation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Have our books been replicated yet?
Some have, some haven't. Now, take your work with angels, for example. I was shocked.
Now we're getting personal.
Yes. Well, there you are, you see. I think a lot of my enterprises would fall foul of... If you had editorial control, I think I'd rather quail at the thought of sending them to your editorial desk, because I'm not sure. Your judgment would be so capricious. I'd never know quite what mood you were in, whether or not my work on angels would get the imprimatur or not.
Well, it does pass the
unfortunately, our press is rather...
It's deeper fluff.
It's deeper fluff, perhaps more pernicious fluff.
Well, Zechariah Sitchin at least made a claim for deeper fluff in his translation, in his apparently learning, gaining the ability to translate the Sumerian cuneiform writings and give us fresh translations and interpretations of old texts and so on. He was at least making a claim for deep fluff, and you're denying him that claim. So even there, it's hard to locate a given exemplar in the two-dimensional scale of fluff that we've agreed.
Well, but his cosmology calls for a 12th planet. Where is it? There's a site on the internet that claims that every 100-inch or more telescope on Earth is under the control of a worldwide conspiracy that does not want you to know that this 12th planet is clearly visible. Now, that's where I blow the whistle.
Well, but you don't need to do that. We just need we need an existing mechanism to extend it, a consumer's report on speculation books. And in this consumer's report, it would be like consumer's reports on washing machines and so on. You'd have this theory here, and then you'd have a series of columns that said, any improbable requirement, and then you'd have requires 12th planet in this column. There'd be a lot that didn't. And then it would say, then the next column, evidence for special requirement, and then for some small, and then it'd say none known, and so on.
Well, I think that's marvelous, and you could do the Zetetic and Microsoft, not with, concentrate on the New Age exclusively. All of these institutions are extraordinarily improbable. Paul Feyerabend, in a wonderful essay in his book Against Method, points out that 95% of the scientists who have rejected astrology cannot cast a natal horoscope, and that the ability to actually cast a horoscope never seemed to be required of these high-tone scientific critics of astrology. It was something they felt perfectly free to dismiss without understanding.
Quite, but you see, this would be the same. There has to be this dismissal level that we all operate, where there's certain things we pay attention to and certain ones we don't. In my case, I include UFO. I don't include UFOs. I include telepathy and so forth. When it gets to UFOs, weird extraterrestrial chariots, conspiracy theories, the CIA, I turn off. I mean, there may be UFOs, but it's not something I take any interest in, really. Although I meet many people who tell me I should. So I think we all have our own criteria here, and opinions vary, times change, and so on.
Well, the hypothesis of causative formation, of course, favors deeper fluff. For example, astrology, which I think is very interesting. I think it's quite valid to reject it on scientific grounds without being personally able to cast a horoscope. Anyway, you can consult the World Wide Web and get a horoscope from any date and place. So the thing about astrology is people say it works, and an argument could be made that even though the zodiacal reference frame that it's based on has no longer any basis in the sky, that it works because people believe in it, because it's in the M field, and because it's deeper fluff, basically.
Homeopathy could be an example of a naked morphogenetic field. Nothing but belief.
That's very recent, started very recently. It must have built up this field very rapidly because for a short time they did extensive research. And I think it could be that scientific research done according to the best principles has a greater weight in impressing itself upon the morphogenetic field or something. And the racial memory
but this is actually a radical form of relativism, because what you're saying is if enough people believed in the Urantia book, it would be true.
Yes.
No. Not
true. Work. It would work. Astrology works for people. Okay, alchemy no longer works because people stop believing in it because of...
But probably the real truth is that astrology works for the people it works for, and the people it doesn't work for never mention it and have moved on to something else.
Well, there's extensive research.
Oh, I agree.
In astrology that passes all the tests of statistical significance and so on.
Well, there's some, but I mean, the reason people believe in it in newspapers and magazines and astrologers and so on has nothing to do with that evidence. They use it as a kind of background reinforcement, and it's very...
Yeah, I wouldn't call that astrology.
No. Well, you see, I think that you could apply this approach of this consumer-type evaluation approach to different sciences too. And, you know, my latest thing in the Skeptical Inquirer, what I'm trying to do is extend the skepticism to the sciences themselves. And there's a very interesting paper in the current issue of the Journal of the History of Medicine on the history of double-blind techniques. Double-blind techniques were invented by Benjamin Franklin in Paris in about 1890. And they were investigated. Franklin was commissioned by the King, Louis XVI, to head up a royal commission to investigate the claims of Anton Mesmer. And the whole of Paris was talking about mesmerism. The whole of Europe was talking about mesmerism, animal magnetism, and so on. And Franklin and the members of the Royal Commission were firmly of the opinion that this was some kind of delusion, that people believed in this, but it might just be a product of their mind or their belief. And so in order to test this, they developed blind methodologies where people didn't know who'd been treated or who hadn't. And their blind methodologies actually involved blindfolds, and that's why they're called blind. They blindfolded people and then saw if they could still tell or detect the animal magnetism. And often they couldn't. So the blind techniques were then later employed in the 19th century. They then became the standard armamentarium of the skeptics against these marginal phenomena, first applied to hypnotism and animal magnetism, mesmerism. Then they were applied, in the 19th century, they were applied against homeopathic claims. People said it's all just suggestion. It's all just their belief. And so to test that, they already with this precedent, they used blind techniques. And some of them, I think, did turn out to be suggestion, but some were not. And the homeopaths took seriously this criticism, and they were the first group in the whole of scientific research to internalize blind techniques by running their own blind trials. They didn't just have the skeptical attack, they internalized it. Mm-hmm. This kind of debate went on in the earlier parts of this century against a lot of medical cures and claims, some of them apparently respectable, use of enzymes that would cure this or that, and some of these were totally phony. How did you turn? It wasn't until after the Second World War that the standard randomized double-blind clinical trial became the norm in medical research, and it didn't really become widespread until the 50s or 60s. So this is another case of blind techniques being internalized. Within psychology at the beginning of this century, when they were studying phenomena of the mind known to be subject to distortion, blind techniques were used in psychology. They were used in parapsychology in the 1880s. They had the same thing, and they started using them. The result of my survey of blind techniques, published in Journal of Scientific Exploration and summarized in the Skeptical Inquirer, shows that this internalization of the use of blind techniques has in fact gone furthest in parapsychology. 85% of published experiments are double-blind in recent journals. In medicine and psychology, where everyone pays lip service to the idea of blind techniques, in practice the number of blind papers, or double-blind, is in the region of 6 to 7% of all published papers in the top journals. In British medical journals, it's about 6%. In the American ones, it's higher. I've just done a review of Annals of Internal Medicine, the New England Journal of Medicine, and the American Journal of Medicine, where the percentage of blind or double-blind trials is close to 20%. But that still leaves 80% of the papers not blind. Now, in biology, the number of blind papers out of over 900 reviewed is 0.7%. In the physical sciences, chemistry, physics, inorganic and organic chemistry and physics, the number of blind papers out of hundreds of papers reviewed is precisely 0%. We then interviewed top professors in leading departments of the physics, chemistry, biology, molecular biology department at Cambridge and Oxford and other universities, and there most people in physics and chemistry departments neither use nor teach blind techniques. They're just not used, they're not known. In some physiology departments they do, in some they don't. In psychology departments, of course, they do, in medical they teach them at least. But the most of science is totally innocent of the idea of blind techniques. The idea of scientific objectivity, so biased, so unlevel is the scientistic faith on which modern science rests, is that just because they're scientists in these areas, they believe that by putting on a white coat they become completely objective, not subject to the biases that bias chemists, medical people, patients, ordinary people, observers of phenomena, where everybody is. They're objective, true, and so I think this is scientific investigation of this, I suggest using checking out blind techniques in the laboratory. Do you get different results in the physics experiment if you do it blind compared with doing it under open conditions? Actually do it by experiment. Does it happen? So biased has been this that there's no skepticism being extended to normal science itself. And in my consumer's report on different sciences, I'd have a column, blind awareness of need for blind methodology, use of blind methodology, percentage of papers using blind methodology. And in physics and chemistry, the awareness of the possibility of bias would have to be practically zero.
And probably in the New Age as well, they both could profit from this. It would probably wipe out most of the things I'm objecting to.
Well, the popularity of the double-blind methodology in parapsychology is obviously due to the difficulty of convincing people of the validity of the results. And in other words, under the special weight of skepticism that's applied to the special fringe of speculation. So somehow there's a fundamental dialectic of the evolutionary mind. It has to do with the balance and interplay between speculation and skepticism. These are the two forces at work, and we want them to both be healthy and freely interplay. And then if a new technique like double-blind experimental work comes up, then the interplay of these forces will guarantee that it's used. So maybe, Terence, that to summarize your case against the new age fuzz,
is that there seems to be an area in the evolving mind where the speculation is not balanced by an appropriate amount of skepticism. You want to shine a flashlight of skeptical consideration onto that area of unbalanced fuzz. We're interested in balanced fuzz here.
Well, speculation and skepticism begin to sound like novelty and habit. So maybe these things are just counterflows in the intellectual life of the culture that redress each other. And though we do have certain long-running forms of fuzz, it does tend to correct itself over time. But we are seeing in the present historical moment an incredible fragmentation, syncretic theorizing, and a richness of ideological competition that is just perhaps slightly overripe, but due shortly to self-correct.
Well, what I see is on the fringes a whole lot of small cults, like in California, all vying for space in Common Ground magazine, where you've got a huge competing market. What's keeping all those in check is competition. I mean, if one cult does particularly well, it grows. Others fade away if they don't get enough supporters. There's a free market in these products, and there's a great deal of competition. And people who believe in what are they? Pro bono proctologists from distant star systems may not believe in some of the existence of the 12th planet, and are often, in fact, opposed to these other cults. So there's no uniformity. There's a free market, in fact, a rabble of clamour of competing claims. That's on the fringes. The main ground is occupied by a kind of Stalinist central control of all government funding and official science, which excludes this stuff. Mm-hmm. I think that, as I suggested before, a real free market approach, opening up, getting rid of this monopolistic control, which forces people out onto the margins, would allow a more informed debate. And I think there's plenty of skepticism around. The fact that these crazy California and Hawaiian cults are not reported daily in the New York Times is because the people who run the New York Times are skeptical. And a lot of the gatekeepers of the major organs of our culture are extremely skeptical, and I would say in some cases excessively skeptical of these things. It's not just the science community, it's the kind of hard-nosed New York Times editor community too. And in Britain, most of our newspapers have that, not quite as hard-nosed, and they're slightly better, I think, allowing the unusual in. But the fact is that in the mainstream of our culture, skepticism reigns supreme, and these things are actually forced to the geographical fringes, like California and Hawaii. And you happen to live in that ecosystem of competing cults, etc. I live more in the world where skepticism is the dominant paradigm.
So that there's a kind of bloom of superficial fluff now is merely a symptom of the rigidity of this monopolistic control system.
Well, I think it means that it's forced into this kind of fringe loony community. Mm-hmm. If these things were able to compete in the open marketplace much more, ordinary skepticism, common sense I take not just to be our own individual common sense, but a sense held in common. In other words, a kind of a consensus view of what makes sense and what doesn't. And this changes with time. And it's hard to document because common sense fluctuates. There's subgroups and subcultures with different common sense. But this is what's actually the opinion that peer review committees are designed to constitute within that subculture. That's the common sense. This is worth funding and that's rubbish. I mean, so it's the evolution of common sense, and I think that would be influenced by these players of habit, which common sense is generally conservative, and novelty. And we've got that going on all the time, and I don't think that much of what we do or say about what ought or ought not to happen, or propose criteria by which we have a fantasy of ourselves as editors of scientific.
I think we've got a wrap here on fluff, honestly. I think we've completed a more or less Fluckian model for a bloom of fluff at this time. I'm not sure there is a bloom of fluff because there's always been, like in Norman Cohn's book on millenarianism, you read all these lunatic cults over centuries with Emperor Jones and people killing themselves, and these gas people in Japan and so on. I don't know if it's the fringe is larger now than before percentage-wise, or
I think the publishing industry would tell you that it's an incredible bubble fluff at the moment.
A bubble in the popularity of
popularity and public interest.
And that could have to do with the loss of public faith in science.
And public faith in traditional religion, which is the other ingredient in the rise of fluff.
Yes.
New kinds of people are making their voices heard. People from outside the male patriarchal usual membership in the club, and so they bring different value systems and different notions of what constitutes truth and insight. People from outside Western cultures and, dare we say it, women.
Yes.
I mean, it's not for nothing that the word mysticism is occasionally paired with the word menopausal.
Never heard of that.
Yes, but I think in the complete, we've another 5 minutes.
As you like.
Yeah, yes. We can always edit.
I think I think that again the free competition is the end answer, because you have these different products, these different claims, and it is actually in the end sorted out by market forces. New Age has a big publishing thing. Traditionally with religions you had competition between different sects, and if you have this thing you have mutual criticism. It's been impossible in Europe since the Reformation to believe wholeheartedly the claims of the Pope without question, because there's a whole group of people whose entire institutional structure, the Protestants, is designed to question and reject them. And in almost every issue of Christian doctrine, there's a sect that affirms and another that disputes it. So there's a wide range of opinion, as there is in Hinduism, many schools of thought, Buddhism, different schools of thought.
But I'm a little surprised, because you seem to be implying that here is yet another area where the solution to all problems is the practice of untrammeled capitalism and the unleashing of unrestrained market forces. No. Welcome to the new millennium.
Well, in England, where the Church of England is an established church, but there were Methodists, Baptists, Congregationalists, Presbyterians, etc., Spiritualists, Unitarians. As in America, I mean, we exported this diversity to the United States. It was founded in the midst of this efflorescence of religious diversity in England after the Reformation. The result of this was that they did compete, not through market forces in the normal sense, but they're competing for followers. And if the Baptists grow at the expense of the Congregationalists, they become more powerful. But all of these have been based on a kind of competition, different claims, and a kind of skepticism, because if it didn't come from within that group or church or sect, it would come from other ones about them. Mm-hmm. And in politics, you have this institutionalized. If you have two or more parties, their job is to be skeptical of the claims of the other. In law courts, we have the adversarial system, where you have prosecution and defense, whose job it is to be skeptical of the other. In most walks of life, skepticism is normal. We expect it in politics, courts of law, etc. Journalism. Journalists are more influenced by politicians and courts of law than they are by scientists or the New Age. And there, the general rule is rules of evidence. Hear both sides of the argument. That's the norm, the human norm. It's only in science that anyone can imagine that you could have a sort of total pyramidal, hierarchical system of truth, textbooks or in schools all teaching the same stuff, the basic consensus view. It's like the church before the Reformation. And I think that's the problem, that because of that, we then have a fringe of sects and cults, like you did around the edges. You know, this is the Reformation model here is quite a relevant one. I think since the Reformation, this greater diversity has meant that no absolute claim by any church is going to go unchallenged, even by other Christians. And so skepticism and hearing different sides of the argument are built into our social model about religion. We know there are different religions on offer, different brands of Christianity, in some sense in competition with each other. And this is a much healthier situation than just having a single one. In science, because there's no way of these sects around the fringes ever achieving recognition, even if they were remarkably successful, take years and years and years before they'd ever get an NSF grant, generations. That there's I come back to this idea that dissolving central control in your line would probably be bad, because you're speaking in terms of rejecting relativism in favour of some kind of absolutism, which is the alternative. I think it's still based on a kind of Baconian model of some kind of central control of science and thought. But the reality is that that situation doesn't exist today. It exists only in science. It's the only relic of that old world view. It's the only universal system which is not open to the normal processes of challenge from competing points of view, having to justify itself in terms of evidence and so on.
This is almost the definition of science, somehow, that it's to be an alternative to the diversity that has been experienced in world cultural history in the sphere of religion. Very early on, people knew that in every town they had different gods, and that was expected because there was no burden of the belief in monotheism, and therefore religion, as far as theogony is concerned, had multiplicity of gods and goddesses and principles and spirits and forces and angels and so on, and this multiplicity was acceptable, even though some people thought their gods were more powerful than the gods of other ones. They agree that we've got a lot of gods and probably there are other ones, and so everything fit together in a context of diversity.
Well, early marketers brought the news that gods weren't saying the same things in every place,
the same things,
and so that launched skepticism.
Some said it would happen in 2012 and others in 2013. But the fact is that science appealed to people who had lost faith in religion because there was I think now pretty well dashed hope that there could be a unique global planetary system of thought in which it's established the truth of everything relative to other things. And that's why it would be possible, many people would think it appropriate, that there's a monopolistic control of the funding of scientific research, because each thing is going to be supposedly to reinforce, validate, and confirm everything else, because it's the idea of scientific truth. Now, I think the idea of a free market in science would have to require giving up the idea that there is some kind of absolute scientific truth, and that a given question would be settled either true or false according to this universal canon. And I don't believe in this idea. I think that's why a free market in scientific research would be good. However, I think that, Terence, your insistence on clear thinking represents a deep wish that there could be some more or less universal body of truth that we are expanding in the evolution of mind by testing new speculations for fuzz, and saying eventually, after at least 30 or 40 years of research, there is or isn't fuzz. That is to say, is consistent with a formal system of logic, a kind of mathematical Aristotelian system of truth that is consistent with the objects, provable theorem, it's true or it's false, and so on. And this is I think a kind of thinking which is now outdated, and a hope which it'd be very nice if true, but it's simply not something that we can really expect in any reasonable amount of time. There are inconsistencies, and furthermore, we're used to accepting them. So it could be that if science was liberalized in this way and was released from the yoke of Aristotelian logic and proof and statistical significance on the level of 100%, then it would become very much like religion, where you would have groups like Anabaptists and
Hindus and Shivites and so on, who would believe in this or that sub-logical system. And
environmentalists would be one such group.
Yes. And you have to wonder if this kind of diversity is going to be acceptable by this human species in the future or not. And what's the alternative? Well, there's some kind of death of the evolution of the mind. In the dead-end road of a logical system, belief in a consistent...
Western civilization is now crowing over the fact that the only opposition it ever had, which was Marxism, a pathetic, weak sister, has now collapsed upon itself. Well, there should be no congratulation in that, because the contradictions which undid Marxism lie in wait to undo this society as well. Both societies are materialistic. Both societies define human beings and treat them as things. And the fact of the matter is, Western civilization at this moment is a loaded gun pointed at the head of this planet.